my glasses on so I can see. Thank you. Tabling of documents. Dépôt de projet de loi.
Introduction of government bills.
Statement by ministers. Rapport.
Reports from interparliamentary delegations.
Presenting reports from committees. The Honourable Member for Willowdale.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour to present in both official languages the following two reports of the Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs and International Development. The 9th report, entitled The 2022 Extreme Flooding in Pakistan, Saving Lives and Supporting a Climate Resilient Recovery, as well as the 10th report, entitled The Russian State's Illegal War of Aggression Against Ukraine. Pursuant to Standing Order 109, the committee requests that the government table a comprehensive response to each of these two reports. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Good job.
I believe the Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan has a report on this as well.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a supplementary opinion to the second report mentioned with respect to Ukraine. Conservatives are pleased to fully endorse the main committee's report. Our supplementary opinion identifies 3 areas where we wish to go further in terms of supporting international peace and security. These areas are contributing to global energy security and food security, combating foreign interference, and recognizing the failure of the Gazprom turbine policy. Conservatives believe that Canada should be expediting key energy projects to support global fuel and food security and countering dependence on Russia by fellow democracies. Not nearly enough is being done to combat foreign state-backed interference by the Russian state, but also by other actors. And while the main report acknowledges that ending the Gazprom turbine waiver was a good step, we believe that granting the turbine waiver in the first place was a grave mistake and a betrayal of the Ukrainian cause. Canada must be resolute in its support for Ukraine, including through the consistent application of sanctions. Thank you.
Presenting reports from committees, the Honourable Member for New Brunswick Southwest.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Monsieur le Président, j'ai l'honneur.
Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to present in both official languages the following two reports from the Public Accounts Committee. Processing disability benefits for veterans.
Titled Greening Government Strategy. And Mr. Speaker, I believe you'll hear from the Honourable Member from Edmonton West, who has 2 dissenting reports to table immediately after me. And pursuant to Standing Order 109, the committee requests that the government tables a comprehensive report to each of these 2 reports. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to table 2 dissenting reports. The first one on the Auditor's General Report on processing disability benefit for veterans. The Auditor General Report shows that the Veterans Affairs Department is in crisis. At the time of the audit, the median wait time for processing for veterans, the median was 39 weeks. The standard is 16 weeks. Despite achieving just 13% of the annual targets, Veterans Affairs paid out bonuses to 98% of their management executives. We table this with 2 recommendations. One, Veterans Affairs study the effects of automation to improve the service time for veterans' disability benefits. And second, the performance, at-risk, and bonus compensation for Veterans Affairs executives be withheld until such a time the backlog of disability benefit claims have been cleared and department service standard targets for assessing future applications is consistently met. The second dissenting report, we table the dissenting report on the greening government strategy. The Auditor General in her report states this government has provided the worst GSG emissions outcomes in the entire G7. Further, they state that Treasury Board rules require that the department sign off on the integrity of their GSG emissions. 75% of the departments, including the Department of Environment, the department refused to sign off on the integrity, showing that their emission results is much like their environmental plan, which is a sham. We therefore submit 3 recommendations. One, that the Treasury Board Secretariat ensure that all departments follow the rules and that the Assistant Deputy Ministers sign off on the integrity of their mission data. Second, that the Treasury Board provide clear, transparent projections of costs to the Canadian taxpayers to achieve net zero by 2050. Finally, that all federal department plans to reach net zero emissions by 2050 must be based on existing technology and policies to accurately monitor, evaluate, and communicate the performance of each department in reducing GHG emissions. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Introduction of private members' bills. Mr. McGregor, seconded by Mr. Julian, moves that for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Canada Pension Plan Investment Board Act Investments. This motion is deemed adopted. The Honourable Member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Mr. Speaker, I am very pleased and honored to rise in the House today to introduce my private member's bill, which will amend the investment policies, standards, and procedures of the Canada Pension Plan Investment Board to ensure that no CPP funds are invested in any entity that has committed human, labor, or environmental rights violations. My bill will also ensure pension funds are not invested in any arms or munitions of war prohibited under international law or in any company guilty of corruption. The Canada Pension Plan Investment Board manages over $500 billion in assets, and it is mandated to invest in the best interests of CPP contributors and beneficiaries by maximizing returns without undue risk of loss. It is important to note that my bill will not change this mandate. The Canada Pension Plan is an important part of our retirement system, but Canadians expect that its investments are not contributing to human misery around the world. By amending Section 35 of the Canada Pension Plan Investment Board Act to specify human, labour and environmental rights considerations, this bill does just that. Finally, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the incredible member for New Westminster Burnaby for seconding this bill. Thank you.
Mr. McGregor, seconded by Mr. Julian, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. The motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time?
Right now!
At the next meeting of the House. Premier.
First reading of Senate Public Bills.
Motion.
Motions. Presenting petitions.
Petitions. The Honourable Member for Simcoe Cape for Grey Bruce.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm presenting a petition on behalf of a number of my constituents, in particular law-abiding firearms owners. There's really two aspects to the petition. They're calling on the government to drop the last-minute amendments on Bill C-21. I would note that that has occurred, but in particular to stand up and focus on criminals and not law-abiding firearms owners. I would note in particular they emphasize the requirement for the government to use their own data, in particular the Public Safety Commission report tied back to a few years back by Hill and Moulton, which points out that over 100,000 Canadians oppose a firearms ban in this country. So they're calling upon the government to stand up for law-abiding firearms owners, sport shooters, and farmers with their gun legislation and quit targeting them and go after criminals instead. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Simcoe North.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Pleasure to rise today to present a petition that was sponsored by the Canadian Federation of University Women, chapter in Orillia, relating to a very important issue, domestic partner violence, where 4 in 10 women and 1/3 of men have experienced some form of intimate partner violence. In fact, in 2018, 44% of women, or about 6.2 million women aged 15 and over, reported experiencing some kind of physical, psychological, or sexual abuse in the context of an intimate relationship in their lifetime. Almost 1/3 of all police reported violent crimes in Canada are calls involving intimate partner violence. Of all partners charged with intimate partner assault, 50% violate their bail conditions and at least 25% commit further crimes. In fact, in 2020, 160 women were killed by violence in Canada, which equals 1 woman or girl every 2.5 days. And the petition calls on the government for important judicial reforms, including to only grant bail for first-time alleged IPV offenders who have not violated any previous bail conditions and have not committed a weapons-related offense and have not demonstrated a coercive control pattern or behavior over a victim, to make it a legal duty to inform the offender's victims immediately about the exact time, day, and location of the bail hearing, and to ensure no safety concerns are submitted to the bail hearing, and if bail is granted, to make it a legal duty to require that a repeat or high-risk accused individual wear a GPS tracking device to strengthen the effectiveness of the restraining order. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member North Island Powell River.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm honored today to table a petition from 88 folks that are from Delta, Port Coquitlam, and North Vancouver who are expressing a lot of concern about expanded polystyrene and the impacts that it has on the environment, especially, of course, the marine environment. They note that there's significant harm to marine life, seafood resources, and ecosystems when this is added to the system, and it's difficult, if not impossible, to clean up the shorelines after it breaks down, and has a very high likelihood of entering the marine environment from damaged marine infrastructure, whether it is encased or not. So the members are asking for the Government of Canada to prohibit the use of expanded polystyrene in the marine environment. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Petitions, the honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. It's a pleasure that I table today a petition signed by the residents of Winnipeg North with respect to the Canada Health Act, making reference to the fact that the Canada Health Act sets the framework to ensure that we have a true national health care system from coast to coast to coast. They're asking for the governments of different levels to work together in order to ensure that there is, in fact, issues dealt with that broaden health care responsibilities to take into consideration things such as mental health, long-term care, and to continue on the path in terms of dental and pharmacare, issues of that nature. And I'm sure the petitioners will be quite happy to see that, in fact, we just recently made the $198 billion commitment over the next 10 years to be able to build upon that national health care system. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member Cowichan Malahat Langford.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to present a petition today where the petitioners recognize that some companies based in Canada are contributing to human rights abuse and environmental damage around the world, and that the people who protest the abuses and defend their rights are often harassed, attacked, or killed, especially Indigenous peoples, women, and marginalized groups. Therefore, Madam Speaker, the petitioners are calling upon the House of Commons to adopt human rights and environmental due diligence legislation that would require companies to prevent adverse human rights impacts and environmental damage throughout their global operations and supply chains, and result in meaningful consequences for companies that fail to carry out and report on adequate due diligence, and also establish, importantly here, a legal right for people who have been harmed to seek justice in Canadian courts. Thank you so much.
Petitions. Présentation de pétitions.
Presenting petitions.
Questions on the order paper? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I would ask that all questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Agreed? Agreed. Agreed and so ordered. Before I go to orders of the day, I want to wish everybody a happy Valentine's Day. Bonne Saint-Valentin. Now we go to orders of the day.
Government orders, business of supply, consideration of an opposition motion on rising inflation and cost of living in the name of Mr. Holland.
Mr. Hallen, seconded by Mr. Chambers, moves that given that after 8 years of this Liberal Prime Minister, inflation is at a 40-year high. Double I, after 8 years of this Liberal Prime Minister, the cost of groceries is up 11%. Triple I, after 8 years of this Liberal Prime Minister, half of Canadians are cutting back on groceries. Numero 4.
After 8 years of this Liberal Prime Minister, 20% of Canadians are skipping meals. 5. After 8 years of this Liberal Prime Minister, the average rent for a two-bedroom apartment across Canada's 10 biggest cities is $2,213 per month, compared to $1,171 per month in 2015. After 8 years of this Prime Minister, 45% of variable rate mortgage holders say they will have to sell or vacate their homes in less than 9 months due to current interest rate
Number 7, after 8 years of this Liberal Prime Minister, average monthly mortgage costs have more than doubled and now cost Canadians more than $3,000 per month. Number 8, the Governor of the Bank of Canada, Tiff Macklem, has said that inflation in Canada increasingly reflects what's happening in Canada. Number
9, the former Governor of the Bank of Canada, Mark Carney, has said, but really, now inflation is principally a domestic story. Number 10, former Liberal Finance Minister Bill Morneau has said that the government probably spent too much during COVID. Number 11, former Liberal Deputy Prime Minister and Finance Minister John Manley said that the Liberal Prime Minister's fiscal policy is making it harder to contain inflation.
Call on the government to cap spending, cut waste, fire high-priced consultants, and eliminate inflationary deficits and taxes that have caused the cost of living crisis for Canadians. The honourable member for Calgary Forest Lawn.
Here, here. Here, here. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, Biggie Smalls once said, "Mo money, mo problems." And with this Liberal government, it seems like the more they tax, spend, and waste Canadians' money, the more problems Canadians have. That's right. Madam Speaker, and after 8 years of this incompetent Liberal government and economic mismanagement, Canadians are feeling that pain. 40-year high in inflation, high interest rates, and tripling taxes have led to Canadians running out of money. Even before COVID hit Canada, this Prime Minister was spending record amounts on consultants and his Liberal insider friends. And on top of all of that, there was $100 billion in deficit spending. And of course, the spending has never ended. During COVID, this government felt good about adding $500 billion to the national debt, 40% of which had nothing to do with COVID spending. We know now that this Prime Minister's nearly $700 billion spending spree has been more about helping insiders than actually supporting Canadians. Instead of making life better, this Prime Minister spends $15 billion a year on high-priced consultants with whom he has personal connections. Lucrative contracts have gone to companies like SNC-Lavalin and the We Charity, as well as a company run by former Liberal MP Frank Baylis. He flushed Canadians' money down the toilet each time just to make his friends richer. The Auditor General has even reported $32 billion went to subsidizing criminals, foreign nationals, and yes, even dead people. So, will the government get Canadians' tax dollars back from the people who shouldn't have gotten them? Well, of course not. Is he going to be knocking on those coffins or those tombstones to say, hey, let's get that money back? The CRA seems more interested in going after law-abiding, living, breathing Canadians than Liberal-friendly corporations and criminals. No wonder everything feels broken in this country today. Even our healthcare, airports, and trains are a mess, and standard government services like passports or immigration are so backlogged, it will take years to undo this damage once the Conservatives take over. Madam Speaker, the cost of living crisis in this country is only getting worse. Inflation remains 3 times higher than the Bank of Canada's 2% target. Grocery prices are inflating by 11% every single month, and Canadians can't afford home heating even if they can afford a home. The fiscal policies of this Liberal government have left Canadians in a hole. The Prime Minister, who admits he doesn't think about monetary policy clearly, isn't thinking of fiscal policy either. The result of hundreds of billions of dollars being added to the national debt is the government has created inflation, and that has taken the money out of everyday Canadians' pockets. It has taken the food out of Canadians' mouths, the roof from over their head, and the possibility of retirement is now just a dream. Now, 1 in 5 Canadians are out of money, skipping meals, or accessing charities for help just for basic necessities. 60% of Canadians are cutting back on groceries, while 41% are looking for cheaper, less nutritious options. Even if you can get grocery bills down, this Liberal government's inflation is making everything else expensive. The average rent for a 2-bedroom apartment across Canada's 10 biggest cities is $2,213 a month, compared to $1,171 a month in 2015. That's an almost 90% increase in rent. One of the issues complicating the price of renting is the need for more supply. Inflation has made the price of building housing units substantially more expensive while increasing red tape and taxes, disincentivizing builders from creating much-needed units. Canada is becoming a nation of renters. According to RBC, the number of renters has increased at 3 times the rate of the number of homeowners in just the past 10 years. It's not only young Canadians who are increasingly turning to rent. The shift to renting is across age groups and geographic areas. RBC is projecting that the rapid growth in renters isn't going to slow down, and it's clear that the home affordability crisis plays a significant role in that. The number of new homes completed in a year has only increased by 13% from 2015 to 2020. And Madam Speaker, I'm glad to share my time with the great member of Simcoe North. The Canadian Mortgage and Housing Corporation says if the current rates of new constructions continue, the housing supply will only increase by 2.3 million units between 2021 to 2030. CMHC projects that Canada must construct an additional 3.5 million units by 2030 to restore house price affordability. What is most concerning to me is the lack of understanding that this government has of Canada's housing supply crisis. Instead, they continue to blame other factors or people for their own failures. We don't import land, workers, or many of the supplies needed to build a house. I was in the home building industry before coming to this place. I know firsthand that you can build housing using Canadian lumber, metal, and workers. Russia, Ukraine, and China, they don't play a part in that. Yet house prices have doubled, and Canada has the 5th biggest housing bubble. While home prices have come down from the crazy highs of last year, they're still significantly higher than pre-pandemic levels. This government solution is to give tax credits and handouts that don't address the housing supply issue and provides more money to drive home prices. Even if home builders can meet the need for 5.8 million new units by 2030, Canadians still face high mortgage costs and diminished purchasing power. Inflation has decimated paychecks, and for first-time home buyers, paying for a new home is daunting. As of 2021, Canadians would have to spend over half of their disposable income to purchase a home, and that number is only growing. Mortgages are now costing Canadians 60 to 70% of their paycheck, and at the same time, banks continue to raise mortgage rates to respond to the 8 consecutive rate hikes by the Bank of Canada. And over 80% of homeowners with a variable rate mortgage have hit the point where their mortgage payment is made entirely of just interest and none of that on the principal. I hear from industry experts and people in the financial sector that they are already seeing a rise in the number of people turning in their keys and defaulting on their mortgages, a sign that we are dangerously close to repeating the Pierre-Trudeau era. Household debt to disposable income ratio is at an all-time high of 183%, proving Canadians are over-leveraged amidst this Liberals' overspending. Bank of Canada Governor Tiff Macklem is using this as a reason for pausing interest rates. This, despite him and the current finance minister telling Canadians it was okay to spend and borrow as much as they like because interest rates were going to be so low for so long. Now, when Canadians face this affordability crisis and high inflation and interest rates, Governor Macklem and this finance minister seem unconcerned with the potential for a debt default crisis. Instead, these Liberals are so ignorant. They keep spending on inflationary waste like they're insider consultant contracts. Random Liberals.
The honourable member can continue, and I would ask the honourable member to not interrupt. If he has a point of order, he can rise on the point of order, but he shouldn't be interrupting while someone else has the floor. The honourable member for Calgary-Forest Line.
Random Liberals, like the Bank of Canada Governor Tiff Macklem, former Governor of the Bank of Canada Mark Carney, former Finance Minister Bill Morneau, and former Deputy Prime Minister and Finance Minister John Manley, all warned that inflation is a domestic issue and this government is overspending. Debt is only going up and nothing is being done to address it. Madam Speaker, Canadians are going hungry. Seniors are turning off the heat just so they can afford groceries. And young adults live in their parents' basements because home ownership is nothing but a dream. Household and national debt are at absolute highs. Conservatives are ready to come in and clean up this mess. We're ready to rein in the wasteful spending and cut the rising taxes. Canadians need more of their money left in their pockets. We will unleash Canada's amazing private sector to create the technological advancements needed to address climate change. We will unleash the home builders who will build more affordable housing supply and the farmers who will grow affordable food to stock our grocery stores and that can feed the world. We will get gatekeepers and red tape out of the way of our world-class energy sector, which can provide all Canadians with affordable, clean, Canadian energy. This is how to address this affordability crisis. This is how to grow an economy without increasing inflation. This is how to actually help Canadians. Enough with the corporate handouts and insider contracts. Enough with the government waste and out-of-control inflationary spending. Enough with the record deficits and doubling the debt. Fire the gatekeepers and high-priced consultants, rein in the spending, and axe a failed carbon tax, and let's get Canadians back on track and make Canada the freest country in the world. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. L'honorable secrétaire parlementaire.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Tourism and Associate Minister for Finance. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for his speech. He spent some time discussing the importance of building homes and of the supply side of the housing crisis here in Canada. And we, as a government, put forward a national housing strategy which would address that very issue. And the Conservatives voted against it. So I would like to understand why it is that the member opposite talks about the importance of building new homes and yet votes against the very measure that would create more supply of housing here in Canada.
Member for Calgary Forest Lawn.
Madam Speaker, we will always vote against inflationary measures that will only hurt Canadians further. None of those measures have been working. It's obvious to see when rents have doubled, mortgages have doubled, home housing, the house prices in this country have doubled all the way across. That doesn't make any sense at all. This government is absolutely great at blaming everyone else for their own inflationary problems. It's kind of like me and the member from Kingston on the Islands blaming other people for being as big as we are. It's like saying that all the environment is the reason why we are the way we are. No, it's because we did that to ourselves. Much like this government is the one that spent so much money that they created this inflationary crisis, and random Liberals agree with us.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you, Madam Speaker. The things that we repeat and repeat end up sounding pleasing. So there's a lot of repetition from our colleagues. Triple, 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 triple. That said, there's nothing new at all in today's motion. It's very repetitive. Déjà vu. We're hearing the same arguments we've heard before, but no justification. So what are the justifications for this repetitive motion and its content?
Obviously, what we're repeating is working, since that member repeated what we're repeating. So it's definitely working. It's too bad that this Bloc Party won't stand with Canadians, won't stand with Quebecers to help lower the cost of living today that the collective parties have caused on Canadians. There's more pain today than ever. It's too bad that they're not standing with those 1.5 million Canadians that are visiting a food bank in a single month. 1 in 5 Canadians that are having to skip meals. Seniors who have to turn down the heat and use blankets because they can't afford to heat their home and buy groceries at the same time. Conservatives will continue to fight this unjust tax and make sure that Canadians can keep on living and have the best way of life. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, I hear Conservatives talk about inflation.
Go ahead. There was a point of order. Now it looks like they've changed it. The Honourable Member has a point of order.
Yes, pursuant to Standing Order 43-2A, I'd like to inform the House that the remaining Conservative caucus will be splitting their spots with 2 people, hereby dividing them into 2 slots rather than the single 20-minute spots.
I thank the Deputy Whip for the official opposition for that. We have time for that question now. The Honourable Member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford, about a 40-minute question.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
40 seconds.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, I hear Conservatives talk a lot about inflation, but you know, when you look at the size of corporate profits, like look at oil and gas, for example, their profits since 2019 have gone up 1,011%. And all that we hear from the Conservatives on that figure is crickets. So I'd like to hear from my friend, when are Conservatives going to take a stand for Canadian families? When are they going to fight the real inflation, which is the absolute concentration of corporate power in Canada? And when are they going to take them on to make sure that Canadians are not being raked through the mud by these overbearing corporate increases in prices on everyday items?
Hear, hear. The Honourable for Calgary Forest Lawn.
Well, Madam Speaker, it's too bad the NDP doesn't talk about government greed, the greed that actually is hurting Canadians. That's the tough part. They actually team up with the Liberal government to make sure that home heating is more expensive, gas is more expensive, and groceries are more expensive. Conservatives will make sure we axe the tax and make sure that Canadians can keep the heat on. Thank you.
There seems to be a lot of other individuals who are either wanting to make comments or are trying to answer the question, so I would just ask those members to please wait for the appropriate time to do that. Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the Honourable Member for Simcoe North.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It's always a pleasure to rise in this place. And today I want to talk about inflation and spending. Now, I've been here for just over a year, and I've driven all over Ottawa, and I still can't find the money tree that this government seems to have in its backyard that it finds to spend on basically just about everything. And so let's find out why spending matters. It drives inflation. Now, there's two kinds of inflation. There's demand-side inflation, where there's too much demand for too few goods, too much money chasing too few goods, as we often hear. There's also supply-side inflation, not enough goods to meet the demand. We have both of those in Canada. The problem is the government would have you believe that the only issue causing inflation are supply-side issues that are outside of Canada's borders. Except many are now pointing out that inflation is being driven by too much demand in Canada. That's because we have too much money chasing too fewer goods. That's because we extended COVID supports longer than we needed. We have prominent Liberal members, former members of Parliament, former finance ministers, former governors of the Bank of Canada suggesting that there's too much demand in Canada. And what the Bank of Canada is trying to do is actually lower demand. That's why they keep raising interest rates. But when you're raising interest rates, it really hurts people, including those vulnerable folks that are looking for shelter. But inflation is even worse. Inflation hurts the lowest income people, seniors, and the most vulnerable Canadians the most. Every time they go to the grocery store, they feel like they're getting squeezed. They see it every single day. Now, one of the main drivers of inflation is energy prices. It's been happening for the last number of years. And consistently on this side of the House, we've put forward ideas to reduce the cost of energy. If you reduce the cost or the price of the thing causing inflation, you will reduce inflation. Now, I talked about spending in COVID supports. The government would have you believe that this is a binary discussion, that if you don't believe in government spending, you didn't support any of the COVID supports. And that's not what we've been saying on this side of the House. In fact, this side of the House supported, in the very earliest days, the government putting forward programs to help people. But when COVID waned on, and when it became clear that there was abuse and people receiving COVID support payments that shouldn't have received them, it includes prisoners, it includes people who are lying, it includes fraud artists and organized crime, people said, hey, hang on a second, maybe you should consider making some changes. Even the Auditor General recommended that this government make some changes to the process they were using, and the government said, don't worry, at the end we're going to go back and we're going to audit everybody and we'll recover the money. Except now the checks have been cashed, and the money's gone, and the CRA, who's supposed to be in charge of auditing the payments, have said it's not really worth the effort to go after everybody that the Auditor General has identified, which seems a little bit unnerving. You know, we're talking about $32 billion that the Auditor General has said should be investigated. That's for payments that went to individuals who were ineligible, but that got money anyway. There's also additional billions of dollars that went to people who were eligible because of this government's poor design of a program that shouldn't have been eligible. That includes corporations who paid dividends to their shareholders and they took the wage subsidy. They also had money to repurchase shares. That was about $7 or $8 billion. In fact, the Canadians for Tax Fairness just put out a report yesterday showing how much abuse there was in the wage subsidy by very high-earning corporations. In addition, we gave money to students when the economy was open to stay home and not work. That was another $8 or $9 billion. So you're talking almost $50 billion of the COVID support payments out of a total $200 billion that might have went to the people who shouldn't have gotten it. That's like 25% of the program. So, Madam Speaker, this is why we're concerned. This is why we think that the Auditor General has given the government pretty good advice when she says you should identify and go after and recover the payments. It will increase Canadians' confidence in the integrity of the system. If the government just hopes we all forget about it, Canadians are not going to believe that the government is working in their best interests. In fact, we need the government to take more seriously those who abuse the system, so to make sure and keep the integrity of the system. And so Canadian support for institutions is falling because the institutions are failing Canadians. We can't simply just say, well, it's going to be too hard to look at these payments. It's going to be too hard to recover the money. So it's not really worth the effort. It should always be worth the effort to make sure that we recover payment that was improperly paid to Canadians. Now, if you want to have an honest discussion about those individuals who made an honest but mistake when they applied, very low-income individuals, that probably amounts to $1 or $2 billion. We could have a discussion about what kind of program, repayment or amnesty, would make sense. Now, the Auditor General has called into question some of these payments. The Parliamentary Budget Officer also identified that over 40% of all spending that happened during COVID actually never went to help Canadians on COVID or through COVID. So these are two respected, independent members of Parliament, or excuse me, officers of Parliament that have called into question this government's entire COVID support plan. Now, in times of inflation, we should always worry about top-line government spending, because the government, when the government spends, it competes for goods. The government's spending 25% now per year, every year, than it did pre-COVID. And the government calls that fiscal restraint. I've never met somebody who increases their spending by 25% and said, you know what, I'm actually spending a lot less money than you think I would. Madam Speaker, we also have the tightest labor market ever seen before. Unemployment's at an incredible low, and yet the government continues to hire employees at a blistering pace. The private sector is trying to hire employees. They want to grow their businesses. They want to recover from COVID. They want to employ people who pay taxes. They want to pay corporate taxes. And they can't find anybody to work. We have hotels that have entire floors of the hotel shut down because they can't find anybody to work in the hotel. It's not that they don't have the demand. They have demand. They're turning people away, but they don't have the people to work to open the rooms, to get the revenue, to pay the taxes, to pay the labor, and to grow the GDP. Instead, the government actually wants to hire all these individuals and have them work for the government. That is not the way we're going to grow ourselves out of this issue. Madam Speaker, the government said for almost 5 or 6 years, we have to spend money because interest rates are so low. And when anyone asked the government, hey, what happens if interest rates go up? They said, don't worry, interest rates are going to remain low for the foreseeable future. Whenever they were asked, what will happen to interest rates what will happen to the cost of servicing the debt if interest rates go up? The government said, well, that's never going to happen. And now just this year, the government is going to spend $43 billion a year servicing interest on the debt. Last year it was $24 billion, but this year we're going to spend $43 billion just paying interest on the debt. Madam Speaker, do you know how much we spend on healthcare transfers to provinces next year? $45 billion. We're going to spend almost as much in servicing the debt as we are going to transfer to the provinces for healthcare. And everybody's wondering where we could find more money for healthcare. Well, how about we spend less money on interest on the debt, and we'd have more money for the things that Canadians rely on. But that means you have to spend less money on the things that are not important. But the government has so many priorities that it has absolutely none at all. So, Madam Speaker, the other issue is the government doesn't need more revenue. The government's deciding to continue to increase taxes on things like the excise tax, a great example. The excise tax is going up on alcohol, beer, spirits, and wine. It's going to cost industries tens of millions of dollars, which may even increase the price of those libations that members of Parliament and Canadians all enjoy. But the government's increasing them because they link them to inflation. But when the government decided to link that tax to inflation, no one believed that inflation was going to be 7%. So all reasonable people are saying, look, why don't you just take a pause on raising that tax? We don't need to continually hurt people as they go try to purchase, a six-pack of beer or that bottle of wine or a bottle of their favorite spirit. Madam Speaker, the government actually doesn't need the revenue. They've made more money. The government's making more money than they've ever made before, breaking records every day. The government needs to reduce its spending, make sure that it's not taking on as much debt, reduce the interest costs on the debt, make sure that it does not compete with the private sector. And, Madam Speaker, we need to make sure that we reduce inflation and make sure Canadians can afford to live in this country. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank the member for two things in particular. First, for acknowledging the fact that Conservatives voted in favour of a lot of that spending. And second, for not invoking Notorious B.I.G. in the House like his predecessor did. It reminds me of when Paul Ryan tried to suggest that he listened to Rage Against the Machine because they were really cool, not fully realizing the irony in it that he was the machine. And it reminded me so much of that when the member from Forest Lawn, or Calgary Forest Lawn, did that. Nonetheless, my question to the member is this. Is it the belief, based on the rhetoric that we hear from Conservatives, that inflation is 100% a domestic issue? Can the member comment on whether or not Conservatives believe that other elements like the war in Ukraine and other things that are going on globally can contribute, if not as much as we believe, at least some degree towards the inflation that Canadians are seeing? Or are they just hell-bent on the idea it's domestic?
The Honourable Member for Simcoe North.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'll resist the temptation to quote Nickelback, but this Honourable Member listened to the speech. I recognized that there are two causes of inflation. One is demand and the other supply. Both of which cause inflation in this country. And more recently, economists and former Liberals, Bank of Canada governors are suggesting that the causes of inflation are more domestic than they are international. That is meaning the things that happen here at home are the things that are causing inflation. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Torres de Blainville. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I have been listening to my Conservative colleagues, and once again, I think they have put a finger on an issue that everyone is expecting, namely inflation, and it has created a great challenge for people in terms of their groceries, their mortgage, and their housing. But I have a question. Aside from what we're hearing about all the issues raised, if the Conservatives were in power and they had to present this morning, what would their solution be to these issues? The Honourable Member for Simcoe.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Merci, cher collègue.
Thank you, colleague, I'd like to thank the colleague for her question.
If Conservatives were in power, one of the things we would do, and we've consistently said, is we would reduce energy bills by cutting the carbon tax on energy bills, or we could take the suggestion of the NDP and reduce the GST on energy bills. But we'd also reduce government spending. We're spending $15 billion a year, every year, on high-priced consultants to do things that the civil service could do. And so there's many ways that we could reduce the size of government and free up some money to spend on the things that everybody cares about: social security supports, those helping the most vulnerable, and of course, health care. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
The questions and comments.
I have seen the member for Simcoe North for his intervention. He said that he was looking for an invisible money tree. I suggest that he goes to look at Shell, who showed in 2022 40 billion in profits. And I wonder if the member agrees that there needs to be a windfall tax against corporations like these and make it remove the GST in home heating.
The honourable member for Simcoe North.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my honourable colleague for that very thoughtful question. I'll consider any recommendation that sees the energy bills of Canadians reduced. In addition, if you want to talk about profiteering corporations, I'm not sure how a windfall tax is going to lower inflation for Canadians. However, I would say I do support reviews by the Competition Tribunal and other independent officers to review whether there is unnecessary profiteering or price gouging going on. These are officers and agents of the country that we should be listening to and taking their advice. There is a grocery study happening at committee. There's also the Competition Tribunal looking at the grocery study. So if we want to do more of that, Madam Speaker, I'd be open to that as well. Thank you very much.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Tourism and the Associate Minister of Finance.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I am pleased to take part and share my time with my colleague, the Honourable Member for Sherbrooke. Madam Speaker, I'm very pleased to take part in today's important debate on the economy by reviewing the Conservatives' motion. I suspect I'm not the only one seeing the unbridled enthusiasm for bashing the Canadian economy. Indeed, their words give the impression that Canada is the source of all the problems in the world, although reality is quite different. Therefore, I welcome the opportunity today to disabuse the Conservatives of this notion.
Seem unaware that we experienced a once-in-a-generation pandemic and that such an event would inevitably have significant and widespread adverse impacts around the world, impacts from which Canada was not and is not immune, Madam Speaker. The pandemic necessitated a shutdown and a restart of our economy, and not just here, but in countries right around the world. Vladimir Putin then illegally invaded Ukraine, sending shockwaves through global energy and commodity markets with predictable and compounding adverse impacts on economies around the globe.
Sensible analysts have made it clear that the resulting global inflation was not created by the decisions of a single government. On the contrary, global inflation is attributable to the combined aftershocks of 2.5 years of historical turmoil. These are global historical events that cannot be dismissed, or ignored. And unlike the Conservatives, our government has not ignored them. We tackled them head-on and provided Canadians with the support they needed to overcome them. As a result, Canada is faring better than most other G7 countries in these difficult times.
That inflation eased throughout the last several months. In December, notably, in total, I believe it is down 22% since its peak, Madam Speaker. I also don't want to minimize or dismiss the fact that the cost of living has gone up and that inflation does remain higher than normal. It has. The cost of goods has risen. But they have risen all over the world, Madam Speaker, and every indication is to the effect that it is better to be living here in Canada during this time of global economic instability than just about anywhere else in the world. Inflation is lower here in Canada than it is in the United States. It is lower here in Canada than the average of the European Union as well. And there's every indication that the current challenges flowing from the pandemic, from supply chain disruptions, and from Russia's illegal war in Ukraine are receding. The Bank of Canada and private sector economists expect inflation to ease towards the 2% target over the next 2 years. Moreover, as a result of the targeted investments we have made as a government in order to support Canadians and our economy through these difficult times, Canada has experienced a strong rebound from the pandemic recession, with our 3% growth so far in 2022 being the strongest among G7 countries. With close to 150,000 jobs created in January alone, Madam Speaker, our 5.0% unemployment rate is now close to historic lows. In fact, my friend, the honourable member from Simcoe North, just said in this House that unemployment is at an exceptional low here in Canada. At the same time, labour force participation rate rose once again to over 65%, and we are seeing labour force participation hit record highs across the board, but in particular, Madam Speaker, for women aged 25 to 55. Nous avons également observé la...
We've also seen the largest increase in real disposable income in the G7. This is not a result to be minimized, Madam Speaker. When you outperform your peers in times of global challenge, it is a sign of strength and not weakness. But this doesn't mean that there are no challenges left. This is why the issue of the rising cost of living is at the heart of our government's concerns. There is no doubt that we consider this to be the main economic challenge facing our country at the moment.
We introduced our affordability plan, Madam Speaker, to support Canadians who are having a rough time making ends meet. And it's already making life more affordable for millions upon millions of Canadians. Under our affordability plan, we have doubled the GST tax credit, which is providing targeted support to roughly 11 million individuals and families, including more than half of Canadian seniors. And many received that additional payment just recently in November. We have enhanced the Canada Workers' Benefit to put up an additional $2,400 into the pockets of low and modest income families starting this year. And we set a plan to further improve that workers' benefit, Madam Speaker, so that it reaches up to 1.2 million additional hard-working Canadians. This means, in total, that the workers' benefit will top up the income of up to 4.2 million of the lowest paid workers in this country, because no one who works a 40-hour work week should have to worry about paying the bills or putting food on the table.
As part of our plan to make life more affordable, we've also introduced a permanent 10% increase in old age security for people aged 75 and over that began in July. This year, we'll be paying a one-off payment to 1.8 million low-income Canadian renters who are struggling with housing costs. We have also reduced childcare fees, with the majority of provinces and territories achieving or exceeding our average of a 50% fee reduction by December 2022 as a result of the early learning and childcare agreements we've reached with our partners. We're implementing dental care for Canadians, starting with hundreds of thousands of children under the age of 12. And indexing benefits to inflation means that key benefits Canadians rely on, such as the Canada Child Benefit, the GST tax credit, the Canada Pension Plan, Old Age Security, and GIS, increase with inflation.
Madam Speaker, these supports are targeted and they reflect the actions of a responsible government. We have the lowest deficit and the lowest debt to GDP ratio among all G7 countries, and we have ensured that those fiscal metrics were there while we were supporting Canadians who needed it. Allow me to conclude, Madam Speaker, on that note. Our approach is about balancing fiscal responsibility with compassion, and it's working. We are outperforming our global peers in the face of this shared challenge that is the global economic instability that we are all facing, Madam Speaker, and we are supporting Canadians through those challenges while being fiscally responsible. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Edmonton-Wetaskiwin.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the Trudeau legacy of the 70s and 80s, the Trudeau legacy of the 70s and 80s was a disastrous inflation crisis, an energy crisis, a fiscal crisis that was terrible for Canadians at the time over those 15 years when they ran deficits in 14 out of 15 years. But then a generation later, it led to $35 billion in cuts to transfers for healthcare, social services, and education under the Chrétien-Martin Liberal government. $35 billion in cuts because of the disastrous Trudeau economic policies of the 70s and 80s. Is the member concerned today that at a starting point, the broken promise, the $4.5 billion broken promise on a Canada mental health transfer, a promise her own party made in the last election and can't afford to keep, is just the tip of the iceberg in terms of things that will have to be cut for Canadians because of the disastrous economic policies of her government?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, if we're talking about cuts to programs and services that are essential for Canadians, I mean, we need only look at the years of the Harper government. The Harper government actually cut health transfers to provinces. It is our government that is attempting to fix the healthcare system in this country, and I was personally both surprised and glad to hear that the leader of the Conservative Party would support and maintain the transfers that our Prime Minister announced just last week following a meeting with premiers from across the country.
Point of order, the honourable member for Edmonton-Wetaskiwin.
I believe it's against the rules of the House to mislead the House. The Harper government did not cut transfers. We raised transfers every...
And not, it's not a point of order, it's a point of debate. Questions et comments.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Repentigny. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague from Outremont for her speech. She really focused on the preamble, but I would like to focus on the motion as it is, and one particular part of it that says we should be firing those consultants, and I agree with that because these consultants, for example, at McKinsey, and they outsource government policies. This is unacceptable. We pay them twice as much, and multinationals are on the sidelines of our democracy, and their services undermine our democracy. So for us, the Conservatives should have put a point after the motion to let go of these consultants, and we would have been in favor of it. But would the Liberal Party also have been in favor of it in that case? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I find this interesting that we're talking about consultants at the bloc. These people are necessary to deliver services to Canadians, but I don't understand how come the Bloc is criticizing the federal government for using these consultants, even though the government of Quebec, the government of Mr. Legault, uses the same individuals to provide services to Quebecers, and they don't seem to have any issues with that at the Bloc.
Comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Nunavut.
I'd like to thank her for her intervention. I wanted to also ask a question on motion, one of the statements where the Conservative says inflation in Canada increasingly reflects what's happening in Canada, a quote from Tim Fleck. To me, that means that Loblaws, who had a 30.8% increase in their third quarter profits in 2022 is not being taxed enough. Does the member agree that there needs to be a windfall tax on corporations like Loblaws?
L'honorable secrétaire parlementaire.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, less than 1 minute.
Speaker, very quickly with the time that I have, I would like to point the member opposite to the taxes that we have introduced on large corporations, including large banks and large insurance companies, because we agree that everybody needs to pay their fair share. With respect to her specific question regarding Loblaws and perhaps other grocery store chains, I am very encouraged by the fact that our Minister of Innovation has demanded that the Competition Bureau review grocery store chains in order to ensure that the prices are fair for Canadians, and I look forward to their report, which should be coming out in the next few months.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for the Minister of Mental Health and Addictions and the Minister of Health.
Speaker, I'm pleased to speak today on this opposition motion on the economy. Since we are still relatively early in the year, I think it is worth noting the strong rebound of the Canadian economy from the pandemic recession. Early data shows the Canadian economy grew by 3% so far in 2022, the strongest performance in the G7. The unemployment rate is at 5%, close to historical lows. Labor force participation for working-age Canadians is at record highs. 80.3% among Canadians between the age of 15 and 64, and it is at 85.6% among women aged 25 to 64. Both figures are higher than in the United States. I'm quite disappointed the member opposite didn't mention this in his motion. Non seulement la reprise.
Not only is the economic recovery good, but the outlook on inflation is good. The CPI has increased by 6.3% in December 2022 as compared to the same period the preceding year. Everyone recognizes that when we think that inflation was at 8.1% in June, we can see that progress has been made. That being said, we are well aware that many Canadians are still grappling with grocery price hikes and gas hikes, and that is why we are supporting Canadians who have been the most affected. A particularly effective measure is the Canadian Workers' Benefit.
To reduce barriers to employment for low and modest income workers by giving them with a sizable tax refund. It tops up their income. We introduced it in Budget 2018 before the pandemic and before the recent global elevated inflation to encourage more people to join the workforce and stay in it. Right from the start, it put more money in the pockets of more people than the old working income tax benefit it replaced. The program has proven its worth, and with the pandemic and the rising cost of living, we knew we had to make it even better. Low-wage workers were among the hardest hit during the pandemic and are still the most affected by the rising prices at the counter. First, we expanded and enhanced the benefit so it could reach 3 million Canadians, hard-working people who do important jobs but unfortunately don't get paid very much. Then, in last year's fall economic statement, we further improved it. We expanded the program to reach up to 1.2 million additional Canadians through advance payments. This was an intentional policy choice to top up the income of up to 4.2 million of lowest paid but hard-working Canadians. Because no one who works 40 hours a week should have to worry about paying the bills. The Canada Workers' Benefit can mean up to $1,400 for a single worker and up to $2,400 for a working couple every year. It also includes an additional $740 disability supplement to give greater support to Canadians with disabilities who face financial barriers to entering the workforce. People living alone and earning up to $33,000 per year receive the Canada Workers' Benefit. Those earning $23,495 or less may receive the full amount. The benefit is also available to families earning $43,212 or less per year. They may receive the full amount if their just family net income is $26,805 or less. The Canada Revenue Agency automatically determines whether people are eligible for the benefit. All eligible workers automatically receive the CWB when they file their tax return. Nous tenons aussi compte.
We also take into account the fact that targeted benefits based on family income sometimes discourage people who earn less money in a household from going back to work. And most of the time, this is the woman in the couple. The first $336,000 that the lower wage earner provides, therefore, will not reduce the family's eligibility to the CWB, which means that workers can stay on the labor market. And it will make life more affordable for hundreds of thousands and even millions of Canadian families. With our Making Life More Affordable plan, we have put in place a series of measures to help Canadians who need it most. In addition to the CWB that I just referred to, we have doubled the GST credit for 6 months, which is additional assistance for some 11 million of people and families in the country. We have paid $500 to some 2 million tenants in Canada who earn low incomes and have trouble making ends meet in terms of housing, thanks to the Canadian Housing Benefit top-up. We have also permanently increased OAS for people aged 75 and over, so over 3 million seniors are benefiting from this. For seniors who receive a full pension, that means $800 more as of the first year. Also, jointly with the provinces and territories, we have reduced childcare expenses by 50%. This means savings up to $6,000 per child per year for many families. Quebec already has its own daycare system, and so the government plan will help create some 37,000 additional spaces. We have put in place the Canada Dental Benefit for families who earn less than $90,000 per year, and this benefit consists in payments totaling $1,300 per child for the next 12 years to help them pay dental visits. And we continue to index Canadians' benefits, including the Canada Child Allowance, the GST credit, the pension plan, OAS, and the GIS.
Fight climate change. In the provinces where the federal system applies, individuals and families receive climate action incentive payments. This fiscal year, a family of 4 will receive $745 in Ontario, $832 in Manitoba, $1,101 in Saskatchewan, and $1,079 in Alberta. The majority, 8 families out of 10, receive more than the cost they face from the price on pollution. Low and middle income families benefit the most. Madam Speaker, our support programs help those most affected by inflation. We can't help everyone. It will be fiscally irresponsible. Our ability to spend is not infinite. It's about balancing fiscal responsibility with compassion. We need to help those who need it most, but we also need to ensure that government spending does not make it more difficult for the Bank of Canada to return inflation to its target. We will continue to put Canada on the road to success. We will ensure that the most vulnerable get the support they need, and we will also keep our finances on a sustainable long-term track. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Comments? The member for Abbotsford.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member for her speech. Most of it was about talking about low employment or low unemployment, 3% GDP growth, basically suggesting to Canadians they've never had it so good. Yet when the Canadians that are watching these proceedings today go to the grocery store, they know that those prices aren't going down. If anything, they're still going up. And the problem with inflation is once those inflationary prices are baked in, they are there to stay. So Canadians know that this is going to be a serious problem, an ongoing problem. Now, she did mention spending very briefly at the end. I want to ask you, given the fact that Former Liberal colleagues, finance ministers, and governors of the Bank of Canada have said that Liberal government spending is a major contributor to inflation in Canada. Can she tell me how her government is going to actually control spending going forward so we don't have those inflationary pressures anymore?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague. With all due respect to what I said is that we are there for people who are having trouble making ends meet within a fiscally responsible system. We know that inflation is getting better. It's declining more and more, and we hope that will continue in future months. But it remains difficult for many Canadians. And so thanks to the measures we put in place, for example, the rental benefit, doubling the GST credit, well, those are all things that are helping people most in need. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Terrebonne. I'm sorry, Trois-Rivières. Thank you, Madam Speaker. It starts with a T, but it doesn't end with the same letter. I'd like to thank my colleague for her speech. You know, there are a number of elements we've already heard about, but it doesn't really help to repeat things over and over. Now, that being said, we heard that the government had hired consultants to add to its expertise, but we can't forget that in terms of the public service, it's not a good idea to replace these officials who already know a great deal. So does my colleague agree that the government has gutted the public service in order to be able to afford to hire McKinsey? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. I'd like to thank my colleague for the question. With regard to professional services, is a way of complementing the work of the public service by answering to different requests, and that is all under study currently within parliamentary committees, and I think that we're going to come up with the best answer.
For Port Moody Coquitlam.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And something just doesn't make sense to me here. The Parliamentary Budget Officer said that if this government extended the temporary Canada Recovery Benefit to the big box stores and to the oil and gas sector, it would generate $4.3 billion in revenue. So I really don't understand why this government didn't do that. Why are they protecting the interests of like a dozen CEOs in this country and leaving millions of Canadians struggling to get a meal on the table?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Madam Speaker. In fact, as I said in my speech, our priority is to be there for Canadians who need it the most. And that is why we put in place concrete measures that put more money into the pockets of people who are having trouble making ends meet. We're going through a difficult period. Even when I go grocery shopping, I can see the rise in prices, and that is why we put these measures in places, because we know that they'll truly help Canadians. Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Terrebonne. I'd like to thank my honourable colleagues for their unflagging support. First, I would like to ask the House if I have unanimous consent, if I can, to share my time with my honourable colleague from Abitibi-Témiscamingue. So, true to form, our colleagues have decided to repeat their habitual mantra over and over, so hoping that voters will believe it. First, if you want to talk about numbers, well, then you should check your own. It's been 7 years, 3 months, and 9 days since this Liberal government came to power. And as you keep repeating in your motion, you talk about these numbers, but we want more rigor. The teacher in me would say that their motion takes a hard look at the economy. But their proposals are not very good, and I would not pass them if I was teaching. So let's have a quick look at this Conservative motion. Now, the Prime Minister has a great many faults, and I think most of this House would agree. But he is not responsible for the current economic context as a whole, because he doesn't have the ability for that. The motion being debated today affects a very important issue. Inflation and the difficult economic context are what makes life difficult for many Quebecers and Canadians. Groceries are more expensive, indeed, as well as the cost of mortgages and rents. It makes many families, it makes it impossible for them to own homes. Now, the Bloc Québécois agrees, and those are very important problems, but eliminating taxes is not a solution to inflation. These are the actual causes of inflation. Supply chains, which ground to a halt during the pandemic, the war in Ukraine, a quick recovery after the pandemic, with a shortage in the labor force, which made this problem worse. There were many problems. And there was also a return to interventionist policies, especially on the part of Europe and the States, to fuel an economic recovery that everyone here needs. So you think that taxes cause inflation? Well, let's look at our U.S. neighbors. They have much lower taxes, but they're still grappling with inflation. So as I have already explained, fiscal policy needs to make sure that the right level of taxation is chosen for the right level of spending while ensuring quality public services. Now, this is a very painstaking exercise, which calls for subtlety, and that's not something we see here very often. One of the most important aspects of good governance is a healthy management, a sound management of taxes. And so drastically cutting taxes is not responsible fiscal policy. On the contrary, neither is spending, is racking up spending. When a government cannot raise funds, then if it has no ability to invest in the economy. Look at the Conservative motion. It suggests stop paying consultants. Now, if it had stopped there, we would have agreed, because the Quebec government uses consultants, but not to the same extent that the federal government has over the past years. And we're not just talking about McKinsey, we're talking about IBM and many other companies that have been paid in an exaggerated fashion by the government for nothing, because the services are not better, they're worse, in fact. Secondly, the Conservative motion talks about avoiding waste and cutting spending, and as I said, a sound government, a strong government, is one that knows how to collect taxes and spend them wisely. Some taxes are necessary, and a sound management of the economy is very important. And the government is unable to do both of these. And so the government has spent unwisely in many aspects. Let's look at the last section of the motion, cutting taxes and inflationary deficits. What underpins that is the carbon tax, which has been attacked wrongly for many months. So now I'm going to talk about what a carbon tax actually means. It's an example of a very efficient tax, a very effective tax. So the cap and trade system already existed in Quebec, and Quebec reached agreement with California because no one else in Canada was doing this. So Quebec linked up with California to have an excellent system, and not only does it work, but we have figures to support that. Quebec has already taken its responsibility to fight climate change, and here's a very important example to show how well these measures are working. Madam Speaker, in 2015, Quebec had reduced its GHG emissions by 8.8% as compared to 1990. So that's a measure that puts a price on GHG emissions, and it works. And if the Conservatives agree that we need to fight climate change, and I'd like to hear them actually say that, then we need to suggest solutions. And a carbon tax, like a cap and trade system, is a solution that works, because it works with market rules, and that should make them happy. But apparently it doesn't. Why? Because the oil patch is too important for the Conservative Party, Madam Speaker. We must also remember that the cost of climate change is higher than the price imposed to put in measures to fight it. So there are costs for healthcare. Scientists agree that the increasing heat waves are going to affect the most vulnerable people, seniors and newborns. There are already deaths because of this, and there will be more. What about animal-borne diseases? For example, Lyme disease, the West Nile virus. That increases as the heat increases, and we're seeing that in Canada as well. Those are diseases that have a cost for society. What about productivity costs? Those have an impact on the economy. Let's look at infrastructure. Whether we look at floods or other extreme weather events, that also has an impact, and that increases with climate change. What about the permafrost? We see this in the north of Canada and Quebec. Those people who live up there have to rebuild their infrastructure because the permafrost, which is soil that is permanently frozen, is not anymore. And it supports the infrastructure, so they have to rebuild cities entirely.
Another example, when it comes to infrastructure, we could talk about erosion. There's erosion along the shores of the St. Lawrence River and other shores in Canada. Entire roads have to be moved, entire villages have to be moved because climate change makes a lot of costs, economic costs. So finally, maybe we can all agree that a simple carbon tax is logical. It makes sense. It's helpful. So why, Madam Speaker, does the Conservative Party insist on denying facts? So does the House want solutions to inflation? There are some solutions. First, we need to overhaul our competition system. The federal government has a very unfortunate habit of encouraging monopolies, especially in certain sectors like transportation and telecommunications. In those sectors, there are very few competitors in the market, and the rates are among the highest in the world. If we wanted to give consumers a real break, we could bring down prices and costs, which are way too high. There are companies like Rogers and Shaw waiting for final decisions from the government. What will the decision be? I'm sure they'll be told, okay, go ahead, that's fine. Prices will go up for competitors, but that's fine. Let's not really reform competition. Our competition system is so out of touch, so outdated. How is it even possible that ministers have the right to decide whether companies can acquire one another? How can anti-competition mergers occur, even when the Competition Bureau doesn't support it? To quote Milou, anger is a very poor counselor. So why we should listen to the good solutions put forward by the Bloc Québécois. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Châteauguay-Lagueulle. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I thank my colleague for her speech. It's very refreshing to hear someone speak who truly knows these files. With her economic background, she gave us a lot of information and background information about these topics. She spoke about costs, the costs of climate change, but also the cost of not supporting the most vulnerable Canadians. Here's my question for my colleague. Does she agree with the official opposition that current financial support measures for the most vulnerable are inflationary? The Honourable Member for Terrebonne. I thank the colleague for her question. I feel that a good social safety net is essential. That's how we do it in Quebec, too. When we look at different models for social democracy. There are good models, but I think that the federal government is not necessarily helping the most vulnerable because they spend, and in fact they duplicate spending which is already ongoing in provinces. For example, certain things which work in Quebec, we don't need Canada to then duplicate.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for her speech. And I heard her challenge Conservatives about accepting climate change and whether there's something that we could do about it. And of course, the climate is changing, and there's something that us as Conservatives will do about it. We'll bring on more projects like LNG Canada in Kitimat so that we can export clean natural gas to the world, which will displace emissions by 50% that are being produced by coal throughout the world by those countries that don't have the option to use natural gas. And I'd like to ask my honourable colleague, would she like for her own province to lift their ban on producing natural gas so that Quebec could be a part of the solution and they could help export clean natural gas to the rest of the world to displace dirty coal?
The honourable member for Terrebonne. Quebec doesn't need natural gas because right now our hydro works very, very well. We could export, though, but LNG is fossil energy. For the time being, we don't know all the impacts that natural gas can have on the environment. So why should we use resources that are not necessarily positive for the environment when we can use our own resources, like hydroelectricity, as we're doing in Quebec?
New Westminster, Burnaby.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I thank my colleague from Terrebonne for her speech. The Conservative motion we're seized with today wants to cut things. And this is what we experienced during the Harper era. They wanted to cut health spending, cut on crime prevention spending. But there is the important matter of government revenues. About $30 billion of taxpayer money are sent to tax havens every year. So how does my colleague feel about the Conservative motion that doesn't mention this loss of $30 billion a year that goes to tax havens? The honourable member for Terrebonne. I thank my honourable colleague for his question. The member for Joliette is seized with this problem of fighting tax havens. But oddly enough, the Liberals never seem to work very hard to crack down on tax havens. There is a lot of waste, a lot of loss, such as this money leaving Canada and going into tax havens. So I absolutely agree that we should crack down on tax havens. We need to also better use the resources that we do have, the revenues we have. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank my colleague from Terrebonne for her excellent speech. I thank the Conservative members for giving me this opportunity to speak in this House about the difficult situation that millions of Canadians find themselves in. And I'm also happy to talk about solutions. Inflation is very real. It's rampant. It's everywhere. It's in all sectors, automobile and other. But we need solutions that go well beyond what the Conservatives are suggesting today. Now, it is true that inflation has negative impacts on families' budgets, and of course, it impacts the cost of goods and services, and housing, of course. This morning, I met with Coopérative Boréal. It's a housing co-op in Rouyn-Noranda. And also, a happy birthday to Philippe. Now, there are housing model units that would have 8 different units, and it would be a very good model. But in order to make the necessary renos, it's very hard to get funding. It's hard to get funding from the CMHC and for lender. So the co-op that I met with, they have to increase prices in order to be able to afford making these renovations. So that makes affordability even harder. Not so long ago, the CMHC supported volunteers, but now volunteers don't receive the same support. The co-op housing model is a helpful way to fight increasing rent prices and also help with labor shortages. Co-ops are not just apartment blocks. Co-op models can help create duplexes, triplexes, and family housing units. It also improves the quality of life for young families with lower incomes. We need to ensure that co-ops like the one I met with can continue to offer affordable housing. The CMHC needs to ensure that co-ops survive and thrive. The CMHC needs to support co-ops in making necessary renovations. If the Conservatives really wanted the government to help Canadians with cost of living, then we would welcome them to support the Bloc Québécois solutions and suggestions, which include better wealth distribution and sharing. We want to increase the purchase power of seniors who are living on fixed incomes. We want to offer direct financial support to Canadians living on lower incomes. We also want to support those who are suffering from increased gas costs and fuel costs, such as truckers and farmers. We also propose making the economy more resilient by tackling the root causes of inflation. The Bloc also suggests decreasing dependency on oil and gas. Another solution, we want to rebuild the essential building blocks of the supply chain. We also need to tackle the labor shortage. We need to increase local production. We also need to improve healthcare, education, and tackle environmental issues. The Conservatives in this motion are repeating the content of previous Conservative motions, which were all shot down by this House. The Conservatives talk about decreasing contributions to pension plans, decreasing spending, cutting the carbon tax. They say they want to cut spending, but they don't say which spending they want to cut. We need true solutions. This motion doesn't offer real solutions and, in fact, could even make the situation worse.
Voilà. Il faut s'attaquer, donc, on amène des solutions sur la pénurie de la main-d'œuvre parce qu'il y a.
Now, we need solutions for the labor shortage. If we could increase income and salaries, that would help with the labor shortage. We need to stop punishing seniors who decide to return to work. When they return to work, we cut into their GIS payments. There have been labor market impact studies about this. The Industry and Technology Committee just did a study on this, and the report will be published in the next few days. We need to defend what we took years to build. We have expertise in green technology, supply chains, electric vehicle batteries. We also have expertise in artificial intelligence and quantum technology. We are able to go even further with marketing and specialty centers. I could tell you more about all of Quebec's areas of expertise, but I'm sure my colleagues will talk more about that too. Here are just a few of the solutions that the government could implement in order to tackle the root causes of inflation. Monetary policy, Madam Speaker, balances supply and demand in order to contain price rising and to keep inflation within the target range at around 2%. The Bank of Canada makes these decisions independently. The government has a role to play too. It has a three-pronged role. It needs to help protect Canadians from the impacts of inflation. The government also needs to ensure that situational inflation does not become permanent inflation. And third, the government needs to ensure that the economy is more resilient by dealing with structural weaknesses in the economy. The Bloc's solutions are very reasonable and sensible. We want there to be support for businesses who need support, and we want to support businesses without exacerbating inflation. We need to directly address the root causes of inflation. We need to help those who are struggling the most, notably seniors who are living on fixed incomes, and their savings are melting like snow in the sun. They are the most affected by the rising cost of living. Previously, in fact, Canada is not very highly rated when it comes to seniors' financial situation. It's been seen that seniors are having their GIS cut if they got the CERB or the CRB last year. We need to maintain the purchasing power of seniors in Canada. Next solution, we need to build more social and community housing. Housing costs increased 6.8% in March and 4% year over year in April. This is the highest increase in housing prices since 1963. There is a serious shortage of housing, and during the pandemic, some factors made the housing situation worse. Low-income houses are struggling the most. We need long-term structural programs to build social housing rather than one-time short-term funding and programs, which often seems to be the case these days. There's only one province, Quebec, which has provincial funding for social housing. Quebec wanted a symmetrical program, but Ottawa blocked that for 2 years. The Bloc Québécois also suggests that Ottawa dedicate a permanent percentage of its transfer funding to Quebec for social housing and community housing to support Quebec's program. This will also help deal with labor shortages. The Bloc Québécois also suggests a tax credit for recent graduates in our regions. There should also be support for the temporary foreign workers program. The government should also implement productivity programs such as increased funding to research and development, and also supporting the technological transformation of businesses so that they can be as modern as possible. We also need to give our small and medium enterprises support in working with local suppliers. We also need to ensure that they can be stronger and more resilient when it comes to supply chain issues. We also need to improve competition situations. We don't need businesses having monopolies which make prices rise. Next, we need to decrease our dependency on oil. We need to speed up our energy transition, our green transition, so that our economy can be sheltered from sudden increases in costs of oil and gas. We need to really dedicate ourselves to the green economy, but the Liberals seem to be downplaying this issue, waiting for the issue to resolve itself. The Conservatives want to solve things with restrictive monetary policy. The NDP, for their part, would make inflation worse with rampant spending suggestions. Questions and comments?
Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Well, we heard the member speak as he was concluding his speech, Madam Speaker, about what the Liberals are doing, what the Conservatives would be doing, what the NDP would be doing. Can the member inform us, when the Bloc Québécois forms government in this House, what would they do?
The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. I thank the member for Kingston and the Islands. Well, one day in Quebec, we will have our true national government, and our economy will prioritize Quebec's needs and Quebec's needs alone. Ottawa harms Quebec's development in all sectors. For example, when it comes to energy spending and health spending, none of it really takes into account the needs of Quebecers. It's so problematic. And there has been progressive decrease in spending for housing. And in fact, it took them 2 years longer to come to an agreement with Quebec than with Ontario. So for Quebec, the solution is that we do everything for us, by us. Questions and comments?
For Hamilton Centre.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I listened to the honourable member with great interest. He listed at length all the ways in which he demanded the federal government support the social programs and social spending in Quebec. And yet, when it came time to listing what New Democrats were asking for, he basically dismissed investments in our provinces. So which one is it? The member can't stand and have it both ways. Does the honourable member stand and want to have more investments in his province of Quebec, or is he going to run an austerity budget like the Conservatives?
The honourable member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. I'd like to thank my colleague for his excellent question and for his values and convictions. But in the current situation, I think we need realistic propositions. There's some things we can't deny. We have to look how we can support people who are in need. Not everyone is in need right now, Madam Speaker. So in this respect, the next budget needs robust measures to support economic development. There are some elements, also construction, the labor shortage. The main issue in my region is that people can't find housing. So if we can bring solutions on these issues, well, I'm also thinking about seniors. I find this very important. We have to be able to increase their revenues in a recurring and fixed way, because right now they need additional income. So we have to approve these and other measures, obviously. Thank you.
And comments. The honourable member for Coast of Bay Central Notre Dame.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I hear my honourable colleague so eloquently speak about our need to give up on our oil and gas industry here in Canada, but we know that the royalties and revenues from oil and gas go to fund the equalization formula. So I wonder if my colleague could speak on behalf of the people that elected him, and that they'd be happy to do without the transfer payments that result from that portion that comes from the royalties from oil and gas.
The honourable member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Absolutely. I'm looking forward to us not being treated as the poor cousin because of equalization. Systematically, the Quebec doesn't receive its fair share of our budget. And when we do healthcare transfers that are realistic, like we should have seen with an agreement with the provinces, rather than just constantly pushing down the provinces, well, in terms of the federal government and healthcare, they went from 50 to 22% of our costs covered. So we're looking at billions every year. So equalization, well, money we can actually do without it.
Oh, the honourable member Hamilton Mountain, the brief question.
Thank you very much. We have a total of 1,462,795 visits to the food bank across Canada. 31% of them are children. 8.9% of them are seniors. Meanwhile, Loblaws makes record profits. So does the honourable member agree that we should extend the profit windfall tax that has been applied to banks and insurance companies to grocery chains like Loblaws in order to double the GST and, again, allow Canadians to be able to feed their families?
The honourable member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Quick answer, please. I'd like to thank my colleague from Hamilton, but there's something we have to think about in terms of competition and the Competition Act. I think that the Committee of Industry will be looking at this soon. That's the answer I'll give, given the little time I have. Thank you. Resuming debate.
I'm for New Westminster, Burnaby.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. And I'm pleased to say right at the beginning that I'm going to be sharing my time with the terrific Member of Parliament from Churchill, Kiwatanook-Aski. She'll be doing the second half of our response to yet another Conservative Opposition Day. But for once, Madam Speaker, we actually see the Conservatives not doing the same thing, which they've done multiple times. Talk about a waste of Opposition Days. Basically, numerous times over the course of the past year, what they've done is put forward Opposition Days that basically say, let's make pollution free again. Today, they have put forward a motion that calls on the government to do a number of things, and they say that they've learned the lessons, Madam Speaker, from the terrible carnage of the Harper years, the slash and burn that we saw under the Conservatives for nearly a decade, a dismal decade in Canadian political life. They say they've learned their lessons, and they reference a number of things, that they're really concerned about the Canadian public this time, regular families this time. Yes, when we were in power, all we cared about is the ultra-rich and billionaires, but we've learned a lesson from that. That's what they're saying ultimately, Madam Speaker. And so they put forward a number of very vague suggestions. And I'd like to talk just a moment, Madam Speaker, how that contrasts with how this Conservative Party acted during the dismal decade that they were in power, Madam Speaker. First off, they decry deficits. And we'll recall, of course, Madam Speaker, you were in the House for many of these years, that the Harper government had record deficits, 8 deficits in a row. They were horrible money managers, Madam Speaker. And I don't have to rely just on my word or the word of many Canadians who threw them out of office. We can also rely on the Department of Finance, Madam Speaker. They produce fiscal period returns, and what they do is they compare political party governments, the Liberal Party, the Conservative Party, NDP, provincial governments. We have not yet formed a federal government, Madam Speaker, but that time is coming, of course. And one of the reasons why is that the fiscal period returns of the Federal Ministry of Finance actually show that Conservatives are as bad as the Liberals when it comes to managing money, when it actually comes to putting in place a financial structure around federal government finances. The Conservatives are just as bad as the Liberals. The best party in terms of managing money, and this comes again from the fiscal period returns issued by the Department of Finance in Ottawa, are NDP governments, Madam Speaker, and that's something that we're proud of. Tommy Douglas, our founding leader, was one who brought forward the proposition that one of the ways to ensure that we adequately managed money is to ensure that the ultra-rich pay their fair share. And obviously, the Harper government failed to do that, which is why we had 8 consecutive years of deficits. So this motion, as far as Conservatives is concerned, is basically saying to the Canadian public, don't do as we do as we say, because their track record was absolutely lamentable. Now, why is it that the Harper government was so bad at managing money? Well, Madam Speaker, that brings me to my second point, where they talk about limiting expenditures, right? The Harper government, of course, put in place. It's true that the Liberal government that preceded it started to lay the foundation, but the Harper government really put into place that intricate network of overseas tax havens that today cost Canadians over $30 billion a year. And in fact, the member from Carleton, who's now the current leader of the Conservative Party, they've changed leaders a lot in the last few years. We'll see how long he lasts. But the member from Carleton was actually part of the Finance Committee that studied the Parliamentary Budgetary Officer report that talked about that $30 billion figure. In fact, the PBO said that's a Conservative figure. It may be far beyond that. The Harper government signed tax treaties with alacrity with any tax haven that wanted to step up. Well, the Conservatives were there, making sure that the rich and the billionaires had a place to put their money and never had to pay their fair share of taxes. Yep. This is linked, Madam Speaker, because Conservative financial management really is an oxymoron. They link the fact that we had deficits with the fact that they allowed the widespread indiscriminate taking of money overseas so that the wealthy in Canada never had to pay their fair share. Well, Madam Speaker, that's simply bad financial management, and that's why Conservatives have a track record just as dismal as the Liberals in terms of actually putting in place measures that ensure that investments for this country, investments of the federal government, actually go to those who need it most, Canadians who are struggling to make ends meet. I'll just note an aside, Madam Speaker. It's a kind of rich to my mind when I note that at one point in this very, very long motion that really doesn't talk about anything specific in terms of action, they do mention that housing costs have doubled under this Liberal government. And that is indeed true, Madam Speaker. What the Conservatives are forgetting to mention, maybe it's in the fine print, maybe it's in a footnote, housing prices doubled under them too. So they're half of the problem, Madam Speaker. Conservatives doubled housing prices. Liberals have doubled again. What we actually need is an NDP government that can ensure that there's affordable housing for Canadians and they can actually have a roof over their head at night. So what did the Conservatives do in this appallingly bad period, a dismal decade of awful financial management? Now, it's interesting, Madam Speaker, you hear Conservatives kind of piping up. I'm not sure what it is they're saying. I'm sure they'll have time during the question period. But what they did with these 8-time deficits, what they did, we got a
point of order. The honourable member for Perth Wellington.
Wanted to know what I was saying, and I said, we actually already have an NDP government.
That's not a point of order, and there is a bit of chattering on both sides, including some from parliamentary secretaries who I know should be leading by example. So I would just ask all members to please give some respect to the honourable member who has the floor, and if others have questions and comments, then to wait for those to happen, for me to indicate that it's questions and comment time. The honourable member for New Westminster Burnaby. I'm sure that everyone wants to hear what he's got to say.
Absolutely, Madam Speaker. But you can see the Conservatives and Liberals competing. The Conservatives saying, no, we did more for tax havens. And the Liberals saying, no, we did. And of course, we know that the banks got a ton, hundreds of billions of dollars, both in liquidity support from the Liberals, but from the Conservatives as well. This was another byproduct of the dismal decade of the Harper government. $160 billion in so-called liquidity support for Canada's big banks to maintain profits. And that's something else that Liberals and Conservatives fight over. We do more for the big banks. No, we do. Well, in this corner of the House, we actually believe that regular people should be the ones that are the focus of the federal government. And we've certainly shown this over the course of this Parliament, as you know, Madam Speaker, with dental care, ensuring a rental supplement. These are all things the NDP fought for, the member from Burnaby South, the entire NDP caucus. And now we're fighting for pharmacare. Now we're fighting for more things that will actually benefit people. So I need to get back to the final point of this motion, which talks about cutting spending. And Madam Speaker, as I've already mentioned, the Conservatives sprinkled their largesse to billionaires and banks indiscriminately. There was just no tomorrow. But they did cut spending in a few key areas, Madam Speaker. Appallingly, they cut money in health care. And the healthcare crisis that we're seeing today is a byproduct of that dismal decade of the Harper government, but also the refusal of the Liberals to make up for what the Conservatives destroyed in healthcare. They also destroyed the network of veteran centres to ensure that our nation's veterans who fought for this country, who put their lives on the line for their country, no longer had access to services. They destroyed that as well, Madam Speaker. The Liberals have made up in part, but still have a long way to go, and our critic, the member from North Island, Paul River, has spoken out eloquently about the fact that we have much in debt to our nation's veterans, and we need to make up for that. But, Madam Speaker, I think one of the most bizarre aspects of the Harper government and their cuts was the slashing and burning of the crime prevention centres across the country. Now, crime prevention centres are absolutely fundamental to ensuring that the crime rate goes down, not up, Madam Speaker. And we know that $1 invested in crime prevention actually saves us $6 in policing costs, in court costs, in prison costs. So it's very cost effective. What did the Harper government do? Did they cut back on their largesse to the big banks? No. Did they cut back in their largesse to pharmaceutical companies? No. Did they cut back on the indiscriminate opening of doors to overseas tax havens? No. They signed more tax treaties with tax havens to ensure that the ultra-rich had more places to hide their money. But they did cut the crime prevention programs across the country. They gutted this. And we see the results today, Madam Speaker. So I'll be voting against this as the NDP caucus as well. We're voting against this motion because, quite frankly, this is not the direction the country needs to go in. We need to make sure that we're focused and that we invest to help regular families and seniors and students, people with disabilities right across this country. That's what the NDP believes in. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Coastal Bay Central Notre Dame.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I thank my honourable colleague for his eloquent delivery. And I heard him mention the word largesse very often in talking about Conservatives and their support for corporate Canada. Well, I'd like to remind the member that the coalition that he's a part of had the same largesse ways that he's accusing us of when they dished out money to Loblaws to help them buy some new refrigeration equipment. And just a short time ago, Loblaws announced that they are dropping their price freeze. So I'd like for the honourable member to explain to the House his efforts in lobbying Loblaws to bring back their price freeze, given the generous financial contributions that his coalition government has given them over the years. Thank you.
The honourable member for New Westminster Burnaby.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. That was so incomprehensible. I don't even know where to start. First off, yesterday the member from Cowichan, Malahat, Langford actually forced through the Ag Committee the Greedflation study that will compel the CEO from Loblaws to come forward to Parliament. Conservatives didn't do that. The NDP did that. Secondly, we know with the hundreds of billions of dollars, now almost $1 trillion between them, the Conservatives and Liberals pouring liquidity support, $1 trillion, $1 trillion poured in to liquidity support for Canada's big banks. I mean, quite frankly, the Conservatives have no lessons to give anybody. And then this network of overseas tax havens, absolutely unbelievable. That $30 billion that Conservatives put in place, that is robbed from Canadians each and every year, that's taken from seniors, that's taken from students, that's taken from families, that's taken from people with disabilities, that's taken from small businesses. Conservatives should be ashamed of themselves.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Well, through you, Madam Speaker, to the NDP and the member and our partners in this supply and confidence agreement, I wish a happy Valentine's Day. It's certainly one of the more challenging relationships I've ever been in, but nonetheless, a happy Valentine's Day to them. You know, the member just brought up the Agriculture Committee, and I couldn't help but reflect on a quote that I read that was given last night in the Agriculture Committee by Dr. Jim Stanford from the Centre for Future Work, who said, quote, clearly, inflation is not due to the Prime Minister either. Our inflation and our food inflation both below average for industrial countries. I'm wondering if my colleague would like to comment on how inflation is indeed a global problem. It doesn't bring a lot of comfort to those that are experiencing it here in Canada, but indeed these are problems that we're experiencing throughout the world.
The honourable for New Westminster Burnaby.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And indeed, the member from Kingston on the Islands is right. It's a challenging relationship. In some respects, the NDP has forced through real things that will have a real impact on people, dental care being one of them, certainly the rental supplement, the additional affordable housing, which Liberals gutted 30 years ago. And finally, we're starting to see investments that will lead to more Canadians having a roof over their head. But they need to follow our advice on a whole range of areas, and it includes the greedflation that the member spoke about. The reality is the Competition Bureau needs to have enhanced powers to cut back on what we have seen, which is the most egregious gouging of Canadians. Both Liberals and Conservatives seem to think that's okay. And the windfall taxes, the Liberals only put into place 2% of what is needed. We're losing over $30 billion a year, and Liberals need to make sure that those that are winning these amazing excess profits actually pay their fair share to Canadians.
Time for a quick question. The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague from New Westminster Burnaby for his speech. And in the circumstances of this chamber, it's always something I appreciate. I'd like to hear, well, when we talk about the cost of living and inflation, the most vulnerable are often the seniors who do not have the means. They're no longer on the labour force and they don't have income. So should we not increase OAS for seniors over 75?
Westminster Burnaby.
Merci beaucoup, Madame.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. the NDP thinks that guaranteed annual income is fundamental for people who are disabled or who are seniors. We know that across country there are seniors who sleep on the ground outside. Even in my riding, some people have to sleep in their cars. This is unthinkable when we have billions for big banks in profits and we don't invest in our seniors. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Churchill, Kiwanis.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to discuss the Conservative Party's Opposition Day motion, a deeply unserious solution to a deeply serious problem. Life in this country is becoming increasingly unaffordable for many. For working people, for people on fixed incomes, for people that live here in northern Manitoba and so many parts of our country. But it's clear from the speeches we've heard so far in the House that both the Conservatives and the Liberals are more concerned with the theatrics of being seen to take the issue of the cost of living crisis seriously, but aren't prepared to do what it takes to and to do what is necessary to build an economy that works for everyone. We're all familiar with the statistics. More than half of Canadians are $200 away from insolvency. 1.5 million Canadians are relying on food banks. 1 out of every 4 kids in this country is living in poverty. 1/3 of Canadians live in inadequate, unaffordable, unsuitable homes. First Nations children living on reserve are over 4 times more likely to live in poverty than non-Indigenous children. Almost half of all First Nations children live in poverty, a number that is in contrast to 12% of non-Indigenous, non-racialized, non-newcomer children who live in poverty in Canada. In a lot of ways, this reality is becoming worse. The median hourly wage for Canadian employees was $26 in 2021. It was down from $26.36 in 2020. This is a reality fueled by corporate greed, where prices have increased and Canadians are falling further and further behind, unable to afford groceries, rent, and the basic necessities. 19% of low-income Canadians in 2022 were forced to borrow from friends or relatives or take on more debt to survive. The greedflation crisis is increasing the divisions in our country, and those at the bottom are being asked to take on more while the richest in our country thrive. We still live in a country where the 6 biggest banks can pay out more than $19 billion in bonuses. The median CEO bonus came in at $1.95 million, up nearly 38% from 2020. The typical CEO gets a bonus equal to 170% of the salary of their workers, of their salary, pardon me. But this is the way our system was designed. A couple of years ago, the NDP looked into the 100 richest Canadians, all billionaires, and who they donate to. 56 of them donated to the Liberals, 61 to the Conservatives. And boy, are they getting their money's worth. Both the Liberals and Conservatives refuse to close down tax havens that these billionaires rely on. They both refuse to bring in a wealth tax. When corporate Canada gets out of paying $30 billion using tax avoidance schemes in 1 year, we in the NDP immediately propose solutions to end these tax scams. But it was the Liberals and Conservatives that shut that proposal down. As is tradition, this is the Canada where successive Liberal and Conservative governments have built a system, but we know that it shouldn't have to be this way. Both the Prime Minister and the leader of the Conservative Party have a long record of coddling the ultra-wealthy. Neither the Prime Minister nor the leader of the Conservative Party are willing to admit it, but I'm going to let Canadians in on an open secret. The Liberals and Conservatives largely agree on the majority of issues that affect Canadians' day-to-day lives. There may be some degrees of difference. When the leader of the official opposition was in government, our corporate tax rate was 15%. The current rate under a Liberal government is also 15%. When the Conservatives were in power, they gave billions of dollars to big oil. This Liberal government is doing the same. They've both blocked every effort we've made to have a sane tax policy, a fair tax policy that ensures the rich pay their fair share. This is what they've built, a system that allows 123 corporations to deprive the Canadian people of $30 billion in taxes in 2021 alone. We're seeing increased corporate consolidation. Shaw and Rogers are about to merge, which will only make things more expensive for Canadians. I say this coming from a province where Bell bought out MTS and we were promised more competitive cell phone and internet prices. And all we've seen is prices go up. We know the Minister of Innovation, Science and Industry is going to sit idly by while life gets more unaffordable. This type of, dare I call it, champagne socialism, where risk and loss is the responsibility of the taxpayer, but profits and price gouging is just business as usual. That is their record. When we in the NDP saw the corporate greedflation driving food costs, we took action. The cost of food recently hit a 41-year high. People in my generation haven't seen inflation this high ever. We knew action was needed. We called on the Competition Bureau to investigate grocery chain profits. And it may not surprise Canadians that grocery stores that in the past had been caught fixing the price of bread could also rip off Canadians trying to feed their family. But hey, apparently it shocked Liberals and Conservatives. We knew it needed to be done. We knew that there needs to be justice, and we need to make a difference in people's lives. So let's not pretend that this motion isn't anything other than the type of faux populism we've learned to expect from today's Conservatives. They identify some parts of the problem, such as spiraling grocery costs and unaffordable housing, but then turn around and propose the most harmful of solutions that once again place the burden on Canadians rather than on those driving up costs. Capping spending on services Canadians rely on won't allow struggling Canadians to afford groceries. Cutting taxes on the wealthiest people in this country won't mean people will finally be able to buy a house. It will just mean that those with the most are still being asked to help the least. This sort of upside-down politics is at the root of what is wrong with our political system. We must imagine a better way. Imagine a government that didn't make it as easy as possible for the richest corporations in our country to park their money in tax havens. Under the Prime Minister's watch, Canadian assets in the top 16 tax haven jurisdictions have gone from $126 billion to a whopping $400 billion. The ultra-wealthy have never had it so good. Imagine we had a windfall tax, something this government has refused to implement. A recent report by the Parliamentary Budget Officer found that the NDP's proposal for a windfall tax on big oil and gas and big box stores, which includes big grocery chains, would generate $4.3 billion over 5 years. Imagine what we could do with that money to help Canadians. Instead, we see the CRA target Canadians who tried to stay afloat during the pandemic, demanding CERB repayments rather than corporations who use the Canada Emergency Wage Benefit to fund stock dividends and buybacks. These sort of misplaced priorities punish already struggling Canadians, while robbing those same Canadians of the type of services they could get if we actually took corporate crime seriously in this country. But we don't. We don't even have real fines for when corporations engage in these sort of tax avoidance schemes. You get caught, there's no fine. You just have to pay the taxes you should have paid in the first place. These general anti-avoidance rule violations mean there's no reason for corporations to not try and cheat the system. Worst case scenario, they owe what they should have paid in the first place. We in the NDP have consistently presented a vision where billionaires pay their fair share, and it's Liberal and Conservatives that have worked to block it. We've called on the government to bring in a wealth tax, to raise the corporate tax rate to 18% and beyond, to bring in a windfall tax, to close the capital gains loophole, to stop the billion-dollar giveaways to big oil. This could raise billions of dollars in revenue, taken directly from the ultra-rich and spent on the services that Canadians desperately need. I won't be voting for this motion, and I'm proud that we in the NDP are speaking out against us, calling out both Conservatives and Liberals in their hypocrisy. I'll continue to stand up for the people here in my home, working people, people on fixed incomes who need help now. And I will continue to take on the rich and powerful and the two political parties that enable them. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Question Kamal Tyre, the honourable member for Prince George, Peace River, Northern Rockies.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thanks to the member whose speech we just heard today. But certainly we've heard, imagine what an NDP government would look like in Canada, but frankly, we don't need to imagine what that looks like. We're seeing a coalition between the NDP and the Liberals form a very NDP government. But even my home province of British Columbia, we have an NDP government there, and I hear them proudly saying, yeah, go, go. But we just had 2 mills close, one in Prince George that lost 300 employees, another in Chetwynd that lost 200 employees, all because of NDP policy, and this federal government Liberal policy destroyed those mills and the allocation. I guess the mystery to me, and I think what a lot of Canadians are asking, if this Liberal government is so bad, why does the NDP still keep propping this corrupt Prime Minister up?
The honourable member for Churchill, Keewatin-Nagasaki.
First, Mr. Speaker, I want to acknowledge the challenging times that people in northern BC are facing. I have family in Prince George, and I've heard the news of the closures, and certainly hope that support is there. But let me tell this member what the Conservative government, his government, did to my home community of Thompson. They approved the buyout of Vale, a Brazilian multinational, to buy out Inco, a profitable Canadian company that went on to receive supports from Export Development Canada and others, and slashed half the jobs in my home community. No more processing jobs here in Thompson, Manitoba, thanks to what the Harper government did, selling off our resources, selling off good-paying Canadian jobs. So I will not take any lessons from Conservatives when it comes to standing up for good working class jobs in the resource sector. And I am proud of the work that the NDP is doing nationally to call on corporations, including those that are shutting down jobs in our communities, to pay what they owe, particularly those that have seen excessive profits, including in mining, oil and gas, and other resource areas. I hope they will join us.
Questions and comments? Question Kamal Tyre, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. The member went on an attack and wanted to be able to point out hypocrisy and said about the Conservatives and the Liberals in terms of corporate taxes. And we have not increased or reduced corporate taxes, in particular not reduced or increased corporate taxes. I want to remind the member, the only government that I've witnessed offhand decrease corporate taxes was the NDP provincial government in Manitoba. Not once, but several times, wow. Mr. Speaker, where the NDP, who have never been in office here in Ottawa, wow. but have been in my province, have decreased corporate taxes. Wow. Does she feel that there might be a little bit of hypocrisy if you put that in context of what she was saying?
Great question. The honourable member for Churchill, Keewatin-Nagasaki.
Thank you very much. And I guess to be expected, I would remind the member that the NDP has not been in power in Manitoba for many years, going back to 2015. So now in 2023, where we are seeing corporate profits through the roof, an inflation crisis we have not seen in over 40 years, I would ask the member and his party, the governing party of Canada, to get with the program and certainly learn from like-minded countries that have imposed a windfall tax, that have increased the corporate tax rate, including our neighbors to the south, and take on some real measures at the national level that seek to redistribute wealth in our country, to stop giving favors to their wealthy friends, and support Canadians in their time of need through bold initiatives on tax fairness. Let them support our plan.
Questions and comments? Question Kamal Tyre, l'honorable député de Abitibi.
The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. in an issue such as inflation and the rise in the cost of living that is affecting us all, I'd like to particularly focus on housing. Does my colleague think it's a solution to increase the budget that is invested in the purchase of properties in terms of affordable housing? For example, if we increased affordable housing, wouldn't that have a positive impact on supply and demand? The Honourable Member for Churchill. Absolutely, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. The housing crisis in Canada contributes to the generalized rise in the cost of living that Canadians are experiencing. So yes, we have to invest in housing, especially affordable housing, social housing, housing in Indigenous communities. Yes, that's part of the solution.
Debate, the Honourable Member for New Brunswick Southwest.
Here, here. Mr. Speaker, I'll be splitting my time with a member from South Shore St. Margaret. I am always honoured to rise in the House of Commons on behalf of my constituents to speak for individuals, families, and communities in New Brunswick Southwest. New Brunswick is a place where people work hard, play by the rules, and sacrifice for their kids and grandchildren. And in this way, the Maritimes are really just like any other part of this great country. But today, working hard just isn't paying off like it once did. That's because this federal Liberal government isn't upholding its end of the bargain. It isn't delivering on its promise to Canadians. And Canada is at a difficult crossroad. The economic skies are very dark, and times are very hard for Canadians. And I remind the members opposite, those MPs who represent the Liberals and the NDP, that federal tax increases, sky-high deficits, and out-of-control inflation are all a result of deliberate policy choices made by this government and that they have supported for the last 8 years. And what are the consequences of botched federal policies? After 8 years of this Liberal Prime Minister, inflation is at a 40-year high. Since last year, the cost of groceries is up 11%. Half of Canadians are cutting back on groceries. And 20%, 1 in 5 Canadians, are reducing or skipping meals to control costs and help make ends meet. After 8 years of this Liberal Prime Minister, the average rent for a 2-bedroom apartment across Canada's 10 largest cities has doubled to over $2,200 a month, compared to less than $1,200 per month in 2015. After 8 years of this Liberal Prime Minister, nearly half of variable rate mortgage holders are saying rising interest rates could force them to sell or vacate their homes by the end of this year. And after 8 years of this Liberal Prime Minister, average monthly mortgage payments have more than doubled and now cost Canadians, typical Canadian family households, over $3,000 per month. Canadians are being squeezed by a vice grip of inflation and Bank of Canada mismanagement. Liberal monetary policy has been a disaster, but we shouldn't be surprised when the Liberal leader informed Canadians in 2021 that he doesn't think about monetary policy. Now, I actually think the PM was boasting about not thinking, but look at the mess Canada is in. Liberal budgets are also moving in the wrong direction. The central philosophy is tax, spend, and regulate. And when that doesn't work, they hit repeat, tax, spend, regulate. Reckless Liberal spending, fueled by easy debt, is the root cause of Canada's soaring inflation. The Government of Canada ballooned our national debt. They doubled it in the last 8 years. This government has accumulated more debt than all previous prime ministers combined going back to 1867. And this debt binge was encouraged by the Bank of Canada's policy of quantitative easing. And today, Canadians are paying for this entirely predictable policy carelessness. The federal tax bite has worsened over the past 8 years, and today taxes on consumption and everyday living increase every single year. And every year, Canadians are falling further behind. As well, for the past 8 years, under this Liberal Prime Minister, the federal government has pursued a plan through regulation and ever-rising taxes to make affordable and abundant energy more expensive. Home heating fuels, electricity, and pump prices are all more heavily taxed, and Liberals keep raising those taxes. Canada can do better. If you look back 8 years ago, taxes in this country for families and businesses and individuals were lower. If you earned a low income, you actually paid no federal income tax, and the GST was cut to help low-income Canadians. Our manufacturing and natural resources sectors were growing because Canada had a federal government that understood what fuels our economy and as well our shared prosperity. Budgets were in surpluses, taxes cut, and this allowed more households to save for the future because federal government spending focused on improving services and better outcome for Canadians. Home ownership was growing, and people were able to afford the basics and save for tomorrow. Canadians, Mr. Speaker, in short, were getting ahead. Today, it's a completely different story. Inflation is at a 40-year high. Half of households earning less than $40,000 a year are worse off. Because we know, or we should, or perhaps we've learned, inflation is the price Canadians pay for all the government benefits that the Liberals and their NDP coalition partners said would be free. But we know that's just not true. Meanwhile, our allies across the globe are making desperate energy deals with dictators to buy oil and gas as Canada ignores requests to help. This is true in Asia, and it's true in Europe. And none of this, Mr. Speaker, happened by accident. It is the result of policy choices supported by the Liberal NDP coalition. And that is why today's motion is so important, a motion introduced by the Conservatives which will get Canada back on track. It is a necessary course correction. We're calling on the Liberals to cap spending, cut waste, fire high-priced consultants that don't do much, and eliminate inflationary deficits and taxes that have caused a cost-of-living crisis. Unfortunately, I don't think members opposite will take advantage of this opportunity to fix their mistakes. They're so committed to their belief that the federal government's primary role is wealth redistribution. In fact, the previous speaker said just that. The government is about wealth redistribution instead of what Conservatives believe, expanding opportunity, creating wealth, so we have the resources to fund our social programs and ensure Canadians get ahead. And they're preparing the next blow to our economy with a plan for a so-called just transition away from hydrocarbons. Now, as a member, which I am, of the Public Accounts Committee, we recently studied this government plan that seeks to shut down natural resource sectors to reduce carbon dioxide emissions. Shameful. The government's planned transition will be so painful that it is being compared to the collapse of the northern cod fishery in Atlantic Canada in the 1990s, which was so devastating. And in fact, I note that the Labour Minister recently said Canada needs more oil and gas workers, not fewer, and cursed the misleading term just transition. And that is because that member represents Newfoundland and Labrador and understands the danger that just transition poses to his economy and provincial economies across the country. Now, the members opposite are so desperate to hide this reality from the public, they're testing new buzzwords. How do you sell job losses? By calling it, quote, a fair economy, a green economy, a progressive economy, an economy that works for all Canadians, and an inclusive economy, end quote. Well, that is nonsense, Mr. Speaker. What's so fair or inclusive about a federal government determined to put Canadians in the unemployment line? when you're working 2 jobs just to make ends meet, to pay your rent, to buy food, as some of my constituents are, how can you possibly save enough to get ahead? For years, the Conservatives said the carbon tax was a tax on everything. Members opposite scoffed, but today nobody is laughing as families struggle under punishing energy and consumer prices. The Liberals and NDP, they like to blame the Russians. But in my part of the world, over in the state of Maine, next to New Brunswick, a litre of gasoline is 50 cents less after exchange than it is in New Brunswick. The Russians have nothing to do with it. That is tax policy and regulation policy driven by this government. Members of the Liberal NDP are committed to a set of policy that are going to continue to push Canada down the wrong track. Government is about protecting and advancing the interests of Canadian families. The NDP Liberal coalition has failed to do this. It is why they need to be replaced, so Canadians will not just get by, they will get ahead.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, when you look at inflation and you look at it throughout the globe and you don't look at it just domestically like the Conservatives like to do, you'll recognize that Canada's inflation rate is actually amongst the lowest in the G7. Japan has an inflation rate of 4%, France 5.8%, Canada 6.3%, US 6.4%, Germany 8.5%, UK 9.2%, Italy 10.1%. When you look at energy specifically, both the US and Canada have a 7.3% inflationary rate. The rest of the G7 are anywhere between 15 and 64%. This is as of January 2023 numbers. How is it that Conservatives can continually get up in this House and say that it is the sole responsibility of the Prime Minister of Canada that we are experiencing the inflation we are? One of 2 things is happening. 1, they're just not paying attention to what's going on in the rest of the world. Or 2, they think that the Prime Minister of Canada is so incredibly capable of influencing inflation throughout the world. Which one is it?
The Honourable Member for New Brunswick Southwest.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's obviously not the latter, because the Prime Minister has told us he doesn't think about monetary policy. Yeah. So not only but you know, we're not actually asking the Liberal government to be held accountable for inflation policies around the world. We're talking about this country, where this government flooded our country with $400 billion in deficit spending. And we all know inflation, or should know, inflation is a monetary policy. This government devalued the value of Canadian currency, our savings, and we're paying for it now because of higher prices.
You got it.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Repentigny. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. In the preamble, there are some true and fair observations, but when it comes to firing some firms, we agree, because McKinsey says that we should invest in carbon capture, utilization, and storage, and it's too expensive and possibly not even effective. Also, we feel strongly about the $3.6 billion that is ready to be spent on carbon capture, use, and storage. Do oil and gas companies really need more money? They're making record profits thanks to the rise in gas prices. So why are the Conservatives not talking about that? The Honourable Member for New Brunswick Southwest. Mr. Speaker, we've talked about many topics. Today, we're talking about taxes and massive government spending. Spending which doesn't make much sense. In our view, energy sources shouldn't be subsidized. And that's that. Thank you. Questions and comments?
Couch and Malahat Langford.
Mr. Speaker, I really am amazed at the audacity of Conservatives on some days. I listened to that member talk about the pain at the pump that his constituents are experiencing, but nowhere in his speech did he mention the massive increase in oil and gas profits. Since 2019, up 1,011%. So, Mr. Speaker, I'll invite the member to stand up in this place, stand up for his constituents who are are experiencing pain at the pump and take on the corporations who are gouging them every single day. That is the cause of inflation in Canada.
The honourable member for New Brunswick Southwest.
Well, once again, we're getting a lesson not to follow in Economics 101. There is no doubt that profits for oil and gas has gone up. But you know what? That is because the policy of this government with their NDP coalition has been to restrict supply and ensure the demand is ahead of the supply. We need to bring more hydrocarbons to market to bring down those prices at the same time as we cut the carbon tax to give consumers and families a break. Yeah. That is how you break the vice grip of inflation. It's not by contraction in pain, it is by growth, hope, and opportunity.
Yeah. Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Edmonton-Wetaskiwin.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Liberal member from Kingston got me to thinking. I'm just reflecting, I feel like there was a Prime Minister Trudeau before this government, a Prime Minister Trudeau who ran massive inflationary policies that led to economic devastation in the 70s and 80s, and again, massive cuts in the mid to late 90s to healthcare, social service, and education because of that. I'm wondering if my honourable colleague remembers that as well.
The honourable member for New Brunswick Southwest, and a very short answer.
Well, I'm vaguely aware of Trudeau the First. But you know what? What I found interesting is the national energy policy, which was devastating to Alberta and Western provinces, at least had Canada as the beneficiary, industries in central Canada. Now, I think it was misguided policy. I look at what the Liberal government today is doing, and they are ruining not only energy policy in this country, at the same time, they're driving up energy more expensive and selling it to Americans and Europeans at a cheaper price. It is completely backwards. So this Prime Minister, in many sense, is doubling down on bad policy and hurting Canadians. Yeah.
Now, before continuing to the next member, I believe the honourable member for Simcoe Grey has a point. Bruce Grey Owen Sound, I'm sorry, has a point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There have been consultations with other parties, and I believe that if you seek it, you will find unanimous consent for the following motion, which seeks to correct the record from yesterday's 2 votes. That notwithstanding any standing order that the Journals of the House of Commons for Monday, February 13th, 2023 be amended under divisions number 257 and 258 to indicate the following members as paired. The Minister of Foreign Affairs with the member for Shefford, the member for Ottawa South with the member for Beauport-Limoilou, the member for Parkdale High Park with the member for St. Hyacinthe-Bagot, and the member for Aurora Oak Ridges Richmond Hill with the member for Bruce Grey Owen Sound. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
All those opposed to the honourable member moving the motion will please say nay. The House has heard the terms of the motion. All those opposed to the motion, please say nay. Motion is carried. Continuing debates. The honourable member for South Shore, St. Margaret's.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a privilege again to rise in this House to speak to this important motion that our party has put forward. The issue that's of most concern to Canadians today. I know all of us in the House, I'm sure the government members are hearing it as much as we are, get calls and emails into our office every day of struggling working people having trouble paying their bills, of people who live on fixed incomes having to make the most difficult choices in life, the choices between paying for heat or paying for food, paying for medication, or paying for gas in the car to go get food. These are the choices that people are making as a result of the actions of this Liberal government after 8 years. We're in an unprecedented situation, a 40-year high in inflation caused by the policies of this government after 8 years. After 8 years, people are working harder, but they're falling further behind. And I know the members of the Liberal Party love it when we raise Pierre Trudeau, so I'll raise Pierre Trudeau. We have not had inflationary numbers like this since Pierre Trudeau Sr. was in. And this was a difficult time in the 1970s and 80s for people, and what the sins of the father are now being delivered by the sins of the son. Now, housing prices are now twice as expensive as they were in 2015. And after 8 years of this Liberal Prime Minister, the cost of groceries is up 11%. And after 8 years of this Liberal Prime Minister, half of Canadians are cutting back on groceries. After 8 years of this Liberal Prime Minister, 20% of Canadians are actually skipping meals. And after 8 years of this Liberal Prime Minister, the average rent for a two-bedroom apartment across Canada in the 10 biggest cities is $2,213 per month, compared to $1,171 per month when these Liberals were elected. And after 8 years of this Liberal Prime Minister, 45% of variable mortgage rate holders say they will have to sell or vacate their homes in less than 9 months due to current interest rates. And after 8 years of this Liberal Prime Minister, the average monthly mortgage costs have more than doubled to now over $3,000 for a month. Now, you can see that these costs are going up. That's why we're getting these calls. And I'm going to relate it a little bit to what we experience in the Maritimes. And I know, Mr. Speaker, as a Nova Scotian, you are getting calls along this lines. Because of the policies of this government, which have killed the investment in most industries in Canada, Bill C-69, which is affectionately known as the No Pipelines Bill. I call it the No Capital Bill because it's really killed all capital investment. The result of that is that we in Nova Scotia and in New Brunswick, my predecessor who spoke here, the member for New Brunswick Southwest, has the same issues where we have to burn oil from Saudi Arabia to heat our houses. And just to give you some idea of what that costs, because of the policies of this government, it costs $1,800 to fill a tank of oil. Half that tank will be burned in 4 weeks. These are the expenses that are killing people on fixed incomes in my part of the world and having to think about selling their houses when we have good, clean, ethical Canadian oil and natural gas that we could be bringing to Atlantic Canada to reduce our costs of living. This government has brought in policies to stop that. But of equal impact on that, on inflation, has to do with the fact that the Liberals never saw a tax they didn't like. And so what's the first thing they did that came in? They thought they could put in a carbon tax, a tax that they thought would actually stop everything that goes on in the world with regard to weather. Carbon tax is inflationary by its nature. If it works, which it doesn't, but if it were to work, the design of it is that it has to make everything much more expensive in order to cause people theoretically to change their behavior. But in my riding, a rural riding, we don't have transit. We don't have options of how we get around, how you take kids to school, how you go out to work, or how you get to grocery, how you go visit your parents and family members. You have to drive. These are not options that we have, yet the Liberals believe that by imposing a carbon tax, it will actually change the fact that we have to drive everywhere in rural Canada. And the imposition and tripling of this new tax, which will come into place this year in Nova Scotia, because they haven't had enough of destroying our economies with their taxation, will make fuel cost an extra 40 cents a litre by 2030. For the mom taking her kids to hockey practice or taking kids to school, this is a huge amount of money. On top of that, having to burn gasoline produced from oil from Saudi Arabia. That tax costs families thousands of dollars a year when they're trying to make healthy meals and trying to figure out how to heat their houses. Heating their houses, this may come as a shock to the Liberal government, but heating houses is not an option in Canada. We actually have to do that. And a tax that makes home heating more expensive for seniors living in our frigid winters is nothing short of cruel. And I'm talking, of course, all of this about the Liberal carbon tax, the tax on everything, the tax making everything more expensive. If the Prime Minister was serious about making life more affordable for seniors and workers and families, he would cancel the carbon tax imposition in Nova Scotia, and would cancel his tripling, quadrupling of the carbon tax that he is planning to do to make life more unaffordable for Canadians. Instead of freezing that obscene tax anyway, the Trudeau government, the Liberal government, is raising taxes on the people who are struggling to make ends meet. Of course, Liberals pretend that their tax, that somehow magically in their world of math, that somehow you can actually get more money back than you receive. That math doesn't add up in grade 6, but apparently it adds up for the Liberals now, and especially when the parliamentary budget officer has actually pointed out, which the Liberals tend to ignore, has pointed out in his reports on the carbon tax that existed now, and I'll read from the parliamentary budget officer's report. Most households in Alberta, Saskatchewan, Manitoba, and Ontario will see a net loss resulting from the federal carbon tax pricing by 2030. That's a little different than the lines we hear. And by then, the carbon tax levy will have increased to $170 a ton. The moment you decide to decarbonize the economy in a relatively short period of time with a tax, if it were to work, we're talking here less than 10 years, to significantly reduce greenhouse gas emissions, it's clear that there's going to be a cost. The PBO goes on to report most households under the backstop will actually see a net loss resulting from the federal carbon pricing under the plan in 2030-31. They will continue, the parliamentary budget officer continues by stating that household carbon costs, which now include the federal levy and GST paid lower income, exceed the rebate and the induced reduction in personal income taxes resulting from the arising loss of income. In other words, it's not what the Liberals say during question period, that magically somebody actually pays into taxes to Ottawa and gets more back. I don't think anyone has believed that that existed since the temporary imposition of income taxes when they first came in. It's just about as believable. So, Mr. Speaker, I see that my time is running short. So another additional element of this, of course, of this high-priced system that the Liberals have brought in is because we have fallen behind the U.S. in our per capita economic output. In 2015, we were equal to the United States. Now we're 40% less. That's $100 billion a year lost to the Canadian income, according to the IMF. I know the Liberals like to make up their own numbers, but the IMF says that's $100 billion a year that's lost to our income relative to the United States because of the policies of this government. Up until 2015, we were fairly equal. So, Mr. Speaker, I have many more issues, which I'm sure I'll get to address in the question and answer period, particularly from the member from Kingston and the Islands, and I look forward to those questions.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Sydney, Victoria.
And I'd like to thank the member opposite for his speech. I know he's from Nova Scotia, and in Nova Scotia recently we've seen some terrible hurricanes in Fiona. We're seeing, and ponds not freezing over, we're seeing places where Indigenous folks used to ice fish for years not being able to ice fish anymore because of climate change. And I wonder if the member opposite could tell me if it's right and if it's something that we need to do to put a price on pollution. And does he agree with the Supreme Court that climate change is real? Does he agree with the scientists that climate change is real? And does he believe that we should act on this?
The honourable member for South Shore St. Margaret's.
I appreciate the member from Sydney Victoria's question. Perhaps the member would be supportive of the idea of getting natural gas to Nova Scotia, since 62% of our electricity is generated by coal burned from Colombia, that if the Liberals will support getting natural gas to Nova Scotia through a pipeline, we can cut our emissions in half and impact those issues that he raises around climate change.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire.
The honourable member for Repentigny. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. In my colleague's speech, he talked about natural gas as being a clean type of energy. Can you define clean? Because in natural gas, yes, it does leak and contaminate water sources, and then you have to burn it. It's not clean, Mr. Speaker. I'm sorry. It's a fossil energy that pollutes.
The honourable member for South Shore St. Margaret's.
I appreciate the member from Quebec's question, where over 52% of Quebec's energy comes from fossil fuels from Western Canada. But in addition to that, what we have is natural gas burns much cleaner, which is what I said, than other forms of electricity generation like coal. And I'm sure the honourable member would be interested to know that Pakistan just announced that because they can't get enough natural gas from around the world, they're going to quadruple their coal production and energy burning in Pakistan. And I'm sure the member would like to see that reduction going down, if coal burning, by bringing good, cleaner Canadian natural gas to Pakistan and other parts of the world.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire, the honourable member for Hamilton Centre.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I rather enjoy the honourable member from South Shore St. Margaret. We get along famously. We have ongoing conversations in this House, and he talked about the poor Liberal mathematics. I want to ask him, and I'll find some common ground first, Mr. Speaker. I would agree. I'll put this on the table. We can't tax ourselves out of climate change. That is a fact. However, his math isn't mathing. He talked about the good people in Nova Scotia who can't afford to pay their bills, can't afford to heat their homes, but not once did he talk about corporate profits. I'm here to tell you, Mr. Speaker, today that if we were to abolish carbon pricing, that the profits of the oil and gas sector, the 1,000% profits that they've had over this last year in 2022 would continue to make it unaffordable for his residents. So could the honourable member at least, he's a practical, pragmatic man, could he at least not agree that the corporate gouging, this ridiculous, out-of-control profiteering, is the economic driver that's keeping the cost of heating the homes in his home province unaffordable for working-class people?
Yes.
The honourable member for South Shore St. Margaret's.
I'd like to thank the member for Hamilton Centre, and we do have some spirited conversations, which I enjoy. I'll say that the cost of our energy in Atlantic Canada is driven by the fact that we have to buy Saudi Arabian oil. But I'm always curious to the members of the NDP, part of the NDP Liberal Costly Coalition, that they seem to hate any type of profit. Without profit, he wouldn't have the Apple iPhone that he carries around with him, because it creates innovation and jobs. And I'd like to hear the NDP once in a while get up and say, it's great that we're able to move forward, produce better medicines, produce better technology, produce a better lifestyle for Canadians and for the world through profits and innovation.
Reprise de débat, continuing debate. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'll be splitting my time with the member from King's Hands. Mr. Speaker, it's a nice sunny day, I think, outside. I'm not really 100% sure, but I can tell you, on days like this, when the Conservative Party brings forward its best efforts to try to sway public opinion, it's like a ominous black cloud covers the House of the Commons and the chamber. One can get fairly depressed just listening to the babble gab that comes from the other side, Mr. Speaker.
Absolutely.
Do not, and this is kind of like a warning, for people that are following the debate, do not believe everything that the Conservatives say, because quite frankly, they're very good at stretching the truth, if I can put it that way, Mr. Speaker, and still be parliamentary. I find it truly amazing in terms of just how deep in darkness the Conservative Party can really be. I'd like to show some contrast between the dark side and a party that through the years has been there in a very tangible, real way for Canadians for the last 7 years. And maybe that's a good place to start off. It's kind of ridiculous. You hear the Conservatives stand up time and time and they say, 8 years of Liberal government. They should do their math. Even if you round it off, it's not quite 8 years yet. It's actually closer to 7. So they'll be able to regurgitate these exact same speeches a year from now, Mr. Speaker. 8 years, we will be getting to 8 years eventually. And hopefully with the blessing of Canadians, we'll be able to double down on that, Mr. Speaker, in the time to come. But we need to be able to show that at the end of the day that we are prepared to respect what we have been given.
we were given a mandate to be able to manage the economy in a minority situation, meaning that we have to work with all political entities in here in order to get things passed through the House of Commons. Mr. Speaker, with the motion that we have for us today, the essence of it can be broken into two things from my perspective: the amount of spending and the inflation issue. First and foremost, you have to understand and appreciate that the everyday life that Canadians are having to go through can be very challenging. Costs have gone up. We've recognized that, Mr. Speaker. That's why we have brought forward program, whether it's through legislation and budgetary measures, to support Canadians in every region of our country in a very real and tangible way by putting money in the pockets of Canadians. Let there be no doubt about that. We are concerned about the issues of being able to have groceries and paying those bills. That's one of the reasons why we are developing the programs and putting them out, Mr. Speaker, even though the Conservatives vote against those programs. But what's really, truly amazing is how the Conservatives try to give a misrepresentation of the reality in the world today. If you listen to the Conservatives, you would think that the inflation rate that we have today is truly unique to Canada, and it's all because of this particular government. And absolutely nothing could be further from the truth, Madam Speaker. Surely, to goodness, the Conservatives do not believe that Canadians are that dumb to believe that Canada is, amongst many other nations, doing reasonably well in terms of the inflation rate. We're doing better than the United States, better than England, better than the European Union, where their inflation rate is higher than Canada. And as much as the Conservatives try to give the impression, our Prime Minister in Canada is not causing worldwide inflation. Our Prime Minister in this government is providing supports for Canadians in a very real and tangible way so that we can assist them in dealing with the inflation rate here in Canada. Because we understand and recognize the hardship. And what happens when we do that, Mr. Speaker? When we recognize that first and foremost that yes, we have to do and take actions, even though we have a lower inflation rate than countries around the world, Mr. Speaker? Well, we have to do it. Things such as doubling the GST rebate on a short-term basis. Originally, the Conservatives came out against that particular policy stand, Mr. Speaker. They had to be shamed into ultimately coming on side and supporting that particular initiative. But what about others? The rental support program. They voted against that, Mr. Speaker. So on the one hand, they're criticizing about the cost of rent. And when we provide a support for Canadians, for a good number of Canadians on that front, Mr. Speaker, what do? They vote against it. What about the benefits being provided to children for dental care under the age of 12? Tens of thousands throughout the country, thousands in Manitoba, have already taken advantage of that program. We're talking about hundreds of dollars, Mr. Speaker, in the pockets of family for dental work for kids under the 12. What do the Conservative Party do? They vote against that too, Mr. Speaker. We bring in programs that are having a real, tangible impact. You know, the Canada Worker Benefit. Workers that are out there that are having a difficult time, working hard, and we are topping off their salaries, Mr. Speaker. Making life more affordable for them. Do you know over 4 million Canadian workers will benefit by that program, Mr. Speaker? We get criticized by the Conservatives in regards to how much money we're spending. And they say, well, you're spending so much more than just the pandemic. Well, yes, we are spending money. We're investing in children. By having a national child care program, Mr. Speaker, we will have more people engaged in the workforce. We will improve the quality of care for children. We will improve the quality of life for Canadians in general as more people will enter the workforce as a direct result. We've seen that firsthand in the province of Quebec, and when Quebec instituted that very same policy, and how that has such a positive impact. In fact, Mr. Speaker, yes, there is a cost to the program, but because of the program, revenues will actually increase. And we know that. Mr. Speaker, we just signed off on a $198 billion, that's with a B, healthcare agreement to enforce a national healthcare system, Mr. Speaker. And I wish I could have a half hour to expand in regards to why that is so important to not only people of Canada today, but future generations. And for those that want to talk about mental health, those that want to talk about palliative care, long-term care, they want to talk about waiting lists, doctor shortages, the need for managing of health care, the issue of accountability and transparency. If you believe any of that, you should be supporting this initiative for the $198 billion 10-year proposal, and I'm so glad to see that the provinces are now on side with it, Mr. Speaker. Our healthcare system is a part of who we are as Canadians. People have an expectation for the government. They have an expectation that we will be there to protect them, to have their backs when the economy is having some difficulties, whether it's during a pandemic, whether it's during a slowdown, whether it's during inflation, whatever it might be. And this government from day one, Mr. Speaker, has been investing in Canadians, has been investing in our infrastructure, have been building a stronger, healthier economy, even during the turmoil of the pandemic, by providing the type of supports, and yes, the billions of dollars. Canada has been in a better position to build back better, Mr. Speaker. We believe in Canada's middle class. We believe that we want to see an economy that works for all Canadians, Mr. Speaker. Unlike the Conservative Party, there's a lot of good things that are taking place in Canada today, contrary to what the Conservative Party might try to get Canadians to believe. There is reason to be very optimistic, because as we deal with those economic measures, we're not forgetting about the environmental measures. We're not forgetting about those important social programs that Canadians are so much dependent on and very fond of, Mr. Speaker. This is a government that will continue to bring in progressive legislation to make budgets that will be there every day for Canadians, no matter where you live. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Edmonton-Wetaskiwin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That was quite something. You know, in response to Conservatives saying that this government, after 8 years, is destroying the country, the honourable members corrects us and says we've only been destroying the country for 7 years. Get your facts straight. In response to us saying that, you know, the record levels of spending by this Liberal government are destroying our economy, his answer is, why won't you support us to spend billions and billions and billions and billions more? That's his response. Mr. Speaker, one thing he talked about truth. And I have a very specific question. With all of the record levels of spending this government's doing, somehow they haven't found enough money to fulfill the promise they made during the election on page 75 of their platform, costed out for $4.5 billion for a Canada mental health transfer. Right now, they were supposed to have spent almost $1 billion. And I want a straight answer from the member, because he talked a lot about truth. A straight answer. Where is that money? Where is the almost $1 billion that was promised to have been spent by now for a Canada mental health transfer? Where is it?
Honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Well, Mr. Speaker, in a humorous way, the member tries to make the difference between 7 and 8 and the word broken. And I understand that if you're a Conservative member and you stand up and you use the word broken, you probably get a little gold star put on beside your name in the Conservative room. That's all part of the Conservative spin, Mr. Speaker. The Canadian economy and the Canadian society is not broken. We continue to move forward. We continue to build, Mr. Speaker, and I would debate that particular member anytime, anywhere, as long as it's somewhat reasonable in terms of the planning in regards to the things in which we have been able to accomplish compared to 10 years of Stephen Harper, Mr. Speaker. Gladly, in regards to the issue of mental health, Mr. Speaker, I would remind the member that a part of working our healthcare system is recognizing the administrative responsibilities lie with the provinces, and from an Ottawa perspective, Mr. Speaker, we are investing historic amounts of money into healthcare, and we continue to raise the profile of mental health, unlike the previous Harper regime.
There are times I wish I was the arbiter of the quality of the questions and the answers. Questions and comments? Question ou commentaire?
The honourable member for Terrebonne. Thank you. Fortunately, I'm in a good mood, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. He talked many times about the great generosity of the Liberal government. But what about healthcare transfers, Mr. Speaker? What about the money that has been owed us for years and years because of our healthcare system being unfunded? Yet, we do see billions that are being sent elsewhere in the government, but there are no nurses, hospitals, or doctors or care that are being paid for. When are we going to have the healthcare transfers that Quebec deserves?
Secretary.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I appreciate the question, and I was hoping that the Bloc would have actually had an Opposition Day motion based on healthcare transfers. I think for the first time in a generation where we have such a long-term commitment towards having a truly national healthcare system has just been signed off on, with the provinces now agreeing to the principles of the $198+ billion over the next 10 years. There is a history of fiscal transfers. We have the highest in the history of Canada, federal dollars going towards health care. And when you factor in the tax point shift that was made back in I believe it was the late 70s, towards tax points versus actual health dollars, I am very happy to say that because of this particular agreement, we are going to see a permanent, solid presence of health care throughout the country, where there will be more transparency and accountability and a higher sense of a national program, which I think all Canadians will be very proud of.
We do have time for one short exchange. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Nunavut.
According to the parliamentary budget officer, if the government had extended the Canada recovery dividend to stores like Loblaws and oil and gas sector, it would generate $4.3 billion in revenue. Can the member say that this Liberal government will learn from the parliamentary budget officer and extend that recovery dividend to such box offices?
Now, we are out of time, but I will allow the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to answer.
Mr. Speaker, I know whether it's been the Prime Minister or the Minister of Finance, Deputy Prime Minister, they've been very clear in terms of the issue of tax fairness. We've brought in some measures to ensure that there's more accountability in taxes coming in from banks, as an example, the financial industry, and I am sure that all things are on the table as the government tries to ensure that a higher sense of fair taxation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Continuing debate, the honourable member for King's Hands.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very pleased to be here to speak today to the opposition motion presented by the Conservative Party. And obviously, the main point of the motion this afternoon concerns the rising cost of living, and I think that is top of mind for most Canadians. In fact, this motion has a global aspect because inflation is a global aspect. It affects economies the world over. So, of course, first of all, I'm going to talk about a few government programs that have been put in place to target low-income Canadians. But also for the rest of my speech, I would like to raise the issue of competitiveness for our businesses, for our business people and business owners. So, first of all, in the fall economic update, our Minister of Finance created a GST rebate for low-income Canadians. It's a temporary measure, but it's very important for people who need assistance now. Obviously, the National Daycare Program for children, we have a certain bill before the House now so that this program can remain in place for generations to come. So that is a way to help Canadian families, for families who have young children, and also to create additional spaces for rural and remote communities and for all Canadians. And also the 10% increase in OAS for seniors aged 75 and over. That's another measure put in place by this government to help the most vulnerable people in our society. And lastly, the rental program.
Mr. Speaker, that really speak to affordability. We know it's a tough question, and ultimately it's about making sure that the government is there to help support in a targeted way without adding to inflation. I will speak to the opposition motion. Look, the questions around affordability is fine to raise. The way that this motion is actually read, of course, is not designed for any member on this side of the House to support it whatsoever. It's framed in a way that any issues, any challenges of the day are simply at the foot of the government. And what I want to talk about is some of the elements that I thought that the member from Calgary, I think it's Calgary Shepherd or Calgary Forest Lawn, missed in his actual opposition day motion. Not one word on competitiveness. I really think, Mr. Speaker, we've seen the government step up, and the member from Winnipeg North talked about the fact that the government has been there to help support with additional money. It looks as though those bilaterals are going to be coming into place over the next couple of months. We as a government and we as a country have to respond to the Inflation Reduction Act. The Americans have put down a significant package that is going to drive investment decisions for clean energy, frankly, for generations to come. Our country, this government would be unwise not to do something to try to respond to that. I guess my question across the way would be, do my Conservative colleagues not agree with that type of spending? Should the government not be moving in that direction? But no mention of that whatsoever, no mention of competitiveness. And this is going to be a lens that I want to talk about in my remaining time. Mr. Speaker, I hope you'll guide me as we go down so I have how much time left. I think right now, we, yes, are spending on health. We are going to spend on clean energy transition. We have to get more creative on things that don't cost money, that can drive benefit for stakeholder groups, that can drive benefit for the competitiveness of the Canadian economy. And I intend to give you a few here today, Mr. Speaker. One is, I've talked about this before, but the idea of a presumptive approval. Every day, Health Canada regulates products from hockey helmets to fertilizers to crop protection products. And certainly on new products that are coming to the market, applicants usually are coming with an approval in hand from larger jurisdictions. Because the reality is, if you're a company that makes some of these products, you're going to start and go try to get regulatory approval in the United States or in Europe before you come to Canada. It's just a larger market. It's the smarter play to do for companies. So usually these applicants arrive to Health Canada with an application in hand from a trusted jurisdiction. I would submit to you, Mr. Speaker, that if the United States goes through a process to grant approval of a particular product, we can trust that that was a rigorous scientific approval. This was not some kangaroo approval from a jurisdiction that may not take those issues seriously. Europe, same thing. Australia, New Zealand, Japan, United Kingdom. I could name certain jurisdictions that I think have that alignment. But yet we don't have an expedited model where an applicant can actually get a presumptive approval, is able to allow that product to be available to our Canadian farmers or whatever the case may be through Health Canada. I think there's a way we can close the gap by simply saying, here's the presumptive approval based on the science of other jurisdictions. Go through the regulatory process. If there's any issues along the way, a red flag can be raised and that presumptive approval can be dismissed until such time that that application is in good standing. There's one example of a regulatory innovation that we can use that I think drives competitiveness in this country. I want to talk about streamlined approval of major projects. I've spoken in this House at great length, Mr. Speaker, about my requisite concern about the need to drive major projects that are going to focus on our decarbonization in our future. That can be different things to different people in terms of what types of industries and technologies we can use. I look at the mining approval process in this country. The Minister of Natural Resources himself recognizes that's a 12 to 15-year process in some cases. We need the critical minerals. Canada is going to be relied upon globally to be able to meet that. And yes, this government, and I commend them for it, has been putting money on the table to help drive innovation, to help work on processes. But at the same time, I think that there's some things that we can do to try to help streamline those approval process without compromising our values. Easier said than done, I understand. But otherwise, we're going to be facing a situation where we don't actually have the critical minerals to drive our decarbonized future. So a couple suggestions on that. It is no mistake that I've been a strong proponent of nuclear energy. I've talked about it often in this House. I actually think it's going to be needed to drive our future. Right now, under the Impact Assessment Act, there is a threshold. If the project is over 300 megawatts, it goes to the Impact Assessment Agency. If it's under, it goes with the Canadian Nuclear Safety Commission. I think we should be leaving the determination of whether or not projects are safe to the actual experts that we deal with, a regulator that is recognized around the world. So let's either increase that threshold higher or just leave nuclear projects that are being contemplated, whether SMR or otherwise, to the nuclear regulator. That is one suggestion that I would have that I think drives competitiveness and the important decarbonization that has to happen for our clean energy future. The next would be the overlap of when we're talking about provincial approvals, federal approvals, how can we find a one-window approach where if what the Impact Assessment Agency is asking for, if DFO is asking for the same thing, if transport, other agencies, how do we not allow that to be a duplicative process and just allow one agency take the lead? That is something that we need to do a better job on. It's not necessarily an absolute critique of this government, but it is something that I want this government to take notice and that we as parliamentarians should be pushing for that because that matters for our clean energy future. That matters if we are genuinely serious about decarbonization and getting emissions down. We have to take serious focus on these types of issues. The last is around transport regulations. I've had conversations with agriculture interests. The government just introduced ELD, which is an electronic logging device. It's to make sure that we have safety for truck drivers in this country. Absolutely agree with the premise of what we're doing. However, there is a need for Transport Canada to provide a policy clarification that in the event that there is an adverse weather delay, that truck drivers, although they might be at the very upper echelon of what they're allowed to drive in this country, if there is an adverse weather delay and animal safety is in question, we need some clarification that truck drivers can be able to finish perhaps even what is 30 minutes of a drive as opposed to waiting 8 hours on the side of a highway. These are some of the examples amongst the many that are out there, Mr. Speaker, that I think we all need to be focused on and being able to drive in the days ahead. It matters for our competitiveness in this country. It matters, and I really want to see all of us talking more about these types of things. Last thing I'll say, again, Conservatives talk about capping of spending. I'm okay about looking at fiscal restraint where we can find efficiencies in the government sector. But my question, again, around the way, we've heard very clearly that the Leader of the Official Opposition supposedly would not vote down any type of measures that we're putting on the provinces with health. They talk about capping spending. Would they not meet the moment right now in terms of the spending that's going to be needed to drive our transition to a lower carbon economy, to make sure that the industrial revolution that is happening in relation to clean tech, that we have a place in this country? That's yet to be determined, and they like to talk out both sides. I look forward to taking questions from my members. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Regina Louvain.
As always, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank my friend from King's Hants for his speech. I appreciate that he talked about competitiveness and some really good ideas. I've heard the electronic login device issue as well when it comes to loading and unloading cattle and some common sense approaches to that. But he didn't touch on inflation very much, or some of the spending his government has done that has added to that inflationary fire. So one simple question: does he believe the CRA should try and get back some of the $15 billion that it said, by its own numbers, was spent on people in jail, on companies that didn't need it, on some people that were dead? Should we work hard? Because I know there has been an increase in capacity at the CRA. Why would you not be sure that they do the good work and get that hard-earned taxpayers' dollars back into the pockets of Canadians?
The honourable member for King's Hants.
Things the honourable member talked about inflation. As I mentioned, it's a global challenge. There's a number of reasons that are driving that. It's demographics in the Western world. It's supply chains. It is some of the resulting impacts of the war in Ukraine. Some of it, yes, a small portion is going to be related to government spending. But that member opposite was the same member in the 43rd Parliament that was calling on this government to do more, to spend, to help support businesses during that time. So it's easy to be an armchair critic on the other side and suggest somehow that the government did too much. And when you actually look at how the economy has rebounded and the amount of people that are working in this country today, I believe it's somewhere around 800,000 more Canadians are working today than prior to the pandemic. I mean, our job numbers are strong. We are still in a strong fiscal position as it relates to our G7 comparator countries. On the CRA question, because I want to address that, Mr. Speaker, yes, CRA had said it will respond and it will make sure that there's an ability to recoup that money. We have to do that reasonably in a way that actually makes sense with the resources that we have. But yes, the government has been very clear that that will be a policy moving forward.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Thérèse de Blainville. Bingo. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's quite rich to hear the Conservatives speaking about inflation and eliminating the carbon tax as if climate change was not frightening in 2023. No, the Conservatives want to keep propping up the oil patch and that kind of thing. On the other hand, we hear over and over the government's talking points. The child care program that we've had for decades in Quebec and other programs that Quebec will never be able to administer. $500 for a rental benefit that won't benefit people in Quebec because we already have social programs in place that are much more progressive than elsewhere. But the government never, ever mentions its inability to provide quality services in time for all citizens. There are workers and families who wait up to 11 months to receive their EI check, something from a system that they paid into. You never hear them mention this. So please, I'd like to hear some genuine solutions to support workers who pay into EI to improve the services given to them. The questions are good. The answers are sometimes good, but questions are taking much too long. So, and a lot of people are not getting to participate because the questions are overly lengthy. So, the honourable member for King's Hants with his answer. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for her question, but it wasn't a question, it was actually a speech because she brought up so many points. I am in favor of certain measures that I think are necessary to ensure that our businesses, our business owners, our business people are in a good place and can be competitive on the world market. So the member raised other points, but I agree with the proposal in terms of the amount of money spent on services.
Reprise du débat.
Resuming debate? No, it's finished. No more time for questions and answers. So if you don't want me to cut you off, then you have to shorten the questions and answers. I'm doing my very best to encourage people to answer, to put questions, but at some point I do have to cut people off.
The honourable member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Mr. Speaker, after 8 elections, I'm pleased to rise on behalf of the residents of Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke, who continue to vote for me to be their parliamentary Valentine. As Dean of the Conservative Caucus, it's my role to provide institutional memory and a bit of history. After nearly eight months under the leadership of the member for Carleton, our party is more united than ever. After 8 years of this government, Canadians need our party to be more united than ever, because after 8 years of reckless inflation-fueled spending, Canada is broken. After 8 years of this Prime Minister, he can't protect our citizens. The paid-off media claim our military is short 10,000 soldiers. In truth, we'd be hard-pressed to muster 10,000 soldiers where they needed. We have foreign incursions into our Arctic waters with no way to monitor traffic below the surface. Within weeks of the 2015 election, this Liberal Prime Minister has been dismantling our national defense, starting with our Navy. As one of his very first acts, he tried to deep six the project to build a naval supply ship when our country had none. We have 4 submarines, catastrophically flawed from the time they were purchased, used, and are lucky to have 1 in service at any given point in time. To have 1 submarine operational, 4 in total are needed due to the maintenance schedules. A submarine takes 10 years to build, even if it's off the shelf from an ally. Instead of taking action to replace them now, ensuring we have underwater capability a decade from now, this Liberal Prime Minister is throwing good money after bad on retrofits. After 8 years, Canada cannot protect our airspace. And thanks to the U.S. media, Canadians could see for themselves how the absence of an early warning system has left us vulnerable to penetration by air. With the internet 3 decades old, Canada does not have a cyber defense force stood up yet. Sure, this Liberal Prime Minister has plans to censor the internet just so his warped woke doctrine can be propagated, but after 8 wasted years, we cannot protect our electrical grids, water systems, or transportation systems from cyber attacks. After 8 years of this Liberal government, we can't afford 4 more. Not again. I say not again because it really feels like we've been here before. In 1972, Prime Minister Pierre Trudeau lost his majority. So he cut a deal with the NDP. Spending went up, debt went up, inflation took off. By 1984, the deficit had reached 8% of GDP. Canadians were tired of Pierre Trudeau and his irresponsible policies, so they turned to Brian Mulroney. And he won the largest majority government in history. Now, I don't want to raise expectations for the member of Carleton. I just think my colleagues across the way should mentally prepare themselves. If they continue to ignore recent Canadian history, if they continue to spend without concern for the future, there will be a reckoning. After 8 years of this Prime Minister, Canada is broken. Canadians can feel it. After 8 years of this progressive Prime Minister, public spending is up. There are more public servants, more consultants, but basic services are falling apart. Nearly a year ago, I wrote to the minister responsible for passports and warned them that service performance was plummeting. It wasn't until June that they announced a task force to look into the problem. Now, recently, the minister was claiming mission accomplished. Congratulations! This government is now processing fewer passports with more personnel. Famously, our government has a productivity problem. Not a surprise from a government which brags about doing less with more. It's not just passports. How many members across the aisle have tried to renew their possession acquisition license? Right. I'm going to go out on a limb and guess the answer is 0. But how many of you have heard from constituents who can't even reach someone on the phone? After 8 years of this Prime Minister, the Canadian Firearms Centre is broken. If Canadians are starting to feel as if everything is broken, it might be because it is. The Financial Consumer Agency has been conducting a regular monthly survey since the start of the pandemic. At the height of the lockdowns, business closures, and mass layoffs, 26% of Canadians had to borrow to make ends meet. Now, with no lockdowns and a labor shortage, 38% of Canadians had to borrow just to make it through the month. The number of people using payday loans has risen from 1.4% to 4.5%. But percentages really don't tell the story. In 2020, there were as many people as living in London, Ontario, as were using payday loans. After less than 3 years, it's now as many people who live in Calgary. How many of my colleagues across the aisle got into politics to triple the customer base for payday loans? That's part of your legacy now, and that might be a hard truth to swallow, but after 8 reckless deficits, that medicine can't be sugar-coated. You cannot borrow forever. This government tried to convince itself that as long as the debt to GDP was not increasing, they could borrow till kingdom come. Unfortunately for the gang that can't spend straight, reality has a fiscal bias. At first, they tried to deny that inflation was even happening. We saw prices skyrocket. Turns out that when you give high school students CERB, they use it to buy NFTs. When you keep interest rates artificially low, people with houses buy more houses. When you force everyone to work from home, many will opt to buy a better home. When you increase the carbon tax, the cost of everything goes up. Once inflation could no longer be denied, the Liberals and their media allies instantly pivoted from denying the reality of inflation to denying the cause of inflation. First, it was magical supply chains causing inflation. The problem for inflation deniers is we don't import hairdressers. Many of the critical bottlenecks in shipping had cleared well before the consumer price index started to rise. Prices were already increasing before Putin's invasion. Countries around the world which had all followed similar expansionary fiscal and monetary policies all began experiencing inflation. So the new line was, inflation is a global problem, which is a pretty convenient excuse for a prime minister who brags about his intellectual disinterest in monetary policy. But a fly just flew into the Liberals' delusional ointment. The governor of the Bank of Canada said, quote, inflation in Canada increasingly reflects what's happening in Canada, end quote. First they denied inflation, then they denied the cause. Finally, the finance minister tabled her fiscal update. In her speech, it sounded like she got it. The words fiscal responsibility poured from her mouth like a mountain spring, but the numbers on the page told a different story, or rather the same old story. Taxes are up, spending is up, and they're borrowing more. After 8 years, Canadians are tired of this broken record. Many Canadians might not remember, but after the massive deficits from Pierre Trudeau, Canada hit a fiscal wall. Jean Chrétien and Paul Martin were forced to balance the budget. They slashed spending and laid off tens of thousands. They devastated healthcare in Canada. And the crisis in healthcare today is that eventually With socialism, you run out of other people's money. These Liberals thought they could laugh in the face of history. They thought they could deny economic reality, but the world has a way of catching up. So as they prepare for their next budget, they should pay some mind to the lessons history can teach. The most important lesson, the bill always comes due.
Questions and comments, and since we didn't finish off the last round on how we were doing, I'm going to go with the NDP and the Greens, and we'll work our way that way. So the Honourable Member for Timmins, James Bay.
It was quite entertaining to listen about those woke little green men that are flying around invited by the Prime Minister. But let's talk about reality. Let's talk about Stephen Harper. In 2011, when reports came in that the Defence Research and Development Canada had been targeted by the Chinese government, the Harper government did nothing. The Harper government sat on the fact that the Chinese government was hacking both Finance and Treasury Board. Boy, the Harper government didn't have a problem with that. And then what they did was Stephen Harper was trying to sell off the oil sands to China, so he sold $15 billion of a state-owned company to a Chinese state government and then invited Huawei, and it was Harper who did that. And then we're not even beginning to get to the perfidity of this. It was a secretive free trade deal that allowed Chinese state companies to sue municipalities in this country. That's how the Conservatives rolled over. Could you imagine the Americans letting China sue Montana or Washington or Miami? But Stephen Harper was willing to do that as he left us open to cyber attacks, as he supported Chinese state intervention in our economy, because he was willing to sell.
All right, let me back. It seems like I'm failing in my task dramatically here. I'm failing, and I don't want to fail my members of the House of Commons in making sure that everyone gets an opportunity to ask questions, and of course, we get the answers. So make sure that we keep our questions short, keep our answers short, so everybody can participate. The Honourable Member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
So the Liberals coalition of spending wants to talk about former prime ministers. Well, the longer they delay, the bigger the bill. Pierre Trudeau's reckless spending led to the GST and massive cuts to healthcare. Canadians pay more but get less. Another shining example of Liberal unproductivity. Like father, like son. And just like his father, he centralized power in the Prime Minister's office. And to hear former Finance Minister Bill Morneau tell it, this Prime Minister has adopted many of his father's worst instincts. Imperious, aloof, and dictatorial.
Comments, question, commentaire. The Honourable Member for Kitchener Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think the words that are said in this place matter for our democracy. And some words that the member shared in her speech, she mentioned paid off media. She mentioned media allies. This, I think, leads Canadians to believe like there's someone in the governing party who's paying the media to say certain things. And so I wonder if the member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke can give examples of what so-called paid off media is, and if not, if she could retract the statement.
The Honourable Member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Decisions, Mr. Speaker, are made on the basis of what will make the best headline rather than what will make the best policy. All style, no substance. After 8 years of this Liberal Prime Minister, more Canadians than ever are living paycheck to paycheck. After 8 years, the cost to rent a two-bedroom apartment has doubled. After 8 years, more Canadians are using food banks than at any point in history. After 8 years, Canada is broken. After 8 years, Canadians have little hope this government is even capable of making life better. But for the sake of our nation, could they at least stop making the situation worse?
Questions and comments? Question, commentaire. L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
There's a bit of a discussion here in terms of wanting to know who actually writes the speech that the member has provided. Is it her, or does she have someone that writes it and then she edits it? We're really quite curious in terms of who actually wrote the speech.
The Honourable Member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Well, Mr. Speaker, you're looking at the author right here. And they can start by voting for this motion. They can cap spending, fire the high-priced consultants, eliminate inflationary deficits, and scrap the taxes which have caused a cost of living crisis for Canadians. After 8 years of this terrible government, it's time for a change.
Here, here. Question et commentaire, l'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Terrebonne. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My colleague has been talking nonstop about cutting taxes, cutting spending. Well, what about cutting subsidies to fossil fuels? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, what we believe is that if you're going to spend more, you have to find some way to take from other places that don't impact on Canadians' day-to-day lives. Unfortunately, with this government and all their partners that vote with their money bills, they're not doing that, and we just dig deeper and deeper into the hole, and eventually that bill comes due.
Reprise de débat, continuing debate. The Honourable Member for Regina Louvain.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure to join in the debate this afternoon. I've been sitting here most of the morning listening to some of my colleagues' speeches, and I'm proud to see the member of Timmins still has Harper derangement syndrome. Proud that he's still full-fledged in that, Mr. Speaker, that last question. And the House Leader for the NDP is full-on Harper derangement syndrome as well. He still blames the former Prime Minister for almost everything that's gone wrong in his life, probably that he didn't get the Christmas present he wanted as well. So I can assure you that I'm happy to report that Mr. Harper probably doesn't think about them whatsoever anymore. So I'm glad he's still making breakfast in their kitchen, Mr. Speaker. There's a few things I want to talk about in my opening statements around competitiveness and around how people are doing in the state of Canada right now. And the motion is quite long, and a few people didn't get to the motion. The member from King's Hands talked about competitiveness more so than inflation, Mr. Speaker, and a few other members kind of skirted the issue of inflation and how it is affecting Canadians. And I want to really dive into that and how it's affected people in Regina Louvain and my community. And one thing I want to put on the table is a few comments that the Prime Minister made not only a couple of years ago, and one I remember, and I remember when the fiscal update was delivered, the budget was delivered, Mr. Speaker, and the Prime Minister had the national media do a speaking to Canadians, and he said, and I'll never forget this quote, that your government will take on debt so you don't have to. Mr. Speaker, that is a moment I will never forget, because as soon as those words came out of his mouth, I thought, if the government takes on debt, who eventually pays that back, Mr. Speaker? And I thought that was something where it really showed, following up on the comments in 2021, that he doesn't think about monetary policy, because there isn't a government in the world that has ever actually created wealth. They don't create revenue. The way government gets revenue is they take it from people that work and pay taxes. They take it from businesses that make revenue. The government doesn't on its own create its own stream of revenue. So I thought that was something that was probably one of the most out-of-touch comments I've ever heard a leader in our country make is, if a government takes on debt, its citizens doesn't have to. Because as my colleague said and just wrapped up, eventually the bill does come due. And it's the Canadian taxpayer that has to pay that bill. And we're seeing that right now, Mr. Speaker. We're seeing that in the very real result of inflation. And I know Tiff Macklin, random Liberals like Mark Carney and Bill Morneau, they're all talking about how inflation in Canada is more and more a made-in-Canada issue. And that inflation, Mr. Speaker, has hit everyone hard. It's hit the parent trying to take their kids to sports and buy healthy groceries. Because I know, Mr. Speaker, that people have talked about how, I get people take pictures of their groceries and send it to me and say, this is now what $200 of groceries looks like. And it's four bags of groceries, a loaf of bread. It is a real issue for people right now in our country trying to make good choices to feed their family. As we've seen and we talk about in question period, parents are skipping meals so that their kids don't have to. 1.5 million Canadians line up each month to use the food bank in our country. In Canada, Mr. Speaker, we're the breadbasket of the world, and we have 1.5 million Canadians using the food bank. And members across the aisle and members of the government and the coalition should listen to that. That's a real number. There are people that are making these decisions that have to go to a food bank because they can't afford groceries because of the inflation. And one of the huge things that's driving up the cost of groceries, Mr. Speaker, is also the carbon tax. And we bring motions and opposition motions talking about scrapping the carbon tax, and immediately everyone goes, well, you don't have an environmental plan. You don't have an environmental plan. We'll hear from the NDP. We'll hear from the Liberals. There is no environmental plan on this side. Why do you just want to scrap the carbon tax? Well, Mr. Speaker, we say it all the time. A carbon tax is not an environmental plan. It's a tax plan. And we can see it in the results, Mr. Speaker. And we ask our Liberal colleagues in the NDP who always support the Liberal carbon tax, what are the results? What targets have you hit? Can you show me an emission target in the last 8 years you've hit to sell the carbon tax to Canadians? Because you're trying to sell it as this green plan, but emissions have continued to go up. We saw in the last COP meeting that everyone flew their private jets in and had a fancy gathering, that Canada is number 58 in the world in reducing their emissions over this Liberal government's whole history. Number 58. Now, that's not a lot to be proud of, Mr. Speaker. So when they're trying to sell this carbon tax as a tax plan, first of all, it's untrue. And second of all, if they're trying to sell the carbon tax as an environmental plan, it's not working. So maybe you have to go back to the drawing board to something that actually would lower emissions across our country. Another thing when we want to talk about competitiveness, as my friend from King's Hand said, is I met with the Canadian Steel Producing Association. We had an all-party steel caucus. And one of the things that they brought up is competitiveness. And I'll take this time right now to shout out and say my heart's with the 100 or so USW 5890 workers in Regina that just are on the verge of being laid off. And one of the reasons that they're having more layoffs at Everest Steel in Regina is because we can't sell our product because our country is getting flooded with cheap steel from countries like South Korea, China, India, and their steel is costing pennies on the dollar what our steel is costing because it's so much more money now to make that steel with a carbon tax. And we want to talk about being more competitive, and my friend is shaking his head and agreeing. He was on the Zoom meeting as well from Flambrook, and I really appreciate his contribution. I tried, Mr. Speaker. But one thing that we can all agree on is when it comes to made in Canada steel, it's way more environmentally friendly than any of the steel that people are using in infrastructure projects in our country, Mr. Speaker. We have the most environmentally friendly steel we saw in grass. We have the steel where we treat our workers the best, where they get treated and paid a fair wage for a fair day's work. In lots of other countries that doesn't happen. And the fact would be, Mr. Speaker, if not only we would use more Canadian steel in our infrastructure and in our projects in Canada, but also export it to other areas of the world, we would lower emissions in our country, Mr. Speaker. And that's just in one sector of our economy. And that's where we're going to talk about competitiveness and what inflation does, not only to our whole economy and to people's day-to-day lives, but for the growth of our economy. Conservatives agree, and then we always talk about growing that pie, not cutting it up into smaller chunks for each individual province or sector, but growing it. We have an opportunity in this country now, coming out of COVID, to grow our economy, to get stronger, and we don't see that happening from this government. Right now, I heard the member from Winnipeg North talk about, oh, we're going to build back better, we're going to build back better. Mr. Speaker, so many Canadians would look him in the eye and say, don't worry about building back better, just put it back the way you found it. Yeah. Mr. Speaker. And we hear that all the time is, quit trying to make things better because all you're doing is making Canadians fall further and further behind. Take a page. I know I was at MLA for 8 years before I became a member of Parliament, and one of the best things I heard one of my colleagues say is, sometimes one of the best things government can do is just get out of the way. Sometimes the best things you can do is nothing, and let the people that are the entrepreneurs of this country. Canadians are very good at knowing what to do with their own money. I say in many of my speeches, $1 in the pocket of the person that made it is worth twice as much as the government taking it and trying to respend it, Mr. Speaker. So I want to end with this, Mr. Speaker, and one thing that I noticed they were talking about their job numbers, Mr. Speaker, and do you know that since February 2020, 80% of all the jobs made under this government were public sector? It seems like they've forgotten about the private sector and those entrepreneurs and those people that invest their own money and create jobs where the government doesn't have to do it for every day. Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to represent Regina Louvain and put some of their stories on the table today, Mr. Speaker. Inflation is hitting everyone hard across our province and in our city. And one thing that I'd like to say is that under government led by our new leader, we will take the tax off and keep the heat on, Mr. Speaker.
Now, a little reminder to keep our comments and our questions and our answers as brief as possible so everyone can get to participate. The honourable member for King's Hands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my honourable colleague. I find it a bit ironic that the member opposite would have presented as a candidate in the last election talking about carbon pricing. Like this was something that member ran on. And I take notice that he or in the Conservative Party may not agree with the approach that this government is taking. He talked about it as being an environmental plan. Really at the core of what the carbon price is about is trying to incentivize changed behavior. It's trying to drive technological innovation. I was in his home province of Saskatchewan. Federated Co-op Limited is making hundreds of millions of dollars investment on the basis of trying to actually benefit from getting around the idea that there is a market mechanism to change behavior. So I take notice that he might not like this plan, but an honest and genuine question back to him. What would he suggest is the best mechanism from government to actually try to drive the innovation and technology that's needed? Is it government regulation? Is it big bossy government programs? What exactly would he like to see? Because on this side, I actually think it's a market mechanism that is inherently a small C Conservative play. Why doesn't he like it?
For Regina Louvain.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much, and I always enjoy when a Liberal shows up in Saskatchewan because we haven't had one since 2019. And I'd also like to say Federated Co-op Limited is actually putting $1.3 billion into a renewable diesel plant and a canola crushing operation, which is going to be fantastic. So what they could do is appreciate some of that private money going towards making new jobs. And while we're on the topic of discussing promises during elections, that government almost ran on a promise to never increase the carbon tax over $50 a ton, which he's going to have to go back to explain to his constituents why that's going to go to $170 a ton and triple the cost of heating their homes in the winter, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Repentigny. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Perhaps I didn't hear what the member said in the beginning, but I'd like to focus on the motion. When we're talking about cutting spending, do we want to cut the $65 billion paid to seniors for OAS every year? Do we want to cut the billions to help them with GST rebates? Or do we want to cut benefits to veterans, or the $43 billion for EI, or the healthcare transfers? When we want to cut, Mr. Speaker, what are we talking about exactly?
Member for Regina Louvain.
That's a very fair question, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague very much for the question, because what we're talking about cutting is the $119 million to McKinsey and Associates. What we're talking about cutting is the $15 billion in programs that went to prisoners and dead people and companies that didn't need the COVID spending. What we're talking about is the $400 billion that they said they're going to use for COVID programming that was never used by the Parliamentary Budget Officer's own numbers. So that's about over $500 billion in spending that we're talking about already. So there is a lot of largesse that this Liberal government has spent over the years. There's a lot of places where you can cut and deliver better services. I'd ask my Bloc colleague, there's been an increase in public servants. There's been an increase in contracting out. There's been an increase of spending higher than any other government in the history of this country. Have we seen better services for our citizens?
No. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Nunavut.
I'd like to thank the member for his intervention and for discussing the increase of food banks in Canada. While this increase has been happening, at the same time, Loblaws has shown gross profits at the third quarter in 2022 was up 30.8%. Corporate greed by such needs to be taxed so that families can stop going to food banks. Does the member agree?
The honourable member for Regina Louvain.
One of the first things that I would have done is not given $20 million to Loblaws for new freezers, and that was something that this Liberal government decided to do, and her party supported that, so she should talk to her party leadership about supporting corporate welfare for Loblaws as well. But one of the things that I talked about that hurts the most vulnerable is a tax on everything, and that is the carbon tax, which does hurt the most vulnerable, makes groceries more expensive for everyone, makes the shipping of those groceries to the grocery stores more expensive. So if we want to help the most vulnerable amongst us, the first thing we have to do is lower the taxes and control our spending to get inflation back down to that 2%. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Don Valley East.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the member opposite. The member said that the best thing the government can do sometimes is just to get out of the way. Now, could you imagine if government in this country got out of the way when we looked at public education for this, in provinces and in the country? What if government got out of the way during nationalizing universal health care or getting out of the way during the pandemic? Doesn't the member believe that sometimes government has to come together for the common good and as a collective as Canadians to identify issues that are at national scope and actually focus and use the power of government for good?
The honourable member for Regina Louvain.
Yeah, so this is an easy answer, Mr. Speaker, and that's exactly the difference between Liberals and Conservatives. The Liberals think governments can always do it better. The Liberals think government can take money from people and spend it better than they can. Conservatives believe individuals can do that better with some of their own money. Conservatives believe that the private sector can actually solve some of these problems. Conservatives believe that entrepreneurs in this country are actually what built it, not government. Government isn't always the answer to problems. Many times it actually needs to get out of the way, like I said. But this member can believe that government should look after people from cradle to grave. Some people are going to have different opinions.
Reprise du débat. Continuing debate. The honourable member, or the honourable parliamentary secretary, to the Government House Leader Senate.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I will be sharing my time with the member from Vaughan Woodbridge today. Before I start talking about this particular opposition motion, Mr. Speaker, and I know that you've allowed a lot of latitude in terms of where people have gone to talk about this, especially the member from Pembroke who spoke a few minutes ago spent a lot of time talking about NORAD and our defense system, despite the fact that this motion has nothing to do with it. I thought it would be, perhaps relevant to reflect on the previous opposition motion that was before this House. That was brought forward by the Bloc and the use of the notwithstanding clause. And I'd like to, just observe the fact that very few Conservative speakers spoke to it. I think 3 in total. None of them really asked any questions, and when they did, they never talked about the subject. And then, of course, yesterday, they all voted in favor, Mr. Speaker, of encouraging premiers like Doug Ford to continue trampling on individual constitutional rights by supporting that opposition motion that provinces should be using the notwithstanding clause. I find it very interesting, their approach on that a couple days ago. Don't say a word, but we'll vote on it, in favor on it, when time comes. And I hope that Canadians paid attention to that, because it was very revealing, in my opinion, on how the member from Carleton, the leader of the opposition, will treat the courts if he ever has that opportunity to be in a position to be the Prime Minister. But I'll just leave it at that for a moment, Mr. Speaker, and focus a little bit more on the opposition motion, or the omnibus opposition motion that's before us today. The Conservatives are really trying to get this 8 years thing to stick. I don't understand it. I don't think Canadians really see the difference between 7 and 8 years. It's their new talking point. They've mentioned 8 years in this motion motion probably about a dozen times. I'm still trying to understand how that's supposed to be anywhere near as crafty as the triple thing, which I still haven't even really figured that out. I wonder who they're testing these slogans on before they roll them out to the public. But, you know, I heard the member earlier today from Calgary Forest Lawn talk specifically about the measures that the government had brought into place and how, in his words, they had none of the measures are working. He specifically said none of the measures are working. Look at some of the measures that we brought in by topping up the GST, by assisting people with paying their rent, with other previous initiatives that brought forward during COVID. For a member to get up in this House and suggest that those aren't working, I think is absolutely ridiculous and completely out of touch with the realities of what's going on with Canadians. You know, and when we talk about those specific programs, the programs that Conservatives are saying contribute to inflation, like when you top up the GST for some of the most vulnerable people in our country, people that need it the most, people that will immediately go out and spend it on not luxury, but on the things that they actually need. That's not going to contribute to inflation, Mr. Speaker. Don't take my word for it. Take the word from countless economists who've come forward. And as a matter of fact, I found it very interesting, Mr. Speaker, that just last night, before the Agriculture Committee, there was a few witnesses there. I know the member from Foothills, the member from Beauce, the member from Lambton, Middlesex, and the member from Battle River Crowfoot, who were all at that meeting yesterday, would have heard the following two quotes. The first was from Dr. D.T. Cochran from Canadians for Tax Fairness, who says, inflation is a complex phenomenon, unfortunately an oversimplistic claim about the cause of inflation being too much money chasing too few goods has driven an overly simplistic policy solution, higher interest rates. The claims also lend itself to blaming the federal government for inflation because the money created to support Canadians during the pandemic. Another witness, Dr. Jim Stanford, went on to say, clearly it's not due to the Prime Minister either. Our inflation and our food inflation both below average in other industrial countries. And that leads me to my next point, Mr. Speaker. It's this idea that somehow in a globalized world where we are trading goods and services in a free market, which Conservatives support because they support free trade apparently, somehow we can isolate ourselves from the policies that other countries make when it comes to the effects that those will have on Canada. The member from New Brunswick Southwest specifically, in an answer to one of my questions, said inflation is monetary policy driven, and he was implying that they were not worried about the rest of the world. When I asked him, what about the impact that the rest of the world has, he basically said, well, we don't care about the rest of the world, it's only Canada. The reality is, Mr. Speaker, is that when you work and you have a market that is open like Canada's, and is open with other developed countries in the world, policies that are created in other countries are going to have an impact in Canada and vice versa. That's why, in my opinion, it was important for Canada to stay in lockstep with the other countries throughout the world, in particular those that we do a lot of trading with and that we rely on and that we have shared values with, because during the pandemic we needed to supply and provide supports and resources to our population, just like those countries had to. So to now somehow imply, well, you know, if Canada hadn't gone that route to support Canadians and taken care of Canadians to the best of our ability during the pandemic, then we wouldn't be subject to this inflation right now, is an absolutely ludicrous claim, because you're trying to suggest that every other country out there that is experiencing inflation can also do the same thing by, in isolation, controlling their own inflation when their markets are so globally connected as well. So, you know, where are the inflation rates right now, Mr. Speaker? Well, let's just recap this. In the G7 alone, Japan's inflation rate is 4%. France is 5.8%. Canada, 6.3%. The U.S., 6.4%. Germany, 8.5%. UK, 9.2%. Italy, 10.1%. These are numbers as of January of this year. But you know, drill down into energy specifically, Mr. Speaker. On energy specifically, in the G7, Canada and the U.S. are the exact same as it relates to inflation at 7.3%. The rest of the G7 is anywhere between 15 and 64% inflation. So I think it's very important that when we have these discussions, there's a necessity to focus on the fact that when we talk about inflation, it's not just something that is domestic in nature, not just something that is completely controlled by our government, but because of the relationship that we have with other countries throughout the world, it relies on the trading that happens throughout the world, and we feed into each other's inflationary policy. Our policies feed into the inflationary impacts throughout different countries. And this leads me to my final conclusion, as though the conservatives want to completely wash over the fact that a lot of what happened in terms of inflation has to do with global issues that are happening right now, in particular the war in Ukraine. That is driving so much of this. And every economist will tell you that. Conservatives who are heckling right now will try to say, no, it was the Prime Minister. He's responsible for all of it. Well, I have one thing to say to my Conservative colleagues in response to that.
If I can just pause for a moment. I'm not having a hard time hearing the honourable member, but it is rather disturbing that while somebody is trying to get their point across, they're trying to be interrupted. And as much as one side enjoys it or the other enjoys giving it, that's not parliamentary procedure. So I'll let the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary continue.
I was just saying in conclusion, Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives like to suggest that the Prime Minister of Canada is completely responsible for inflation. Let's not forget, this is an individual who they routinely say is incompetent of doing anything, yet on the other hand, say that he is capable of controlling global inflation. Just let that sink in for a couple minutes, Mr. Speaker. They either are completely unaware of what's happening in the rest of the world, or they think that the Prime Minister of Canada is capable of controlling the inflation rate throughout the world. One of those two things is happening.
Cogent.
Very good. The Honourable, what we're going to do is, because there's not a lot of time left, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary will have 5 minutes of questions coming to him, or comments coming to him, once we return after question period and restart debate. Statements by members. Déclaration de député. The Honourable Member for Guelph.
Mr. Speaker, the Greenbelt is a vital part of Ontario's ecosystem that protects thousands of acres of wetlands, forests, and watersheds. It's also home to several farms located on some of Canada's best agricultural land. When protecting our climate, we need to be consistent across orders of government, and developments of the Greenbelt that are proposed in the province of Ontario conflict with federal legislation such as species at risk legislation, impact assessment legislation, and infringes on the Rouge National Urban Park. Canadians are feeling the impacts of climate change, which is why, since 2015, our government has protected over 290,000 square kilometers of land as part of our historic commitments and investments in nature conservation. As we continue our path to net zero emissions by 2050, now more than ever, it's important that we protect areas such as the Greenbelt. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Bay of Quinte.
Mr. Speaker, happy Valentine's Day. Speaking from matters of the heart, every year more than 250,000 Canadian babies are born with congenital heart disease, the #1 birth defect in Canada, and this week is Congenital Heart Disease Awareness Week. My wife Allie and I have a personal connection. Over 7 years ago, we lost our son Teddy to congenital heart disease, born and died just 22 minutes after birth. And there's not a day or a year that we don't think of what could have been. My wife has been a tireless advocate for infant loss and for congenital heart disease, writing a blog, alwayschooselove.net. Many families have a similar story to us, but many families have stories that last a lifetime with significant needs ranging from multiple invasive procedures such as open heart surgery and daily therapies for breathing and for physical rehabilitation. This week, no. When you look in Toronto, the CN Tower lit up in red, or alongside BC Place, Cabot Hill, and Montreal Park Tower, that is warmth of the red that signifies the need by Canadians to support our babies born with a broken heart. This Valentine's Day, have a heart and support and share your stories of congenital heart disease, and let's help find a cure. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Toronto, Danforth.
Mr. Speaker, do you have a neighbour who sits on the porch? Maybe you notice them and remember them every day. Well, that was Michael Finley. He was a pocket member, and people remember him for being on the porch, reading, and the interesting music he listened. But more Canadians will remember him for his important contributions to journalism. He was with the CBC for over 30 years. He worked on As It Happens, Sunday Morning, one of my favorite shows, Dispatches, and he was remembered as a storyteller, documentary maker, and editor. People say he saw what other people didn't see. He made an important contribution to journalism. People really stood out and looked to his leadership. One person said every reporter he ever worked with said their story was made better because of Michael. Michael died in a violent assault a few weeks ago, last month. Very sorry to see his passing. His memorial will be at one of his favorite local spots, Gabby's, next week. We will all remember Michael Finley and thank him so much for his contributions to journalism. Thank you.
The honourable member for Repentigny. Mr. Speaker, good news. Even though Canada was the first country in the world to authorize the consumption of genetically modified animals, Quebecers and Canadians will not have to find it in their plate, especially because they wouldn't even have known that it was genetically modified because this government insists on refusing to label these foods. Who can we thank for this good news? Health Canada? The federal government? No. Environmental groups like Vigilance OGM and Nature Canada, as well as politicians from the Bloc Québécois and a large portion of the population who got together to say no. It is this grassroots commitment that made the American company AquaBounty back down. So this is a great news, but we have to be careful because the federal government won't do anything to protect us. The honourable member for Notre-Dame-de-Grâce, Westmount.
To acknowledge the Fraser Hickson Library celebrating the 10th anniversary of its Mini Biblio book delivery service on February 14th. This service grew throughout the pandemic and now supports 130 partner organizations, impacting 14,000 participants, bringing more than 10,000 books to children, and delivering 5,000 hours of programming. Their staff and board of directors are deeply committed to the cause of early literacy, promoting reading to children, particularly in their first 100 days of life. La Bibliothèque Fraser.
The Fraser Hickson Library was founded in Montreal on October 15, 1885, and it was the first free public library in Canada. It was keenly supported by Honoré Beaugrand, then Mayor of Montreal. Today, the library's book collection is distributed throughout my riding and across Quebec. It continues to encourage a love of reading and early literacy. Many congratulations to the Fraser Hickson Library.
Well, member for Lethbridge.
Here we go. Using Bill C-11, the Prime Minister and his government will control everything that Canadians can see online. Renowned author Margaret Atwood has started speaking out about this. She's labeled the government's actions to, quote, creeping totalitarianism. Despite the enormous opposition, however, this government is ramming its way forward and steamrolling over opposition voices. They've ignored YouTubers, TikTokers, and Instagrammers who have spoken up from all corners of this country. Voices of Indigenous creators stifled, Black creators suppressed, French creators silenced. Now, however, the government of Quebec is standing up and speaking out. They're sounding the alarm bells. They don't want to be dictated to by this government or any government for that matter. So they're urging the Prime Minister to give the provinces a voice. My NDP and my Bloc colleagues, unfortunately, are standing with the Liberal regime. But over here, on this side, my Conservative colleagues and I are standing with the province of Quebec, calling on this government to give them a voice. We are asking that this government send this bill to committee, give an opportunity for voices to be heard, and for this legislation to be adequate.
The honourable member for Scarborough-Kildwood.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. February 22nd is National Human Trafficking Awareness Day. Whether it's forced labor, forced marriages, sex trafficking, organ trafficking, or cyber sex, it's all hidden in plain sight right here in Canada. Statistics Canada reports that in 2019, 97% of human trafficking victims were girls and women. 89% were below the age of 35 and 50% Indigenous. Human trafficking is vicious, growing, and profitable. All Canadians have the opportunity to make a difference by 1. Listening to survivors, 2. Learning the signs, 3. Advocating for change, 4. Supporting Bill C-308, 5. Supporting Bill S-211, which will have its third reading on March 6th. Not all modern slavery involves human trafficking, but all trafficked persons are slaves. On National Human Trafficking Awareness Day, let's take the necessary steps to end this scourge in our country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Surrey-Newton.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to celebrate my constituent and Canadian Armed Forces veteran, Mr. Kenneth Anderson, for his 40 years of service with the BC Corps of Commissioners. Ken first joined the Commissioners in May 1982 and served until August 1995. Following a short break, Ken re-enrolled in June 1996 and has served continuously ever since. Commissioners BC is a not-for-profit security and enforcement organization serving British Columbia's mainland community since 1927. In its 95 years of existence, Ken is one of only 5 individuals in his division to surpass 40 years of service. I urge all members to join me in thanking and congratulating Mr. Ken Anderson for his loyal and dedicated service. Thank you and happy Valentine's Day.
The honourable member for Saskatoon West.
Mr. Speaker, after 8 years, Canadians are out of money and can't afford to eat, heat, or house themselves because of the failed NDP Liberal policies that are breaking this country. After 8 years, paychecks dwindle with out-of-control Liberal tax increases. After 8 years, spending power dwindles as inflation runs rampant due to out-of-control NDP Liberal spending. And after 8 years, drug overdoses are up. Thugs with smuggled guns are terrorizing our communities, and the number of people living on the street continues to rise. After 8 years, Canadians feel how broken this country has become. However, we can recover. Conservatives will crack down on crime. We will go after the gun smugglers, tackle the gang problem, and reform the revolving door bail system. Conservatives will end the inflation crisis and make it more affordable to fuel your car and heat your home. How? Instead of constantly increasing the carbon tax, Conservatives will keep the heat on and take the tax off.
The honourable member for Davenport.
Mr. Speaker, as the death toll continues to rise due to the tragic earthquake in Turkey and northern Syria, our thoughts and prayers are with the families of the victims. Over 36,000 dead, 90,000 injured, and the number climbs every minute. Nothing can be done to bring back loved ones to their families, but we can step up to do everything we can to help. Canada has committed $10 million in humanitarian aid to Turkey and has a second matching fund set up for $10 million for donations to the Red Cross relief efforts, and we're looking at doing so much more. I had a chance to visit the Turkish community over the weekend, and it was heartening to see them come together to accept donations of blankets, Arctic tents, sleeping bags, which they're packing to send over to the impacted regions. Thanks to the many heroic leaders for stepping up to lead these efforts, including Samet Amma, Mehmet Solmaz, Bekir Elma Achli, in addition to so many Turkish businesses and the Federation of Turkish Associations. Our hearts go out to all those impacted by this awful tragedy. Canadians are united in our support. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Dauphin, Swan River, Neepawa.
Mr. Speaker, after 8 years, the cost of food production in Canada is soaring because of this government's failed carbon tax. After 8 years, a family farm is now expected to pay $150,000 in carbon tax every single year. After 8 years, families will pay over $16,000 a year in groceries. After 8 years, it is no surprise why Canadians are visiting food banks at record rates. Because after 8 years, the Prime Minister has failed the producers who put food on the table. But it doesn't have to be like this, Mr. Speaker. Conservatives will stand up for farmers. Conservatives will stand up for ranchers. Conservatives will stand up for consumers. And we will axe the failed carbon tax.
The honourable member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's been 8 years since this Prime Minister and that Liberal Party came to power. That's 8 years of fancy slogans, 8 years of grand proclamations, 8 years of masterful political manipulation, and 8 years of Liberal elites getting ahead. Yet, after those 8 long years, let's talk about what Canadians are facing. Out-of-control inflation and the highest costs in a generation. Housing costs doubled both to own and rent. Tax hikes at every turn, meaning folks are not only paying more, but are taking home less. A tax on our nation's most valuable industries, devaluing the hard work of Canadians, seeing a nation more divided than it's ever been, and a government that cannot fulfill its basic duties while acquiring more debt than ever before. After 8 years, Canadians are losing hope, are out of money, and can't afford to eat, heat, or house themselves. But, Mr. Speaker, hope is on the horizon. Conservatives are ready to keep the heat on and take the tax off.
The honourable member for Châteauguay-Lacolle. Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased today to take the opportunity as part of Black History Month to underscore the important work done in terms of inclusiveness in my riding.
Fait peu connu, Châteauguay-Lacolle.
It's a little-known fact that Château-de-Lacolle is the longtime home to the second-largest Caribbean community in the province of Quebec.
Welcomed many families from African countries such as Cameroon, Burundi, and Senegal. I salute our local grassroots groups who work together to promote the contribution of the Black community in the region. Of note is the Horizon Association, which since its founding by the late Clifton Ritchie more than 30 years ago, raises money for the education of young people and organizes events where everyone is welcome to participate, meet, and connect. Je salue.
I would like to commend the Horizon Association for its contribution. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I raise on National Have a Heart Day. I thank the First Nations Caring Society for providing ideas on what to do. Please visit haveaheartday.ca to see what you can do towards reconciliation. In advance of Budget 2023, I call on the government to implement 1.3 of the Calls for Justice, which reads, and I quote, "We call upon all governments in meeting human and Indigenous rights obligations to pursue prioritization and resourcing of the measures required to eliminate the social, economic, cultural, and political marginalization of Indigenous women, girls, and 2S LGBTQIA people when developing budgets and determining government activities and priorities."
The honourable member for Saint Jean. Mr. Speaker, the love capital of North America is in my riding, and even though it only has 500 people, it's recognized internationally. People in love and collectors across the world mail letters from there simply to have it stamped Saint Valentin. Saint Valentin also holds a special festival with special artists and performances. It is also the only Quebec municipality besides Montreal to be twinned with a Japanese city, Mimisaka. This partnership is regularly honored during workshops of manga and origami and exhibitions. On February 2nd, the Japanese consul in Montreal presented our mayor, Pierre Chamberlain, with a certificate of merit from the Japanese Department of Foreign Affairs for the excellence of his initiatives. For all these reasons, I want to say today, Saint Valentin, be my Valentine.
Si je peux avoir votre attention, if I can...
May I draw your attention, please? I'd like to remind all members that statements are important, and so while various members are giving their statements, I know you like to chat, but I would ask you not to meet in the middle, but rather on the sidelines where you can whisper or at least speak more quietly instead of yelling across the aisle. Thank you very much.
Or Barry Innisfil.
It's never the crime, it's always the cover-up. As journalists were getting wind that some random Liberal had stayed in what we now know was a $7,000 a night posh London hotel, the Liberals went into full panic mode, trying to spin and twist the story in any way possible, even blacking out emails identifying who stayed in the room. Imagine that, Mr. Speaker. Anyone remember when the Prime Minister said that this was going to be the most transparent and accountable government in history? While Canadians are suffering the pain of this Liberal self-inflicted inflation and affordability crisis, with many barely able to afford food, groceries, heat, and with mums going to bed worried about being able to keep the roof over their family's head, someone on that side, gee, I wonder who, thought it was okay to spend $7,000 a night on a hotel and then tried to cover it up. After 8 years of scandals, ethical violations, being out of touch and entitled, Canadians are now seeing that this is a Prime Minister who cannot be redeemed and he must be replaced.
The Honourable Member for Niagara Centre.
Mr. Speaker, today we opened the Great Lakes Summit on the Hill, welcoming the people responsible for ensuring the water that comes from our Great Lakes and St. Lawrence Seaway system is safe to drink, can support fish stocks, is safe for families to enjoy, and can sustain one of the largest trade corridors in the world. They arrive here to celebrate a successful year of action taken, Mr. Speaker, to preserve the integrity of our freshwater systems, but also to call on our government to continue the work necessary to ensure we don't allow the same destructive conditions many of us experienced in the past. We remember when our drinking water was unsafe. We remember dead fish on our beaches and the impact on our communities when our water was polluted and unsafe. And we remember the extraordinary reversal dedicated people made happen through the good governance and efforts of many. Mr. Speaker, I offer my thanks to all my colleagues from both sides of the floor and the border who join us and continue to support our efforts to keep our binational freshwaters healthy and safe. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Oral questions. Question orale. The Honourable Member for Regina Capel.
8 years of Liberal waste and corruption have driven inflation to record highs, and nowhere is this more obvious than in housing costs. In fact, after 8 years of Liberal deficits driving up inflation, the average renter now pays over $2,000 a month in rent. Now, to a wealthy Prime Minister who brags about his vast family fortune, that might not seem like a lot of money. Maybe that's why he signed off on a $7,000 a night hotel stay in London last fall. Why did the Prime Minister think it was okay to bill taxpayers for a single night's hotel bill what the average renter pays in 3 full months?
The Honourable Minister of Housing.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians have the right to ask themselves, why is it that every time real supports for renters comes to the floor of this House, that the Conservatives vote against it? They voted against the Canada Housing Benefit that is delivering and investing an average of $2,500 to vulnerable renters across the country. They not only voted against the $500 one-time top-up to the Canada Housing Benefit, they played procedural games in this chamber to prevent real help to Canadian renters.
The Honourable Member for Regina Capel.
Mr. Speaker, this scandal stings taxpayers so much because it comes at a time when housing costs are taking more and more out of Canadian paychecks. After 8 years of Liberal deficits, interest rates have risen, meaning homeowners have to pay more to the bank in interest payments just to stay in their own home. In fact, after 8 years of this Liberal government, the average monthly mortgage cost has more than doubled, and the average $600,000 mortgage sees interest costs go from $12,000 a year to over $30,000 a year. So again, does the minister think it was a good idea for the Prime Minister to bill taxpayers for one night's hotel stay what homeowners pay in 2 full months on their mortgage?
The Honourable Minister.
Speaker, does the honourable member think it was smart to vote against real help for home buyers? The first-time home buyer incentive, $40,000 tax-free savings account for first-time home buyers, doubling the first-time home buyer tax credit, introducing a once-in-a-lifetime rent-to-own program, $200 million, supports for first-time home buyers in terms of increasing supply, banning foreigners from owning Canadian residential real estate. Does the honourable member really think those supports for Canadian home buyers were smart to vote against? Thank you.
Honourable member for Regina Capel.
It's always smart to vote against inflationary deficits that drive up the cost of living, Mr. Speaker. You know, the Liberals have learned the wrong lesson from this hotel bill scandal. You'd think that after billing taxpayers $6,000 a night for a single room, the lesson learned would be book a cheaper room next time. Instead, the lesson these Liberals have learned is cover it up better. Emails between the PM staff revealed government officials scheming to cover up the scandal. One even suggested bearing these costs in next year's public accounts. And the word finally came down from the minister herself to simply stop answering questions altogether. All this at a time when Canadians are paying more just to stay in their own home. Why is treating taxpayers' money with respect nevertheless?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last fall, Canadians mourned the death of a monarch of 70 years. And we had a delegation led by our Governor General and our Prime Minister that was appropriate and was important for Canadians. It was absolutely essential that we attend that. And while this side of the House is focusing on us, we're focusing on them. We're focusing on their cost of living. We're focusing on their cost of housing. We're focused on their cost of childcare. And we will continue to be focusing on the Canadians while they focus on us.
L'honorable député de
The Honourable Member for Bellechasse, Les Etchemins, Lévis. So we see that they think it's normal to spend $6,000 for a night at a hotel. After 8 years of this government, Canadians are hurting financially. Inflation is rampant, and today we're debating a motion that calls on the government to rein in its spending, stop the waste, and eliminate the taxes and deficits that gave way to the current cost of living crisis. Will this government finally do the right thing and introduce the fiscal and budgetary measures that are necessary to get the country out of this disastrous inflationary crisis, Mr. Speaker? The Honourable Minister for Sport. Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives talk about overspending and waste. What is this really about? Our spending seeks to help families who really need help. Our programs are targeted and adapted to help those who really need it the most in our society. For example, our $500 top-up to the Canada Housing Benefit, that aims to help people who need it. We are making housing affordable for families. We are helping those who need help the most. The Conservatives should stop voting against all the measures that we are implementing to help Canadians, and maybe they should propose some solutions. The Honourable Member for Bellechasse, Les Etchemins, Lévis. Well, one solution to help would be to not spend $6,000 for a hotel room. Mr. Speaker, food banks, after 8 years of this government, are experiencing a record number of visits, 1.5 million visits in 1 month. A family of 4 will have to pay $1,065 more for food this year than they did last year. 1 in 5 mothers is skipping meals in Canada. Mr. Speaker, this mess bears the signature of this incompetent government whose mistakes and failures continue to pile up. When will they finally show some compassion and clean up their mess, fix the situation? The Honourable Minister. I'd like to remind my colleague that when this party took office in 2015, 1 in 8 Canadians was living under the poverty line. Since we took office, we have lifted 2.7 million Canadians above the poverty line. So the Conservatives say that we should stop spending and stop helping Canadians. What they're really saying is that we should send those 2.7 million back under the poverty line. It's unacceptable, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for La Prairie. Mr. Speaker, there has not been agreement on health care, because for there to be an agreement, people would have to agree. The Prime Minister's offer to his counterparts is being imposed on them. The Prime Minister capitalized on the fact that Quebec and the provinces are stretched to the limit by the health crisis caused by federal underfunding that he is personally responsible for. Provinces are so strapped up against the wall that they have to accept the unacceptable. The Prime Minister could have fixed his chronic underfunding of health care, but instead he settled for buying a bit of peace, and on the cheap at that. Why didn't he choose to actually help provide care to those who need it? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister for Health. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for his question and for his interest in this very important matter. We are very happy about the announcement made today by the Council of the Federation. We thank the members of the Council of the Federation for their significant and important work. Since the Prime Minister called for a meeting with the provincial counterparts a week ago, we have met with all provincial counterparts. The Honourable Member for La Prairie. Mr. Speaker, Quebec and the provinces have been calling on the federal government to pay its fair share, 35%. But the Prime Minister's offer brings up the federal contribution from 22% to a measly 24%. But let's not forget that when the government took office, the federal government was paying for 24%. So this new agreement, all it does is fix the government's own mess. We want 35%. We need 35%. The Prime Minister's going from 22, 24%, 22, 24. Nothing changes, meanwhile. And does he realize that in the meantime, our healthcare systems are crashing and burning? The Honourable Heritage Minister. Mr. Speaker, I wonder where my colleague was this morning when the newspapers had headlines saying agreement, federal provincial healthcare agreements. This is hailed as a positive agreement which will help the healthcare. It will help us get more frontline medical personnel. We will be able to invest in the men and women who make a difference every day in our healthcare system. We will be able to invest in healthcare. We will be able to ensure the survival and the thriving of our system. It's not just an agreement, it's a good one, Mr. Speaker.
Burnaby South.
Statistics Canada reports that nearly half of Canadians, 44%, are reporting they're struggling with paying their rent and groceries. On top of that, Canadians pay some of the highest cell phone and internet fees in the world. The Rogers-Shaw merger will only make things worse. Canadians who are already struggling will have to pay even more for their cell phone and internet fees. Now, the government has a choice today. Will they stand up for families and say no to this merger, or will they put billions of dollars in the pockets of billionaires? Which is it?
The Honourable Minister for Innovation.
Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. Mr. Speaker, it's very simple. We stand on the side of Canadians, Mr. Speaker. That's why yesterday my honourable colleague would have said we issued a directive to the CRTC to lower prices for Canadians, to bring more competition in the sector. And Mr. Speaker, the members knows well, I've said all the time, what matters for me is to bring down prices, to bring competition, and the best way we have done that in this country is to have a fourth national player. We will always act in the best interest of consumers in Canada.
The Honourable Member for Burnaby South.
So if I just heard the Minister correctly, Mr. Speaker, does that mean he will oppose the merger today?
We know that the Rogers-Shaw merger is going to mean higher bills for cellular. We already pay some of the highest bills of any country in the world. This merger will make things worse. It will make bills more expensive. So the minister has a choice today. Here's the choice. Will he block this merger and defend people or not? The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his important question. Now, my colleague knows that Canadians who are tuning into question period today have seen that yesterday we issued a directive to the CRTC. The directive asks them to take action to reduce bills in Canada and to increase competition. I've said this many times in many places, Mr. Speaker. Our goal is to get bills down to increase competition, and the best way to do this in Canada that we've found is to have a fourth major player. Canadians should know that we are always here to defend Canadian consumers.
After 8 years of the Liberal Prime Minister's incompetence, home heating has become a luxury. He said he couldn't find a business case to provide the world with clean Canadian energy and canceled pipelines, making the cost of home heating double in this country. Yet he found a business case to shovel billions of dollars to his Liberal crony insiders, giving them cushy contracts. And now Canadians are having to turn down the heat and wear blankets right before he triples his failed carbon tax. Will the Prime Minister come out with a real climate change plan and stop with the virtue signalings so Canadians can keep the heat on and take the tax off?
The Honourable Minister of the Environment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I would like to remind my honourable colleague that
politics we're putting in place will help Canadians reduce their dependencies on expensive fossil fuels and replace them with Canadian-generated clean electricity, reducing their energy bill, Mr. Speaker, which is why we have worked to help Canadians in Atlantic Canada and across the country reduce their home heating bill, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much.
Well, member for Calgary, Forest Lawn.
The problem with that plan is that it's not an environmental plan. I looked for it. I couldn't find it. Can anyone else find it? No. Mr. Speaker, did you find it? It's not under here. What I did find was a tax plan that made gas, groceries, and home heating more expensive. A tax plan that hasn't helped them meet a single emission reductions target, and they've made emissions go up. When will they stop with their fake virtue signaling? Cancel the failed carbon tax so Canadians can keep the heat on.
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is somewhat rich coming from the opposition that flip-flops on carbon pricing faster than I can flip my pancakes in the morning, Mr. Speaker. 1 minute they're in favor of carbon pricing, the next minute they're not. The minute after that they are for carbon pricing. Last election, these members of opposition campaigned on carbon pricing, Mr. Speaker, and now they're saying they don't.
I'm going to have to pause for a second. I'm having a hard time hearing the answer up here because of the heckling going back and forth. And I know everybody wants to hear the response just like they want to hear the question. The Honourable Minister, you have 15 seconds left.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I was saying, the Conservative Party of Canada, with their reckless policies, flip-flop faster than on carbon pricing, faster than I can flip my pancakes in the morning, Mr. Speaker. It's impossible to know what their position is at any given minute because they change their position so often. Thank you.
Well, member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Mr. Speaker, after 8 years of this Liberal Prime Minister, Canadians are facing a generational cost of living crisis. According to the Financial Consumer Agency of Canada, Canadians are now facing the biggest financial challenges of their lives. And yet, these Liberals continue to double down on increasing carbon tax, which will occur again on April 1st. Conservatives will keep the heat on and take the tax off. Will the Prime Minister show some compassion and scrap the carbon tax?
The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think it's important in this House that we actually are not misleading Canadians. As the official opposition knows, 8 out of 10 Canadian families.
The Honourable Minister from the top, please.
The opposition knows full well, even though they actually don't say it publicly, that 8 out of 10 Canadian families get more money back than they pay in the price on pollution. Certainly affordability is a critical issue, but so is climate change. And I would say it is enormously rich for a party that cannot even acknowledge the reality of climate change to be asking about the government's climate plan.
The Honourable Member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the Liberals do not have an environmental plan. They have a tax plan. And, you know, they are starting to sound like a broken record of broken promises and failed policies. The reality is that 38% of Canadians are near broke. Now, this is according to the federal government's own researchers. Just this morning, I met with some students from Burnaby's Simon Fraser Student Society who told me that students are missing meals because they can't afford to eat. So will the Prime Minister take responsibility for students who can't even afford to feed themselves, or will the Conservatives have to fix what he broke?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Certainly affordability issues are critically important for all Canadians. I think everybody in this House can agree on that. Certainly this government is taking steps to address affordability concerns across the board. But one of those, to be honest, Mr. Speaker, is a price on pollution where 8 out of 10 Canadian families get more money back. It is an important policy to reduce emissions and fight climate change, but do so in a manner that promotes affordability. My goodness, it is time, it is far past time that the official opposition actually acknowledge the reality of climate change and put forward a plan that Canadians can look at.
Yes. The Honourable Member for Edmonton Mill Woods.
Mr. Speaker, the reality is that after 8 years of this Prime Minister, 1 in 4 Canadians cannot afford a $500 unexpected expense. Nearly half of Canadians are concerned about affording their rent and their mortgage payments, which have doubled under this Prime Minister. And too many Canadians are concerned about heating their homes because it has become so expensive under this Prime Minister. And now, on top of that, the Liberals are going to triple the carbon tax. Will they help Canadians out by keeping the heat on and take the tax off?
The Honourable Minister for Tourism.
Mr. Speaker, the hypocrisy of the other side is astounding. We're talking about affordability, about helping Canadians to make ends meet, and the other side voted against a $500 top-up on housing. They voted against dental supports for 500,000 kids. They voted against rental supports. Mr. Speaker, they voted against supporting Canadians at a time when they needed it the most. They have no plan. We do. We will keep supporting Canadians.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Mill Woods.
Mr. Speaker, what we voted against is putting more fuel on the fire. You can't spend your way out of inflation. Mr. Speaker, the fact is that their carbon tax plan is a failed plan that has not met any target that they have set. Even the Bank of Canada governor has admitted that the carbon tax is contributing to inflation, and the parliamentary budget officer says that households will pay more in carbon tax than they will get back in rebates. So will they help Canadians out by keeping the heat on and take the tax off?
The Honourable Minister of the Environment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Fort McMurray forest fires cost Canadians almost $6 billion. Alberta floodings in 2013, almost $4 billion. Ice storm in Quebec, $3 billion. Atmospheric rivers in British Columbia, $8 billion. That is only a few of the examples, Mr. Speaker, of the increasing cost to Canadians of climate change. And what's the answer of this reckless opposition party? Make pollution free again. That's unacceptable, Mr. Speaker. On this side of the House, we will support Canadians and we will fight climate change.
The Honourable Member for Rivière-du-Nord. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to talk to you about the notwithstanding clause, which is the only little scrap of autonomy that is guaranteed to Quebec and the provinces by the Constitution. That was the compromise that Trudeau Sr. came up with in order to get the provinces to accept their Constitution, which, by the way, Quebec never signed. The clause represents the right to make different societal choices without having them overruled by judges or by the federal government. Yesterday, the son of Pierre Trudeau, the Liberals, and the NDP voted against this right. Why is the smallest bit of autonomy for Quebec and the provinces too much for the Liberals and the NDP? The Honourable Minister of Justice. Mr. Speaker, our government has always been clear about our concerns regarding preemptive use of the notwithstanding clause. The Charter of Rights and Freedoms protects our rights and freedoms. It was also created to protect the rights of minorities everywhere in Canada. Preemptive use of the notwithstanding clause does away with important dialogue between the courts and this House. That is why we are against preemptive use. The Honourable Member for Rivière-du-Nord. Well, they should go and read their Constitution, reread it, or read it for the first time. Because nowhere does it say who should have the first word or the last word. In fact, Section 33 gives precedence to Parliament, not to the courts. It's therefore exclusively the choice of Quebec and the provinces. It's written in black and white. It's very clear. But that's what the Liberals and the NDP take issue with. The notwithstanding clause clearly and unequivocally guarantees the governments other than the federal government can make decisions without asking Ottawa's permission. Is that what they take issue with? Not having the final say? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, I remember the debates we had at the time of the Canadian Constitution. The notwithstanding clause is always there as a last resort. Mr. Speaker, legislating to repeal rights in Canada is a very serious matter, which means that the notwithstanding clause in Canada should be used as a last resort. It's important that the legislative and the judiciary can have dialogue. The Honourable Member for for Rivière-du-Nord. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The notwithstanding clause has been used mostly in Quebec. It's been used to defend our national language and our distinct values. It is no coincidence, Mr. Speaker, that the Liberals and the NDP are fighting the clause today. They want to challenge Bill 96, which protects French in Quebec. They want to challenge Bill 21, which protects secularism in our state. They also want to prevent Quebec from introducing any other law that they might not agree with. Their problem, at the end of the day, Mr. Speaker, is that Quebec is different, and the notwithstanding clause allows Quebec to express its difference. Is that not what they really take issue with, the Liberals, Mr. Speaker? The Honourable Minister of Heritage. I'll tell you what the Bloc Québécois problem is, Mr. Speaker. They had a whole opposition day all to themselves. They could have chosen any topic. They could have talked about how to help seniors, the environment, poverty, how to help people. And you know what they chose, Mr. Speaker? They chose to talk about the Constitution for the whole day. Talking about the Constitution doesn't put food on any Canadian tables. It doesn't help any Canadian families. How totally out of touch with reality does one have to be to choose that as a topic?
Mr. Speaker, after 8 years of this Prime Minister, Canadian businesses are beginning to sound the alarms. Now take Gio, who owns a small coffee shop in Edmonton. He has to bring his beans up from South America, but due to rising costs of fuel, transportation, and utilities, he's had to hike his prices 25%. Now, it's policies like the Liberals' carbon tax that continue to drive up these costs. Now, Conservatives will keep the heat on and take the tax off. So when will this Prime Minister get out of the way so Conservatives can fix what he broke?
The Honourable Minister.
Well, I can tell this honourable member what this side of the House does for small businesses. We stand by them every single... We stand with...
The Honourable Minister, please, from the top.
I'll tell my honourable member what this side of the House does for small businesses. We have their back every single time. During the pandemic, it was about keeping their employees on payroll. It was giving them a loan so that they can get through every single day. Now, it's about helping them get new customers by going through e-commerce. It's about helping those businesses get access to new markets all around the world. And I might say that those businesses are doing terrific. They're doing terrific because they are increasing their businesses and creating great jobs for Canadians from coast to coast to coast.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Riverbend.
Really, Mr. Speaker? That minister wants to tell us about small businesses? I think it's the Ethics Commissioner that just told us all what they do with small businesses. It's been reported now that more than half of Canadians are spending over $200 a month or more to heat their homes. Now just ask Linda. She's a family of 4, and she's choosing to skip meals than to heat her home. Now Conservatives will keep the heat on and take the tax off. So when will this Prime Minister get out of the way so Conservatives can fix what he broke?
The Honourable Minister for Tourism.
I thank my honourable member colleague from Edmonton and wonder why he voted against taxes for small business when he had the opportunity to support them. Mr. Speaker, I can tell you, just in the jobs report for January, 150,000 new jobs created, 121,000 full-times. I don't know where he is, Mr. Speaker, but in Edmonton, things are going well. We're supporting Canadians. That's our job.
Excellent. The Honourable Member for Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge.
Mr. Speaker, after 8 years of this Prime Minister, British Columbians are really struggling. Liberal policies have pushed home, rent, and fuel prices through the roof. We pay the highest prices in North America. It's projected to hit $2.65 a litre this summer. Liberal solution, let's double down, no, triple down on the carbon tax. That'll force them to not to drive to work or take their kids to soccer. Will the Prime Minister take responsibility for making life more expensive? Will he keep the heat on and takes the tax off?
The Honourable Minister for Natural Resources.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would remind my honourable colleague that 8 out of 10 Canadian families actually get more money back than they pay on the price on pollution. But I would also remind my honourable...
Okay.
Read the PBS.
Okay, I think things are getting a little bit out of hand. I'm just going to ask everyone to take a deep breath, and when someone's speaking, not say anything, other than the person who's entitled to speak. The Honourable Minister from the top, please.
But I would also remind my honourable colleague who comes from the same province that I do that it was in 2008 that the British Columbia government put in place the first price on pollution in North America, showing enormous leadership in the fight against climate change. But if he has a problem with the price on pollution in British Columbia, he might want to raise that with the Premier.
A member for Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, this minister should know that British Columbians receive zero back in tax rebates from the federal government. After 8 years of this Prime Minister, everything is more difficult. In Surrey, 1,000 Indo-Canadian owner-operators met to protest that the Liberal government and the Port Authority don't care about their livelihoods. They're being forced to unnecessarily buy new trucks. They're also struggling to pay for increased fuel prices, including the carbon tax that is tripling. Will this Prime Minister take responsibility for his actions and admit he doesn't care for hard-working Canadians?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And it's interesting that the honourable member points out that British Columbians do not get a refund, as every Canadian who lives under the federal system does. 8 out of 10 Canadians get more money back under the federal system. If he has a problem with how that process is implemented, and I believe the honourable member used to be a member of the political party that brought the price on pollution in, he should raise it with the Premier.
Across Canada are selling preferential access to surgery for those with money to pay for it. They are exploiting a loophole in the Canada Health Act that is costing Canadians up to $28,000 per procedure. Even former Liberal Health Minister Jane Philpott says this contravenes the principles of Medicare. New Democrats believe Canadians should have access to care based on need, not wealth. Why are Liberals letting for-profit clinics prey on the desperation of patients and allowing two-tier access to care in Canada?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the question from my colleague and for his collaboration on the Health Committee. We believe on this side of the House that all you should need in order to get health care is your health card, not your credit card, and we'll always stand up for Canada's universal public health care. Canadians are proud of our system, which has always been based on need, not their ability to pay. Our discussions with the premiers included the importance of upholding the Canada Health Act, which means making sure that services are based on need and not a person's ability to pay, and will always protect Canada's equitable access to universal health care and services. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Port Moody, Coquitlam.
Mr. Speaker, the Liberals said they would defend public health care, and now they're not. Another example of Liberals putting the interests of corporate profits over people is the flailing Canada Infrastructure Bank. This bank has failed to deliver the climate-resilient infrastructure needed by communities. And Liberals don't want people to know this. This government is keeping that information secret and out of the hands of Canadians. Why are the Liberals protecting a bank that isn't delivering for Canadians?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, but on the contrary, the Canada Infrastructure Bank is an innovative way to deal with infrastructure gaps that our country faces. Would the member opposite like to tell for example, the Manitoba Fibre Project that has over 400 jobs created, 49,000 households will be connected to broadband. Would the member opposite like to tell those residents, those people who are employed, that the Infrastructure Bank is doing nothing for them? Mr. Speaker, we're going to continue to invest in good infrastructure right across this country.
That's right. The Honourable Member for Kings Hants.
Mr. Speaker, Nova Scotia's wine, grape and fruit growing sector is facing an uncertain future. On the weekend of February 3rd and 4th, a polar vortex event hit Nova Scotia with sustained temperatures of -25 and a wind chill record of -43. This, coupled with the fact that we had one of the mildest winters on record in Nova Scotia, has resulted in significant damage. Early estimates suggest that we will completely lose the vinifera crop and up to 50% of hybrids, and the fruit industry is concerned about peaches, cherries, and stone fruit. Can the Minister of Agriculture provide provide some guidance to producers in my riding and across the province about what programs they should take and whether or not she's received any application from the Government of Nova Scotia for an agri-recovery framework. Thank you.
Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First, I would like to thank my colleague from King's Hand for his continuous dedication for agriculture. We recognize that the recent weather events impacted the grape growers of Nova Scotia and caused them significant stress. And I want to assure them that we stand ready to assess the disaster as soon as the province may submit a request for agri-recovery. And until then, I invite them to make sure or to check their eligibility for the programs Agri-Insurance, Agri-Invest, and Agri-Stability. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, what news this morning? The Quebec government is urging the Liberal government to include a mechanism for mandatory consultation with Quebec in Bill C-11 to ensure that Quebec's cultural specificity is protected. It's asking the Prime Minister, who is still supported by the Bloc, to ensure that before Bill C-11 is passed, it includes a formal consultation mechanism for the Government of Quebec. Does the Prime Minister agree with the Minister Lacombe regarding Quebec culture and that his government should send the bill to Parliament for study? Yes or no? The Honourable Minister of Canadian Heritage. Mr. Speaker, we are working very well with the Quebec government on the file of culture and other files as well. And moreover, the Bloc and the NDP and the Liberal Party understand the importance of culture and the importance of asking streamers and Netflix and others, well, to contribute to Canadian culture. But there is one party that decided to turn its back on the cultural sector, or turn its back on our creators and our producers and directors. It's the Conservatives. The Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Canadian Heritage says that the Quebec Bloc is often looking for disputes, but C10, C15, C11, well, can the Minister answer? Will the government send this bill, C11, to committee to study Quebec's request? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, true, often the Bloc does look for disputes, but in terms of this bill, C11, it's not the case. I'm wondering how a member for Quebec and other colleagues can come debate here and say we don't need this legislation, even though everyone in Quebec is asking for it, regardless of the sector, whether it's science, music, TV, cinema. We are the best in the world at what we do, and this is in spite of the Conservatives. The Honourable Member for Louis-Saint-Laurent. Mr. Speaker, how come a member from Quebec and a minister from Quebec can refuse to listen to the request of the Quebec government? Bill C-11 is a centralizing piece of legislation. It gives federal government more power, and are they calling the Bloc centralizing? Does a Liberal government with their friends from the Bloc, will they allow the parliamentary committee to study the amendments from the Senate with respect to Quebec's right? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, once again, we work very well with Quebec on the cultural file on many levels. But what the Conservatives want is to continue to filibuster, Mr. Speaker. They have done this across the board. They've talked just about anything with a great deal of talent, I must admit. But at the end of the day, we need this legislation. We are in competition with many giants worldwide, and we have to remain the best. And we need C-11. We're going to consult Quebec, despite what the Conservatives say. The Honourable Member for Louis-Saint-Laurent. Mr. Speaker, I would ask the Minister to be prudent. Listening to Quebec is not filibustering. It's shameful that they would say that. This Liberal government has now joined forces with its friends at the Bloc, which is now centralizing. They refuse to adhere to Quebec's request. The Conservatives want to admit this. Will they accept our proposal to amend the legislation at committee to study Senate amendments and to listen to the Quebec government? The Honourable Minister of Canadian Heritage. Mr. Speaker, we cooperate once again very well with Quebec. We're in constant conversation. I have seen my counterpart on culture. Well, I saw them over the weekend. And how come the Conservatives say that that's not what culture is? Come on. This is a smoke show and the biggest one of the year. Smoke and mirrors. The Conservatives have filibustered since the beginning of the year, and they don't care about culture. We are going to move forward. We are going to defend our producers and our cultural sector. Thank you. Before we move on to the next question, may I have your attention, please? I know that it's really emotional in the House, and sometimes emotions make us say things we don't want to say. And I would like members to perhaps be careful what they say to make sure that their language is parliamentarian. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, the authorities are concerned about a 846% increase in irregular border crossings. Border services are worried. They say it is extremely dangerous, especially in adverse weather conditions, which in our areas often. Mr. Speaker, it's not the federal government that is saying this, it's the Americans. The U.S. is worried because it's dangerous to cross the border in the woods in winter. But in Ottawa, when we raise the same concerns for Roxham, the government calls us intolerant. Shouldn't it be concerned about people who cross Roxham in the woods in the winter? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Immigration. Mr. Speaker, to say that asylum seekers are profiting from the system is absolutely unacceptable. The reality is that these are people, Mr. Speaker, who are fleeing violence, who are seeking refuge that is safe. Mr. Speaker, the government will always work and is proud of the work it accomplishes and has accomplished with vulnerable people, and we hope that the Bloc thinks the same. The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. We think the same thing, but we have the same positions but with respect to the third party. These are people who are being exploited. They have lonely children going through the winter. People are imprisoned for an indefinite period of time, and they're doing nothing because it suits them. And on the other side, there's the federal government, which is incapable of going beyond nice words and incapable of realizing that it's not what welcoming immigrants with dignity is all about. So what do? Nothing will move until they suspend the Safe Third Country Agreement. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, the Bloc, in my opinion, and I think we can say it's lost all its credibility when they think that asylum seekers cross this border for an all-inclusive vacation. Or do they think that this is a joke? Mr. Speaker, it's not a joke for us. It's serious. We're working on this file. We talk with our counterparts in the U.S., and that's what we're going to do to modernize this agreement. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For Simcoe North.
Mr. Speaker, after 8 years, the government now believes it no longer needs the Auditor General's advice. The Auditor General identified $27 billion of COVID support payments that should be investigated, except the CRA says now it's not worth the effort to review those payments. Now the Parliamentary Budget Officer is now ringing the alarm bell, saying he too is concerned if the CRA will not review these payments. So, Mr. Speaker, will the government finally take the advice of the Auditor General, review these COVID payments, and make sure that Canadians recover improper payments paid by this government?
I think that'd be a yes. Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, I have a very good working relationship with the critic for the Conservatives on national revenue, but he knows very well that the CRA, and this was verified at the Public Accounts Committee some days ago, that verification work is ongoing. I've said that many times in this House. I'm glad to repeat it again. This government instructed the CRA to carry out that work. Every member in this House voted in that direction. So let's let that work continue. Instead, the Conservatives continue to play political games to undermine a very important public institution in this country. It's not acceptable, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Mr. Speaker, after 8 years, government services are broken. Liberals have significantly grown the size of the public service while still giving billions of dollars to outside consultants, and yet nothing seems to work. Now, the Prime Minister has admitted that he personally recruited Dominic Barton and provided him with preferential access that his company McKinsey used to do over $100 million in business with government. So how can Liberals explain the fact that the public service is larger, the services Canadians receive are declining, and yet Liberals are still able to find so much money for their well-connected friends?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the use of contracts by government, and it's done independently at arm's length by the public service, is something that is incredibly important in the provision of services. And I would say to the member opposite that right now there are 2 million more Canadians, almost, who have jobs that didn't when the Conservatives were there. There are 2.7 million Canadians who are not in poverty now who were when the Conservatives were in power. The idea that the progress isn't being made is not substantiated by fact, Mr. Speaker.
That's right. Here. Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Mr. Speaker, hiring more people at McKinsey is not a jobs plan. The House Leader should listen to his Prime Minister, because the Prime Minister said of Dominic Barton, quote, "We recruited him," end quote. Now, Dominic Barton admitted in testimony that Andrew Pickersgill, the head of McKinsey's Canadian operations, supplied analysts to the Prime Minister's Growth Council. McKinsey then used that access to set up sales meetings. The Prime Minister recruited McKinsey leaders, gave them privileged access to government, and that allowed them to get over $100 million in contracts. So will the House Leader stop this charade, admit what the Prime Minister has already admitted, that it was these Liberal politicians that brought in McKinsey?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, on numerous occasions the member opposite has inferred that political interference would be something that they would engage in to tell the public service who they would engage in contracts. Let me say on this side of the House we will tolerate no such action, that the independence of the public service and the engaged contracts is absolutely important. The number of the conspiracy theories the member has peddled have been disproven as in front of committee. There are forums on Reddit where he can continue to pursue these, but I would suggest the House of Commons is not the appropriate forum.
The Honourable Member for Dorval, Lachine, LaSalle. Mr. Speaker, over the past 7 months, while we've seen a steady reduction in inflation, many Canadians are still struggling with the cost of living. Can the Minister of Tourism and Associate Minister of Finance tell the House what the government is doing to help Canadians with this global phenomenon? Thank you. The Honourable Minister of Tourism. Mr. Speaker, first I'd like to thank my colleague for Dorval for her question and hard work. People around the world are going through tough economic times, and Canadians are no exception. This is why we reduced childcare costs, doubled the GST tax credit, eliminated interest on student loans, and provided a one-time housing supplement, and offered dental support for $500,000 children. All of these and putting money back in the pockets of Canadians.
And Rideau Lakes.
This Liberal Trade Minister had former Liberal Minister Michael Chan chair her election campaigns. Turns out Mr. Chan is on a CSIS watch list for alleged connections to a spy network of the Chinese Communist regime. And the Prime Minister's senior staff, including Katie Telford, were told to warn the Trade Minister to be cautious in her dealings with Mr. Chan. The Trade Minister refused to answer the question yesterday. I'll ask again. Why did the Minister ignore the warnings from PMO and Canada's intelligence service about having Mr. Chan chair her campaign, even though he had ties to spies for Communist China?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, embedded in the question is a false notion that I think all members, I would hope, want to reject, and that is that there is any member of Parliament who is not completely and totally committed to Canadian democracy. And the idea that there is anybody in this House who would tolerate foreign interference in any form is simply inaccurate and not appropriate to put forward as a supposition.
Hear, hear. The Honourable Member for Leeds Grenville, Thousand Islands and Rideau Lakes.
Well, obviously some members are more concerned than others, and let's be clear, it's our National Intelligence Service that has alleged that former Liberal Minister Michael Chan has direct connections to a spy network from Communist China. That's why he's on their watch list. He also chaired campaigns for this Liberal Trade Minister. The Prime Minister was warned about Liberal Minister Michael Chan and was told to warn the Trade Minister. Who is the Liberal Trade Minister taking her advice from if she's ignoring the PMO and CSIS?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I think that we need to be very careful when we talk to one another about casting aspersions about our loyalty to this country and our loyalty to democracy. Mr. Speaker, it is a presumption in every question that we ask that every member is
I want to thank all those who went quiet all of a sudden and the person who didn't see me who kept going. But the Honourable Government House Leader, from the top, please.
Mr. Speaker, the supposition is that the member that they are questioning, the minister that they are questioning, is not loyal to her country, is not loyal to Canada or to our democracy, and that they are somehow subservient to a foreign force. Let me be very clear, and I would not say this to any member on the other side. We may disagree on policy, but to suggest that there is anybody that is not loyal to our democracy, to try to cast aspersions on a member of this place, to say that they do not have at their core interest this country, is unacceptable, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. The facts, Mr. Speaker, is that the Liberal Trade Minister was found guilty of violating ethics law for awarding a multi-$1,000 contract to her best friend. This week it was revealed that the same minister hired a former Liberal cabinet minister, Michael Chan, to work on her election campaign. The problem is that the Liberals were notified by CSIS that Mr. Chan is on the watch list because of his ties to the Chinese Communist regime. Why has the minister not yet resigned from her position for having adopted the bad habits blindly of this Liberal Prime Minister? The Honourable Government House Leader. Mr. Speaker, that's totally unacceptable to say that, well, there is no one in this House here who is not loyal to our country. It is clear. The minister, not just the minister, every member in this House is absolutely loyal to Canada and to our democracy. And it is unacceptable to say the opposite.
Honourable Member for Fredericton.
Mr. Speaker, isolated Arctic and northern communities face complex food security challenges, including access to local food options. As a member of the Standing Committee of Indigenous and Northern Affairs, I know that Northern and Indigenous partners are implementing innovative solutions to address the mounting challenges they face, including food sovereignty in their communities. Can the minister update this House on the work our government is doing in partnership to address food security in the North and the Arctic?
Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank the member from Fredericton for her important question. I know how hard she works, and I know she's absolutely passionate about this question, about this issue. All Canadians, no matter where they live, deserve access to healthy and affordable food all year round. Just this month, increased subsidy rates are reducing the cost of food into communities across the North and the Arctic. And our government's funding for the Harvesters Support Grant supported over 5,500 harvesters, 150 hunts, and 120 food sharing initiatives in its first year. Together, we are delivering locally led solutions for the North, by the North.
The Honourable Member for Nunavut.
Nunavut communities want to be part of the solution on climate emergency. They want to stop relying on unreliable and outdated diesel plants. The Kivalliq Hydro Fiber Link is an Inuit-led project that would transition several Nunavut communities off diesel to renewable energy. This government needs to keep its promises and continue to invest so this project could become a reality. Will the Prime Minister commit to the Kivalliq Hydro Fiber Link in the 2023 budget?
The Honourable Minister.
I thank the Honourable Member for that very important question. Our government is absolutely committed to transitioning Northern and Arctic communities to clean, reliable, and renewable energy. We've invested hundreds of millions of dollars in the Remote and Indigenous Clean Energy Hub. We've developed the Indigenous Climate Leadership Initiative. And just last week, I had a fantastic meeting with Kivalliq Fiber Optic Group. We've invested significant sums in the Kivalliq project, as well as the Atlan project in Yukon and Halston and Northwest Territories. There's a lot of work to do, but we are going in the right direction.
The Honourable Member for Timmins James Bay.
There has been radio silence from this Prime Minister since Alberta energy workers called out his government to get serious about a clean energy future. Joe Biden's clean energy tech investments are transforming the American economy, and Alberta workers have been clear. There's a huge opportunity to create a sustainable future rooted in clean tech and good paying union jobs. But this means the government actually comes to the table with investments. So to the Minister of Natural Resources, does this government actually have a plan, and are they ready to commit in this coming budget the funds necessary for a clean energy economy?
The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Speaker, and I want to thank the Honourable Member for his question. I certainly agree with many of the things that he said. It is increasingly and incredibly important for this country to have a relevant economic strategy for a world that is moving towards lower carbon. That is something that we have been working on for the past number of years. You certainly saw it reflected in the fall economic statement with respect to the tax credit for hydrogen and for clean technology deployment. We are going to continue to ensure that we are working forward to build a strong and prosperous economy for Canada in the context of fighting climate change concurrently. Again, it would be lovely if in this House the Conservative Party would actually acknowledge the reality of climate change and have a relevant economic plan.
I'm afraid that's all the time we have today. C'est tout le temps.
That's all the time we have today. If I may have your attention, please. I would like to alert the members to Marie-Céline Agnan.
Nous avons un rappel au règlement.
We have a point of order. The Honourable Member from Mirabel. Mr. Speaker, when the member from Pitt Meadows was asking his question, I asked the member from Timmins treat him of a monkey. This member has been in this House for over 17 years. I don't think this is parliamentary language. I think he should give the example by apologizing.
The Honourable Member for Timmins James Bay, did you want to respond to that?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I take these rules very seriously. I'm not actually sure what my honourable colleague is even talking about, but I have been tried to be fair in giving political advice to anyone from any part of the part across any aisle, as I often do. If anyone takes offense by it, I'm very sorry, but I'm not really sure what he was talking about, but I am careful in the advice that I give out, and it's all for free.
Okay.
What we will do now is we will review the recording and what was said, and if necessary, we will come back to the House. Thank you.
Return to vote. I'm just waiting till everything calms. Orders of the day.
Government orders, business of supply. Resuming debate on a motion relating to the rising inflation and cost of living, standing in the name of Mr. Halan.
The Honourable Member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's always great to rise directly after question period to address the House on a very important topic today, which is the opposition motion. And as I'd like to start off my discussion, Mr. Speaker, since being elected in 2015, the government and the government that we're part of has put Canadians first, has put middle-class Canadians first, and has been there to assist Canadians to join the middle class and those working very hard. I hope my honourable colleagues would exit the House after...
I just want to remind the honourable members that debate is taking place. It's nice to see the discussions going on, and it's nice to see talking happening amongst you, but please take your discussion outside the chamber, in the hallways, or in the lobbies, or whisper very quietly if you don't mind. The honourable member, please continue.
Thank you, Monsieur le Président. Notre gouvernement...
Our government is well aware that it is difficult for many Canadian families to make ends meet. Indeed, families across the country are facing a rising cost of living and high inflation.
Families have endured a lot these last couple of years. COVID, the Ukraine, the unprovoked invasion of Ukraine by Russia, which has caused economic consequences, and then inflation. Our government has been there to assist Canadians as we go through these events, but also our government has been there to put down planks or a long-term plan for economic growth and for job creation, and that's what we're seeing, Mr. Speaker. We've seen Canada at 126, at a level of 126% of job numbers pre-COVID, so that means our economy is growing. That means Canadians are working and finding employment. But yes, Mr. Speaker, we face some challenges. Mr. Speaker, just give me 1 second to grab a riser here. Thank you very much. Que ce soit la épicerie, lorsque viennent.
Whether it's at the grocery store or at the pump, or when it comes to paying the rent or the mortgages, Canadians are feeling the pressure on their wallet. However, honourable colleagues, I would like to say that high inflation is a fact throughout the world. Canada has never been sheltered by this. As you know, Mr. President, Mr. Speaker, we are still feeling the hits from the inflation. China's COVID-0 policy led to factory closures and supply chain disruptions that are still being felt throughout the world. We are still living with the economic consequences of Vladimir Putin's illegal and brutal invasion of Ukraine. Obviously, this is still affecting the flow of goods and is causing shortages of products.
We've gone up in Canada. Inflation has taken a foot. Thankfully, we've seen some strong indicators and points that inflation is slowing down and that it is becoming under control. We know that, Mr. Speaker. We put in place a number of policies in the last year to help Canadians. We've doubled the GST tax credit, impacting and helping over 11 million Canadians in this beautiful country. We produced and implemented a $500 supplement for Canadian rentals, which over 500,000 Canadians have utilized. We've instituted a dental care plan, Mr. Speaker, the first initial step of that, where over 200,000 children who went to see the dentist in 2022 and into this year have received benefits from that. Those are real tangible measures, Mr. Speaker, where we help on affordability, and at the same time, we lay the foundations through the fall economic statement, through our budget 2022 and the forthcoming budget 2023, where we continue to grow the economy and, Mr. Speaker, and demonstrate the values of why Canadians have sent us here to this House to build an economy based on inclusive economic growth, to build an economy where every Canadian succeeds and allows them to fulfill their potential and their passions in life. Mr. Speaker, those fundamental policies we put in place reflect our values of building a strong economy, an inclusive economy, an economy that works for all Canadians. Mr. Speaker, one piece of legislation that I do want to comment on is our daycare plan. The national daycare plan that we put in place, early learning and childcare, which I've commented before in this House, has reduced fees in the province of Ontario by over 50%. I can give you a clear example, Mr. Speaker, at the daycare that my beautiful daughter attends to and who I love so much. Fees have gone from $1,500 a month to $700 a month, a savings of almost $800 for families. We are very blessed, but for savings for families in that daycare. And that's not only in that daycare, but daycares across Ontario and across Canada, Mr. Speaker. That is something that's very important to identify for individuals, for Canadians. That is how we are helping, Mr. Speaker. We brought in place policies in the fall economic statements. Yes, we are reacting to, much like the Europeans are reacting to, the IRA Act from the States and the CHIPS Act, and we will do so to ensure we entice investment here to this country. And I know last night in a meeting with the Canadian Manufacturers and Exporters Association, where I was joined by the Minister of Innovation, they talked about the opportunities that Canada has for job creation, for growth, to continue generating economic growth and prosperity for all Canadians, not for the top 5 or 10%, but for all Canadians, Mr. Speaker. That is what is important. That is what is driving us.
Mr. Speaker, on the affordability front, we brought in place and put in place 2 massive tax cuts to reduce taxes, to put more monies in the pocket of Canadians through our tenure. We cut taxes for the middle class. We raised the basic personal expenditure amount to $15,000. Just that one measure, $350, $400 a year extra in the pockets of seniors, of students, of individual working class Canadians that go to work, save every day, work hard, do the right thing, want to create better futures for their families, and we have their backs. During COVID, Mr. Speaker, we put in place measures that would prevent scarring of our economy, something I do not believe the other side, the official opposition, understands. So our economy could bounce back. We tend to think of it as elasticity, tend to bounce back very quickly from the pandemic when the economy opened up, and it did, Mr. Speaker, faster than almost every other developed economy. We were there. We supported our businesses. We supported our workers, and it's so important. On the trade front, Mr. Speaker, because this opposition motion talks about items that are very important to Canadian citizens, but also it ignores the circumstances that we come through, COVID, the war in Ukraine, the supply chain issues, which are being ironed out, Mr. Speaker. And we need to put in place that long-term economic plan, which we are continuing to do. And it's so great to be part of a government that understands that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's so great to be part of a government that understands that not only is it important to take care of the affordability factor, which we are doing with these number of measures, but it's also very important to continue putting in place measures that will spur economic growth. We just had the Deputy Prime Minister and Finance Minister in Ontario, in Northern Ontario, announce with the provincial government a very large energy storage project, $200 or $300 million, partnering with other levels of government. We know the transition is taking place within the energy sector. We know that the transition is taking place to cleaner, lower GHG energy sources. We are there, Mr. Speaker. Again, dealing with the long-term issues that face us, but also assisting Canadians in the number of measures that we've implemented. Mr. Speaker, on the job front, this is very important to note. We are now at a point where our participation rate, our employment rate here in Canada, is at the highest on record for women. Why? Because we put in place the Canada Child Benefit. We no longer send checks to millionaires and people that make a lot of money who really don't need it. God bless them. They work hard. They pay their taxes. They create jobs. But they didn't need that monthly check of $100. We sent it to families who needed it the most in Canada. Those are based on the values of this government, to make sure that middle-class Canadians, those working hard and those working hard to join the middle class, have that opportunity. God bless the entrepreneurs, and I have so many of them in the city of Vaughan. It makes my heart warm because I know they're working hard and they're creating thousands and literally tens of thousands of jobs in the city, in one of the ridings I represent, but within the city. And God bless them. We will always be there to support them, whether it's through putting in place policies like the Strategic Innovation Fund, the Canada Growth Fund, the Canada Infrastructure Bank, ensuring taxes are competitive versus our peers. We will always be there for the entrepreneurs. But, Mr. Speaker, our values guide us to ensure that those hardworking Canadians, those middle-class Canadians working hard, and those working hard to join the middle class have that opportunity. For students, we eliminated the interest on student debt apprenticeship loans. Very appreciated by all the private sector unions in Canada. Very appreciated by the Carpenters Union and their training headquarters in my riding. Very appreciated by Luna 183 and 506 and 183's training center and their headquarters in my riding. Very appreciated by the hardworking electricians that get up every morning and the millwrights and the tinsmiths. Those are the people. Not like the Conservatives that put in place anti-union legislation and we had to repeal it. That's your record. So stand for it and you take responsibility. Okay? And on the Canada Workers Benefit, we put in place measures to help a lot of individuals. So it's something good to see. And you know what, Mr. Speaker? We have much more work to do. We have a budget coming out. It's competitiveness, productivity, and something I'm very proud, economic growth. And that's what our government is delivering upon day in, day out. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. And the battle on the Conservative side here right now. So we'll go with the honourable member for Cumberland-Colchester.
Mr. Speaker, it's interesting the blathering on of these incredible, ridiculous statistics. When you look at the real household income per capita and real GDP per capita, the only two countries in G7 who had actual negative growth, if there is such a thing, Canada and the UK. Surprise, surprise with this Liberal government. The other question I would have, besides that observation, Mr. Speaker, is He talked about his daughter paying $700 a month for daycare. Does she have 3.5 children? Because at $10 a day, 20 days a week, you know, at $10 a day, that if she has one child, it should only be $200, not $700. So for my daughter, who can't even access daycare because there is no spots to be had, how does this member justify the amount of $700 at $10 a day?
The honourable member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
I thank the honourable member from Cumberland Colchester, and I'll be more than happy to explain the math. The first reduction in the province of Ontario, so the federal government came to an agreement with the province of Ontario to implement a national daycare accord. The first reduction is a 50% reduction by the end of 2022, which was done. Now we will work towards a $10 a day reduction. Is the member opposite forgetting that the Conservative Party just voted for Bill C-35 to support the national daycare plan, or are you going back on that already?
I'm not going back on that. I know the member is not saying that. So make sure we pass our of course, our questions and our comments through the chair. Question commentaire, l'honorable député de Longueuil.
The honourable member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Thank you. Well, it's really like Groundhog Day with these Conservatives. I'm sorry, but for 6 months, all of the opposition days are the same. They're always talking about inflation and the carbon tax. Last week, I made a speech about that, and here I'm here again saying the same thing. It really might lead to some cognitive dissonance for those who are listening to us. But, well, when you talk about inflation, you have to talk about housing. Recently, in Britain, $500 million were investment to enable community organizations to buy private units in order to remove them from the market and promote affordability. I think that's a great measure. It's a measure that's supported by many housing groups in Quebec and elsewhere in the country. Would my colleague be open to the federal government adopting such a measure? The honourable member for Vaughan Woodbridge. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. It's a very timely question for housing in all of Canada. We need to do a great deal for housing to reduce the price of housing.
Working with all partners, and collaborating with the provinces, with the municipalities, with the regions. That is how our country is made, and that's what we must do. We unveiled the Rapid Housing Initiative, the National Housing Strategy. If there are ideas, il y a beaucoup d'idées de membres de la.
We hear a lot of ideas from the member opposite.
Our government to the government, and we will most certainly look at them as we would any good idea that comes forth.
Commentaire, questions and comments. The honourable member for Nunavut.
I'd like to thank the member for his intervention. The Liberals have voted against an excess profits tax on oil and gas that would make them pay what they owe. And despite their promises to end fossil fuel subsidies, they have increased them, even though the big oil are showing record profits. When will this government extend the Canada revenue dividend to big oil so that those profits could be used to help families?
Honourable member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my honourable colleague from Nunavut for that very important question. Since 2015, we put in place a number of measures, beginning with asking the wealthiest in Canada to pay a little extra on their personal income taxes. We have increased corporate tax rates on a number of different sectors, a Canada Recovery dividend tax that we put in place. We put in place a special tax on share repurchases by corporations that will be coming into effect. We always look at measures that will improve the competitiveness of our economy, but also ensure that the government is collecting the revenues to produce and to provide the services that Canadians depend on day in, day out. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
We do have time for a quick exchange. The honourable member for Sackville-Preston-Chesapeake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to ask my colleague, in the face of affordability, our government has set the no, but we've increased the indexing for the CCB, the OAS, the GIS. How important is that for its community?
The honourable member for Vaughan Woodbridge. We're out of time, and I'll allow a quick answer.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the honourable member from Saskville-Prescott. The indexing of all benefits will allow Canadians to alleviate inflation and allow increases for old age security and GIS and Canada, the Canada Child Benefit, and a number of programs we put in place that benefit Canadians and help with affordability, because that's what our government is about. We're about helping Canadians and having the backs of Canadians, whether it's today or tomorrow. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Avant de reprendre, je pense que
Before continuing, I think the member for Thompson Caribou has a point of order.
All spouses and partners out there, a happy Valentine's Day. Thank you.
All right. Before that descends and everybody tries to take that same one, let's just all wish all of our spouses, all of our loved ones, a happy Valentine's Day. Reprise du débat.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Bellechasse-les-Échemins-Lévis. Well, Mr. Speaker, we have very tender hearts on this side of the House. Happy Valentine's Day. I will be sharing my time with my colleague for Prince Albert. I am very pleased to rise on such an important motion today. Our colleague for Calgary Forest Lawn tabled this motion, and I'd like to congratulate him on that. He does remarkable work. The member for the Bloc for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert is reproaching us for focusing again on the issue of the cost of living and discussing it regularly. But I think it's our duty as members to discuss this kind of thing. Why? Because these are concerns and issues that are very concerning for Canadians and create many problems for Canadians and Quebecers. Mr. Speaker, I'd just like to revisit some parts of the motion, because in the motion there are some extremely important parts, and you can't repeat it too many times. We need to try to make this government understand what's going on. So the motion says, after 8 years of this Liberal Prime Minister, inflation is at a 40-year high. In fact, we haven't seen anything like this since the 80s. Then it continues, after 8 years of this Liberal Prime Minister, the cost of groceries is up 11%, Mr. Speaker. After 8 years of this Liberal Prime Minister, half of Canadians are skipping meals. After 8 years of this Liberal Prime Minister, half of Canadians are cutting back on groceries, and 20% of Canadians are skipping meals. After 8 years of this Liberal Prime Minister, the average rent for a two-bedroom apartment, just a small apartment, across Canada's 10 biggest cities is $2,213 per month. It was only $1,171 per month in 2015. And 2015 is when the Liberals took power, Mr. Speaker, with the current Liberal Prime Minister. After 8 years of this Liberal Prime Minister, 45% of variable rate mortgage holders say they will have to sell or vacate their homes in less than 9 months due to current interest rate levels. After 8 years of this Liberal Prime Minister, average monthly mortgage costs have more than doubled and now cost Canadians over $3,000 per month. Now, of course, there could be more that I could quote from this important motion. But the point is, we're asking this government to stop just spending without restraint so that our economy can become stronger again. So there are different things here: housing, groceries, daily life. But generally, about the economy, I would like to remind this House that this current Liberal Prime Minister is the one who has accumulated more deficits than all preceding Prime Ministers of Canada. That's really something. Someone is going to have to pay for that kind of spending. We should also remember that federal debt has doubled since this Liberal government has been taking the reins of state. And I would also like to remind colleagues that this Liberal government has never managed to table a balanced budget. It keeps saying these are just small deficits and it won't last, but that's not true. Experts have warned this government, saying that it should calm down its spending in order to stop placing inflationary pressure on the economy. That's not me saying that, it's experts. But unfortunately, this Prime Minister doesn't seem to listen to anyone. In a 2023 report, the Canada Business Council and Bennett Jones stated that the last budget's predictions are too optimistic. This government just spends without restraint and also doesn't seem to know how to count. Now, let me talk about how Quebecers are feeling. I'm from Quebec, so let's focus on what's happening in Quebec. Because Quebecers are not feeling good about the situation. According to a Léger poll, Quebecers are starting 2023 with high levels of stress, and their main concern is the impact on their lives of the increase in prices. So the Bloc Québécois has the gall to come tell us in this House to stop talking about this because we're repeating ourselves. Well, we're repeating ourselves because this is the main thing that's concerning Quebecers right now. Plus, in the poll, more than 20% of responders are worried about not having enough money, and they are saying the increase in interest rates is problematic. I'd just like to repeat what someone said who works for an organization called the Association Coopérative Économie Familiale on the South Shore. It's an organization that helps people arrange their budgets. And that person said people are undergoing a lot of stress. Before, they would ask themselves, can I make it? And now they're saying, we just can't make it, Mr. Speaker. As for businesses, they're also going through a difficult situation. According to the Canadian Federation of Independent Business, this is a recent study. The results came out this week, and according to that study, 73% of Quebec SMEs, that's 3/4 of Quebec SMEs, say that they will have to increase their prices to face inflation. Well, if businesses have to increase their prices, who does that end up affecting? In everyday life, it affects consumers. It affects Canadians, Quebecers, people who need to go buy goods and services. But Quebec SMEs are saying that things are going so badly that they will have to increase their prices once again. That will have a real impact on people's wallets. And over half, nearly 60%, are planning to work longer hours to reduce their labor costs. That's also a problem for businesses. I see I don't have much time left, Mr. Speaker. But there's a lot of information in that poll. One thing that's very concerning is that 43% of SMEs are planning to reduce their profits, and 32% are going to reduce their investments and growth predictions. Well, we know that the vitality of businesses has a lot to do with the vitality of societies. If businesses don't have confidence in the future, if they're worried about the future, what do? They stop investing. And we know that when businesses stop investing, it's because they don't have confidence in what's happening, and that will affect the balance of our society. And of course, we're going through a severe housing shortage in Canada. We know that lots of young people are having to sleep in their parents' basements because they can't buy a house. And what's the impact of all that? It places pressure on rents. It places pressure on housing prices. We know that house prices have doubled over 8 years. If we don't have enough housing for our population, we're facing a real problem. Housing prices have just increased too much. Young families don't have the means to buy a home. And that means that not only are they living in their parents' basement, but some students are even living in shelters because they just don't have what they need to pay for decent housing. Now, Mr. Speaker, I know my time is almost up. It's always like that. There's a lot to say. But finally, on the environmental issue, we have a government here that likes to boast about its environmental record. But I would say that that's not necessarily the case, because 8 years after this Liberal government came to power, this country is doing very badly. Out of 60 countries listed by the UN, it's one of the worst out of those countries. This government really needs to do something about all of its bad decisions and all of the policies that are not getting us anywhere.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I always find it amazing when you do a contrast between the government and the Conservative Party. The member says, as the Conservatives have, we're spending too much money. And yet, when you take a look at the money we're spending, in good part, think of the billions on childcare. The Conservatives say, well, we don't want that child care, yet we bring in legislation to support it, and they actually vote in favor of the legislation. We just spent made a commitment of $198 billion towards health care, and now the Conservatives say, well, yeah, we won't cut that money back if we were to get elected. The Conservative Party seems to be of the impression that they can just criticize and provide no actual plan. The question I have for the member is, does she not feel any obligation whatsoever, whether it's the environment, healthcare, childcare, that there's an obligation of the official opposition to provide what their plan is on some of these important social issues?
The Honourable Member for Bellechasse-Léger-Lévis. Mr. Speaker, earlier during question period, I have colleagues who raised the point that this government makes very bad decisions and has over the past 8 years. We've said it, but it's not just us. There are also the experts who say that the Liberal government is spending without keeping count, and they need to turn off the tap of their spending. What we're proposing is a much more rigorous vision of public finances. Then the country will be more peaceful and balanced. We say for every dollar we spend, we need to find it in the public service and in government. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll be glad to respond to my colleague who mentioned me. She's a colleague I respect a lot, but unfortunately, in her speech, she repeated what the Conservatives always say. They don't have answers to the essential questions. For the carbon tax, they want to cancel it. Fine. But there's a major issue, the climate crisis. The carbon tax, $15, $50, it won't do the job. The UN says it should be over $200 a ton so that we can start thinking that we're addressing this issue. And then the housing crisis. It's easy to say there's a housing crisis. Young people can't buy a house. I know. I deal with that every day. But Scotiabank launched a study, and they said we need over 3 million housing units over the next 10 years. Just in Quebec, they say the market will build 500,000. Governments need to intervene to build 600,000. We'll need to pay for that if we want to house the most disadvantaged in our society. I hear no answer from the Conservatives on housing or on the climate crisis, and that's a major problem. The Honourable Member for Bellechasse-Léger-Lévis. I understand it's a comment, not really a question, but I'm always surprised to hear the Bloc Québécois criticize us for wanting to talk about this topic, the cost of living, Mr. Speaker, and how much Canadians and Quebecers are suffering today in Canada from high costs, families that are really suffering because of higher taxes, higher housing costs. So what we propose is that we spend intelligently, with rigor, and so that every dollar that is spent is found elsewhere.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Nunavut.
Allowing big polluters off the hook needs to stop. Does the member agree that as a way to do this, there needs to be taxation on big oil who keeps having record profits? Does this member agree that in order to make sure that we're coming up with better solutions, that more revenue needs to be put into the Canada revenue?
In 35 seconds, the Honourable Member for Bellechasse-Lévis. Mr. Speaker, there are a lot of taxes now. I think we're an overtaxed society. After 8 years under the Liberals, Canada is near the bottom on climate change, according to the UN. It's a total failure.
Reprise du débat, continuing debate. The Honourable Member for Prince Albert.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's nice to see you acknowledge the member from Prince Albert to get up here and speak in front of you today and talk to you about the state of the Canadian economy and just how broken things are here in Canada. But, Mr. Speaker, before I get started, I do have to do one special thing. It is my anniversary today. My wife and I have been married for 36 years, and you know what? I wouldn't be here without her. I wouldn't be here fighting for the constituents of Prince Albert without her sacrifices. And she's making a sacrifice today by letting me be in here and talk about something that's very important to constituents in my riding. And I thank her dearly for that, as well as the people of Canada, I'm sure, do too. You know, Mr. Speaker, in 2015, this government inherited an amazing situation for Canada. Think back to what it looked like in 2015, the good old days. You could buy a house and afford it. You could get a mortgage and actually pay it off. You could go to the restaurant and actually buy a meal. You could go to the grocery store and actually fill your shopping cart. You could actually do a variety of things with your family because your family was a strong mechanism. You could go on holidays. You know, both parents had a job. Look at what we have today and look what we had back then. You know, we had a balanced budget. We went through a global recession in 2008 to 2011. We spent money on infrastructure. We took on deficits. But not only that, we paid them back. And we got to a balanced budget in 2015. So we've proven that you can actually go through all sorts of different types of crises, global crises such as what the Conservatives faced, and actually pay it back and actually do progress. We had a united country from coast to coast. East and West were celebrating each other's victories. You know, I used to take pride, and I think still take pride, in a vehicle made in Ontario sold in Saskatchewan, and somebody in Newfoundland buying some bread that had wheat out of Saskatchewan. You know, we worked together as a country. We functioned together. We weren't divided. There was no city-rural division like we see today. It was united. Canadians were united. You know, I think when you go back to 2015, Canada and Canadians didn't look at the government and say, oh, a budget's coming, how's it going to impact me? Like they are looking forward to this budget coming forward, because they know that this Liberal budget is going to impact them one way or another. And that means governments got too involved in their day-to-day activities of a Canadian lifestyle. You know, we had infrastructure being built. The Port of Vancouver actually functioned. It was actually one of the higher-ranked ports in the world, where it's not today. We had a healthcare system that was being rebuilt from years of cutting by the federal Liberals previous to the Conservative governments. You know, we had a Prime Minister that had global respect. When he went around the globe, people respected him. They respected the country of Canada. We punched above our weights. We were principled in how we conducted ourselves around the global countries and the global environment and global stage. You know, you look today and you say, what do we have today? You can't help but not say it's broken. You know, in 2015, if you wanted to get a passport, and if you needed it today, you could pay an extra fee, and you know, you actually got your passport today. What do you have today, Mr. Speaker? You want a passport? Well, if you're not traveling within, 6 weeks, you're not going to even get looked at. If you need a fast passport, forget about that. Passports is broken. Passports. Can't get a passport. Oh, wait a minute, you got a problem with CRA? I want to talk to CRA about an issue. I just want to make sure I'm doing things right. You call in, you sit on hold for 3 hours, you take a number, you relay your question, and they say, we'll get back to you in 3 weeks. That's customer service brought to you by this Liberal government. When you look at things that the government used to provide on just an ordinary basis, now is extraordinary. You know, it's so disgusting and sad to see, because we know these civil servants in 2015 worked under a Harper government, and they did their jobs. They knew what they were doing. They were happy in their jobs, and they functioned very well. They weren't covering up expenses on hotel bills or spending time trying to hide ministers' expenses. You know, you had a government of honor. You actually did. We had a minister who actually resigned because of a $16 orange juice. We had another minister who resigned because of an ethical breach, who actually did come back into cabinet. They knew what the right thing to do at the time was, and they did the right thing. The biggest scandal you had in the Harper government was actually the chief of staff paying back taxpayers for another member's willingness not to pay him. That's the biggest scandal. And we look at this government today, what do we see? You know, broken, broken, broken. I was sitting in a board meeting with my constituents here about 3 months ago, and that's what one person put it to me. He says, broken. It doesn't matter what department you deal with, it's broken. You talk to healthcare, broken. You talk to passports, broken. Talk to CRA, broken. If you look at our military and defense, broken. You look at our transportation system, airports, broken. The Port of Vancouver is now ranked second last in the world for ports, broken. This is 8 years of Liberals' accomplishments. Broken, broken, broken. You know, can you afford a house now? Boy, you sure need a hefty income to do it. And you know, we heard our Bloc friends talk about the shortage of houses. Well, in 8 years, why is there all of a sudden a shortage of houses? What has been in the Liberal policy book that actually encouraged housing to be built or continue to be built? In fact, it did the opposite. It encouraged people not to build houses. Look at their business sector. Look at the competitiveness. So you hear the Canadian manufacturers and exporters over and over and over again talk about how we're losing businesses to the States and other jurisdictions because we're not competitive. Well, what's the reason for that? Bad Liberal policy. You know, when you look at what the policies have been brought in by this Liberal government, it's just been added on, and it's just 1,000 cuts that have impacted our economy and our businesses. So what does that mean? When you don't have a strong business sector like we had in 2015, what happens? The Liberal solution is spend more. Government will fill the void. Instead of an employer or a private sector or a small medium enterprise growing his enterprise and having the ability to grow, what happens? They get choked and smothered out by taxes and regulations and by overburdening federal government policies. They go out of business. They can't get employees. What do Liberals do? They shrug. Well, we can just write another check. We'll just borrow some more money. We've seen that. You know, we've got $15 billion in CERB payment that went out that CRA says it's not worth collecting. $15 billion, and it's not worth collecting. How can that be? How can it be that broken that they don't know where that money went, and they don't know who it belongs to, and who should have had it, and who should not have gotten it? How can they not go back and say, sorry, you didn't deserve this payment, you got to pay it back, or we're going to claw it back? To say it's not worth it, that's a political answer. That's not an answer that has value of Canadian taxpayers in mind. When you look at this federal government and how it goes about conducting businesses in the military, for example, F-35 should have been bought in 2015, 2016. It probably should have been bought before that, and I'll admit that. As a conservative, I thought we should have bought it sooner. But what did they do? They go buy some used piece of junk out of Australia to fill the gap. A gap that now is in serious concern because of what's happening in the globe. Have they prepared this country for the future? Well, let's think about that, Mr. Speaker. Have we hit any of our environmental targets? No. Are we prepared to have an efficient, functioning manufacturing base? No. Have we encouraged our SMEs to actually take on the free trade agreements that the Conservative governments and some of the Liberal governments have put in place? No. We're seeing actually no activity in this economy that actually is going to grow. All we see is increase in government spending, deficit after deficit after deficit, inflation out of control. So let's go back to the grocery store today. When you go in the grocery store and you look at people's carts, is it full? No. It's half empty. Why? Inflation created by this government. When you go to go buy a house or take out a mortgage, can you afford it? That's the question that my daughter's facing right now, and kids in their 30s and 35s are looking at it and saying, will I ever be able to afford a house now? Well, what's happened in this government? Houses have come out of control because of inflation that they've created, and don't say it's a global thing when houses go out of prices. They don't make, houses are made in Canada, sold in Canada. It's not a global recession item. So when they can't afford a house in Canada, what's because of they've spent too much money or printed too much money and created inflationary areas. Also, the interest rates have gone up, so all of a sudden their take-home pay is less. in regards to paying mortgages that are higher. So I shouldn't say take-home pay, but their mortgage is consuming more and more of their actual income. So what have you got? You've got a government that's tired and broken. And then when you ask them about the future, you say, okay, what is the future? It's a continuation of being tired and broken. There is no imagination. You know, Mr. Speaker, there is a better way. There is a way, we proved it in 2015, where you can have a strong economy, a balanced budget, and you can actually deal with climate change. You can deal with it and do it all at once. And if you can't do it all at once, then I would encourage this Liberal government, get out of the way, and we'll do it for them. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I know I'm not supposed to really comment on these things, but married on Valentine's Day? What a romantic. Questions and comments? Question and commentaire. L'honorable député.
The honourable member for West Vancouver.
Sea to Sky Country.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I would like to first wish or congratulate my honourable colleague from Prince Albert on his anniversary today. And just picking up on a few things he talked about in his speech and talking about how things were under the Harper government, talking particularly about on the environmental front. When we came into office, actually the emissions were set to rise 15% by 2030. Now we're on a track to actually reduce emissions by 40% or more, and actually in the last inventory, emissions went down 9%. Under the Harper government, on the international stage, Canada was lambasted as the fossil of the year and the Lifetime Unachievement Award for how we impeded not only reducing emissions nationally, but how we impeded progress globally. And in Canada, under the Harper government, there was muzzling of scientists that were bringing forward information that was not politically palatable to the government, and so the few scientists that were even kept were actually not able to share that information. So I was hoping that the member opposite could comment on that.
Honourable member for Prince Albert.
Thank the member. I do thank the member for the question. It's nice to see a new member of the Liberal Party actually stand up and ask a question, because this Parliament's broken. Only 2 members of the Liberal Party usually ask questions. The rest is going to sit there. So I give you credit for doing that, and thank you for my comments on my marriage. It's very important to me. Now, you talk about things that needed to be worked on in the Harper years. The environmental program. You know what? A good environmental program has to balance the economy and the environment. You have to have results in both. What this government's done is maybe they've got a little bit of results in the environment. I wouldn't even give you that, because if you look at your targets, you haven't hit any of them. But what have you done? You've doubled down on the carbon tax. And what has the carbon tax done? It's actually pushed people out of the economy. It's made it unaffordable to heat their houses. It made it unaffordable to grow crops. It's actually created a worse situation for people here in Canada. So that's the problem with the Liberal plan. It's a cult that the Liberals have. They haven't looked at the big picture. They just looked at a little picture, and that's all they tried to solve. And they couldn't even get that right.
Just need to remind people to bring questions and answers and comments through the chair, not speaking directly to one another. Question et commentaire.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Rivière-du-Nord. Rivière-des-Mille-Îles, but not far off. Mr. Speaker, happy Valentine's Day. I like you. You know, Mr. Speaker, I'm a little bit painted into a corner. We have a government with ministerial dysfunction, and on the other hand, we have a party that is presenting false, simple answers to complex problems. Inflation has gone down from the 8.1% that it was in June to 6.3% in December. It has gone down a little bit all over the world. I would ask my Conservative friend, given that it's a global problem, inflation, a global problem with interconnections that are huge, I would ask my colleague, what is the solution he sees for Canada within this world to not experience this inflation?
Please excuse.
All my apologies. The honourable member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles.
Albert.
Well, you're asking me to fix mistakes that are from the past. I can't take and not spend the money that the Liberals have already spent. But what I can do is I can do the right policy things to actually make our economy function in a fashion that actually will allow businesses to grow and prosper, families to be employed, and actually work its way out of the system and get back to a 2 or 3% point. If the Bank of Canada governor was doing his job, it wouldn't have gotten out of control as bad as it did. So let's call a spade a spade.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Nunavut.
And I extend my congratulations to the member and his wife for their anniversary. What I think is broken are oil and gas companies seeing 1,011% change in their net annual income since 2019. That is a $38 billion change, according to Statistics Canada. I'd like to ask this member what he tells his constituents as they continue to protect these profits from taxation, which could go towards helping families that are struggling to pay for groceries.
For Prince Albert.
Thank you for a question, but you got to look through the whole equation. Yeah, they've had huge profits, but they're also paying out huge dividends that go to your pension funds, it goes into the communities in the surrounding areas, and it goes right across Canada. It pays for your health care, it pays for your roads, it pays for your bridges. That's the revenue that's coming into Canada that's being distributed amongst Canadians. So that's good for Canada.
Yeah, well done.
Time for a quick exchange. The Honourable Member for Sandwich Gulf Islands.
I think to do a quick exchange, Mr. Speaker, I'll just have to talk really fast. I want to ask a question to the Honourable Member for Prince Albert because I agree with him about all the things that are broken. But in terms of Service Canada, in terms of calling for passports, waiting on hold, unfortunately, and I don't want this to sound partisan, unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, I have a very good memory. And I remember when, in the Harper years, Service Canada and Shared Service Canada was created. And all the individual departments within individual branches of the Government of Canada were consolidated into one big 1-800 number that nobody answers. I think we ought to, in a nonpartisan way, step back. And I know they are looking at this now. Did this work? I mean, we got the Phoenix Pay system out of this. We got consolidating services, shutting down individual departments. It looked like efficiency, but I would suggest we now know it didn't work.
Member for Prince Albert, hopefully it's short.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And you know what? You always have to review what works and what doesn't work, and you should actually build on the mistakes and make things better. That's what a Conservative government would do, Mr. Speaker. We learn from previous mistakes and build upon them. That's one thing this government hasn't learned. It's made a pile of mistakes in carbon tax, but do you think they'd back away from it and actually do something different? No, they don't. They never learn from their mistakes.
Nice.
Reprise du débat, continuing debate. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Veterans Affairs.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and it gives me a great pleasure to be speaking on this important motion. As you know, affordability is not just a question here in Canada, but it's also a question that's extremely important right across the world. And it's important that we have those discussions. That's what it's all about. It's not about politics. It's about bringing new ideas, suggestions to the table. And throughout my speech, I'll try to underline some of the key initiatives that we were able to bring forward in the fall and what we'll continue to work on as we move forward. But it's a global pandemic that was very challenging when we started. I know as a member of Parliament,
I'll remember for Elmland Transcona, I do hear a bell ringing here, a cell phone ringing. I think that's probably what it was at.
There does seem to be a bell ringing, and I had heard that this member might be interested in sharing his time, so I wonder if perhaps the ringing bell distracted him from that fact.
While I wait for the bell to leave,
Are you giving me your time?
just a reminder to all members to have their phones on vibrate or have it on off. Would be a good thing as well. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Veterans Affairs.
I thank my colleague for his suggestion. It's all about timing. I had it planned and halfway through my speech, but I will make sure that he has his opportunity, as I will be sharing my time, of course, with the member from Elmwood Transcona today on this. As I said, it's a very important motion, which we as Canadians need to be discussing. There's no question the groceries I see the prices are very high. The gas is higher than normal. We've seen much of the costs very high. But also when you look in other countries, the same thing is happening. In the United States, people are telling me the prices are even worse than in Canada. So we have to find ways of supporting Canadians. But what started all this, I think we have to contextualize the situation. And by that I mean, Mr. Speaker, the pandemic was a 2.5-year challenge for the world. And I know that, I tell my kids all the time, the reason that you pay taxes is to ensure that you have services when you need them. And if you're paying a certain percent of taxes, well, that percent, some of it goes towards paying for hospitals. Some is going towards paying for roads. Some of it is going towards paying schools. So that's why we're contributing, if you want, to the success of the country. But when you're in a global challenge and over 3 million people lost their jobs in a short period of time, and you come home and you face your family and you say, I don't have a job, then you are in a major crisis. And you expect your government to be there for you because you've been there contributing. And that's exactly what happened, Mr. Speaker, during the pandemic. And I have never been so proud of being a member of Parliament during this 2.5 years when we were, for 67 nights in a row, working together as Member of Parliaments, the Liberal, looking at the different policies and programs we could bring to support Canadians. And I can tell you it was challenging because when you brought a program, it might work for 90%, but not for all. And that's when we had to do lots of tweaking to support. And there's many programs we help individuals with the CERB, with the wage subsidy for the businesses, the bank account for businesses, the rental, and all the organizations. We were able to give $20 million for for the Legions to do that's great work to support our veterans as we move forward. So that was one challenge. The second challenge, of course, is the invasion of Ukraine. There's no question that that's playing a very big role in the challenges of the cost of living, inflation, etc., right across the world. And that's adding to the cost in the supply chain, etc. So those two factors facing every country, but also facing Canada. And Canada has done extremely well with those challenges, if I can say so. We're one of the best, more successful in G7 coming out of the pandemic, which was extremely important, of course. We have over 117% of our jobs that we initially had prior to the pandemic, and now we're seeing inflation coming down from 8.1% in June to 6.2% as we speak. And I know that's still way too high, and we're going to work to improve on that. And I know central bank is increasing interest rate to drop the inflation, and I know that that's putting more stress on Canadians. And we have to be there, and we have to do more. And that's why, Mr. Speaker, in June, I should say in the fall, we were able to bring forward some major initiatives that's helping Canadians through affordability. First of all, we brought was the doubling of the GST. You have to understand, 11 million people are benefited from this initiative. And half of the seniors benefited from this. Extremely important. So they receive some extra doubling, if you want, of their GST for 2 payment, which was very important. The enhancing of the Canada Workers Benefit, very, very important as well. These are Canadians, low-income Canadians, working very, very, very hard each and every day. And this will help them. This is up to $2,400 per year that they will receive, but this is helping another 4.2 million Canadians as well. The 10% increase, Mr. Speaker, to the OAS for those 75 and older. That's extremely important. That's helping, again, about 3 million seniors. That's a large number of seniors. And, you know, some people will say, why 75 years old? Well, they're more vulnerable at 75. There's a higher percentage chance that they'll lose their partner or spouse or whatnot. The cost of living challenges are higher. They only have one salary. We have to be there for those seniors, and we have been. We topped up, I should say, by $500 the rental for low-income Canadians. Another very important initiative for those that are struggling. 1.8 million Canadians benefited from that initiative as well. And, Mr. Speaker, you know as well as I do, the child care fees being dropped this year to 50%. That's a major help to Canadians with young families. That's helping in affordability, because don't forget that parents that are paying for 3 kids $1,800 a month are today paying $900 a month. That means a saving of $900 a month. That means that extra $900 a month now can help in the question of affordability, which is crucial, can help on their mortgage, which is much higher because of interest rate probably increasing. Those are very important initiatives that we were able to bring forward as well. Dental care for those families who are making $90,000 or less. Children 12 and under can benefit now from that. That's supporting families so that when they would have brought their kids, they would have had to pay that. Now they have more money for food, etc., etc. And the indexing of inflation, people forget about that, but that's extremely important because, for example, let's take the CCB again. By increasing with inflation, then you still have basically the same income. The GST credit, again, that increases with inflation. Seniors that are retired, the CCB, increasing again to inflation, helping those as well as the OAS and the GIS. Those are major initiatives that we were able to pass, of course, some of which weren't voted and supported by the Conservative, but that's not what's important. What's important is they were passed and they are done, and Canadians are benefiting from those. And I want to talk about the Canada Workers' Benefit for a second because I mentioned it, but it's important to note that we've now have advanced payments. So instead of having to wait 12 months to do your income tax and receive your money, because the cost of living affordability is high, we are now going to have it through 4 payments based on your salary the previous year. So that's allowing you every 3 months to have more money so that you can pay for the challenges that you may be facing. And the child care benefit as well as the economic gains. There's the social gains, of course, in supporting Canadians, but more women are now able to join the workforce, and that allows us, as you know, we have about 1.5 million jobs that are vacant, and we need to find workers to do that. And so more women will join the workforce. Up to today, there's 82% of women that's in the age of working age that are now working. That's the highest ever recorded in Canada. Mr. Speaker, I will finish with the summer loans, summer student loans, I should say, that they don't have to pay the interest on their student loan, federal portion of the student loan. That, again, is a big help for students because we know the cost of education at the post-secondary universities is very high. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Edmonton West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his amusing speech. He talked a lot about the worker benefit. In the update, the Liberals changed the rules. So yes, it was a prepay, but they changed the rules that if it turns out you're not eligible after the fact, normally the money would be clawed back. They changed the rules so the government will not be clawing back that money even if people are not eligible for the money. Parliamentary Budget Officer states it's going to be over $4 billion of taxpayers' money. It's just written off in advance by this government. When you consider the fact the government, it's a politically motivated decision, the CRA said, also not to go after the $15 billion in overpayments for the wage subsidy, another $4 billion. Does the member support this waste of taxpayers' money that the government is paying out, that they say to ineligible people that they will not go after?
Good question. The honourable member for Sackville Preston Chesapeake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for his important question. Eligibility is very important. That's why we should be talking about it. The fact that we're now saying that you have to make sure that you have all the criteria, you meet those criteria, that puts onus on the individual that's applying, but also puts onus on the public service to make sure that those criteria are being respected. That's how we are going to work closely to support our Canadians. Thank you.
Et commentaire, questions and comments. L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My colleague is happy to be happy, like we say in Quebec. He's just very self-satisfied. Everyone is doing fine. There are no problems. One thing he didn't mention was seniors. We know that seniors were the most affected by the pandemic, and this was very difficult for them. This is a slap in the face when you think about the negotiations on health transfers. You know, seniors are the most affected by access to health care, but the government indexed the pensions for those that are 75 and above, but you know what? It seems like they don't say paid the same price for groceries between 74 and 75. You know, when you go to Provigo at age 68 or 78, the pound of minced meat is the same price. Don't you think we should increase old age benefits for those between 64 and 75? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you to my colleague for his question. He always has excellent questions, and this gives me the opportunity, as I said in my speech, to explain the difference between these two groups and why we prioritize those that were 75 and over. But my colleague didn't mention that the GST has given 50% of seniors more money. The reason that we indexed pensions, the old age pension and the Canadian pension, and for those who have income supplements, we indexed all of these funds so that we could be sure that they can continue to benefit from these benefits. And we will continue to look out for them in the future.
And I know she's been on for quite a bit here. The Honourable Member for Victoria.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. One of the concerns I have with this motion is that it really ignores the role of greedflation in inflation. And the Canadian Centre for Policy Alternatives, as well as the Canadians for Tax Fairness, have shown that corporate greed accounts for up to 25% of inflation here in Canada. This is at a time when we're seeing Canadians struggling. I spoke to a taxi driver just the other day, and we were talking about how many people are using food banks, and he said something that just broke my heart. He said, "I'm hungry, but I can't go to the food bank. I'm someone who gives to the food bank. I can't go." It is unacceptable that in a country as wealthy as ours that people are going hungry. And it shouldn't be everyday Canadians who are paying the price. It should be the corporations who are profiting off these crises. We want a windfall profits tax on insurance, oil and gas, big box stores. Will the member push his government to ensure that we make big, greedy corporations pay for the support that Canadians need, and that it isn't struggling Canadians paying the price?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Veterans Affairs.
I thank my colleague for her important question, and it's really important what she's sharing. I mean, we've seen during the pandemic some large corporation making humongous sums of profits, and that conversation needs to be had. We need to find ways of ensuring that these corporations are sharing their wealth with Canadians. Our government has focused on the most vulnerable. We will continue to focus on the most vulnerable. But to be honest, we need to do more work in this area, and I agree. Thank you.
Reprise du débat, continuing debate. The Honourable Member for Elmwood, Transcona.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm very pleased to rise with thanks to the member for Sackville, Preston Chesapeake, for sharing some of his time to afford me the opportunity to do so. And I think earlier it was another colleague who said he had some kind of mixed feelings about today's motion, because there's a lot that's true in today's motion, particularly the first parts that name and provide some useful facts and figures about the very difficult situation that Canadians are facing. We know that many Canadians right now are concerned about losing a place to live, whether that's because the interest rate on their mortgage has gone up and they're not sure that their family income can absorb the additional costs. It could be because rents continue to climb for various reasons, but certainly one important reason is the corporate presence in the Canadian housing market that continues. In Winnipeg, for instance, we just saw Lyons Place be offered up to a private developer who has a history of taking over buildings where there used to be affordable rents, doing some superficial renovation, and then jacking up the cost of rent. So that activity is going on, it's happening, and it's a real challenge, putting pressure on the cost of rent. We know that Canadians are struggling with the 11% increase in the cost of groceries, and that puts pressure on household budgets. It's not an optional extra that people can choose to do without. It's a cost that they either have to absorb, or as the member for Victoria was just pointing out, go hungry because they don't have any good alternatives. So we are facing a really difficult moment. Where I take issue with the motion before us is that it would lay all of that problem at the feet of government and suggest that the answer, that it's sufficient just to, well, let's read it. Cap government spending, cut waste, fire high-priced consultants, eliminate inflationary deficit and taxes that have caused a cost of living crisis for Canadians. There's, again, some truth in that. Like, I'm in favor of cutting waste, for instance, but I think my Conservative colleagues and I might have some differences of opinion as to what constitutes a proper cutting of waste and what's properly wasteful and what's not. So I'll give you an example, Mr. Speaker. I've been doing a lot of advocacy alongside folks outside of Parliament, like Campaign 2000, for a CERB low-income repayment amnesty. I think it is wasteful to chase the poor for money they don't have because they took the government at its word during a global crisis of unprecedented proportion, that if they needed help, they should apply for it. And when it turned out that they weren't quite eligible because they weren't poor in the right way, the government is now saying, you owe us all of that money back, and we're going to pay people to hound you, even though we know that you don't have the money and we will never get that money back. We're going to throw good money after bad. That's waste. If that's what the Conservatives mean by cut waste, well, I'm here, I'll show up any day of the week for that. I suspect it's not what they mean when they say cut waste, because I've heard them talk about other things that I value and that I think are good investments. So for instance, when we talk about pharmacare on this side of the House, that is a cost. So capping spending isn't going to allow us to have a federal pharmacare plan. But you know what a federal pharmacare plan will do? Ultimately save money for Canadians and reduce the cost of accessing prescription drugs in Canada, not just in individual budgets, but in government budgets too. So the latest reports pre-pandemic on pharmacare in Canada said that Canadians were paying about $24 billion a year on prescription drugs. That was a combination of government expenditure, private insurance plan expenditure, and out-of-pocket expenditure. And the findings of many different studies over time, but in this particular example with those particular numbers, was that a national pharmacare plan would cost about $20 billion a year. So depending on who pays and what ledger it's on, Canadians stand to save at least $4 billion a year on the prescription drugs that they're currently buying. They're already buying those drugs. So to me, to say the federal government should just arbitrarily cap its spending when there are investment opportunities that could reduce costs to Canadians overall is not the right approach. And I think we should be more discerning in our judgments around this place in a way that this motion simply is not. I would say also that we've seen a lot of change, and we're going to see more change in the economy over the years to come, particularly in regard to energy. We're seeing that happen already. Many of our allies are trying to lower their dependency on fossil fuel. That's happening, whether Canada wants it or not, whether Canada gets on board or not. That is something that's happening. It's happening for the sake of the climate. It's also happening for the sake of energy security. And I don't think anybody in this place needs a lecture on that after the last 12 months. Russia's illegal invasion of Ukraine and what's happened to global energy supply, but also the real pinch that Russia's supply of oil to Europe and other parts of the world, the power that has given it. So there are many reasons why the world is trying to lower its dependency on fossil fuel for basic things that you can't do without, like heating your home. Canada's choice is whether it shows up to that or not. Now, back in the 70s, Peter Lougheed made real investments, and the federal government also made real investments to create the oil and gas industry that exists in Alberta today. That was not a spontaneous creation of the free market, not by far. There was a lot of very deliberate policy work and financial investment by governments in order to create the oil and gas economy of the late 20th century, and anyone who says otherwise is kidding themselves, and they're kidding anyone who's listening. The moment before us is another moment of policy and financial investment to create a new energy economy for the next 50 years, at least. Canada has to decide whether it wants to get on that train. We're not going to get on that train for free, which means arbitrarily capping spending right now just takes Canada out of the game at a time when the Inflation Reduction Act in the United States is representing our continental partner, our biggest continental partner, finally getting into the climate change game in a meaningful way. And a lot of companies that are also making incredible amounts of profit that are in the new energy economy are sizing up the places where they want to invest in that. And we should value that investment as much as we value investment in the oil and gas sector. But Canada doesn't. It values investment in oil and gas, and it has not shown up for other industries, particularly not new energy industries, in the way not only that it showed up for oil and gas in the 70s, but that it continues to show up for oil and gas today. Just think of the over $20 billion that the federal government found overnight to get into the pipeline business, which is a business they have no business being in the first place. So don't tell me there isn't money for other important things. Of course there is. The Liberals have proven it by going out and spending on things like pipelines, which they shouldn't have done. So we're in this moment where we are trying to address critical challenges for individual Canadian households and many businesses at the same time that are still reeling from the effects of the pandemic. We're in a moment when the world is preparing and laying the foundations for the next generation economy. And it's important to my children and to the children of people in this place and across the country that Canada get that right, so that good-paying union jobs are available to the next generation of Canadian children in the same way that those jobs were available for oil and gas workers in Alberta. We want to make sure that those jobs continue to be available. Some of them will be in oil and gas, but there's going to be less of those in the future, not because the Canadian government of any stripe decided that that was going to be the case, but because many governments the world over are deciding that must be the case if we're going to have a planet to have an economy on in the first place. They're not wrong about that, and Canada needs to get with the program. We're only going to be able to do that through serious investment. I'll close because I know my time is running short, and I thank you, Mr. Speaker, for your diligence. Just to mention healthcare, I don't know that we need to do much more than that, but the idea that we're going to solve the very real problems in the health system without investment is false. And so in this time when people are struggling to get access to care, government will need to make investments. Provincial governments have been willing to pay through the nose for private agency nurses working overtime to send people to the United States to get treatment. That is not a health system. We need to build it here. We need to rebuild it here. That will require investment. It's worth paying for, and it's why it's not the time to endorse a simple spending cap. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's always a pleasure to rise on behalf of the people for Kamloops Thompson Caribou. Before I begin my question, I do want to recognize the life of former mayor of Kamloops, Cliff Branchflower, who passed away earlier this week. I wish his family the best in this difficult time. Now, Mr. Speaker, my colleague mentioned that we're going to have decreased oil and gas jobs in the future, not because this government wants it, but because all governments really want that. Here's the thing. As it stands right now, it seems as though this government wants less oil and gas jobs and wants them less in Alberta. But in cases where we're looking at and considering how much oil and gas is required today, we're all going to get off oil and gas. That's his point. But while we are weaning off oil and gas, does he not agree that those good-paying jobs that could be located in Canada should stay in Canada as opposed to countries that do not have the respect for wages and human rights? Because that's where those jobs are going right now. Why aren't they staying in Canada?
The honourable member for Elmwood Transcona.
Well, I would say this is the example of the kind of 1-2 punch that the oil and gas industry gets in this House between Liberals and Conservatives. The Liberals spent over $20 billion now on a pipeline. And the Conservatives get up and say they don't support the oil and gas industry. Now, you can debate if you want to support the oil and gas industry with massive government expenditure or whether you should or not. But the fact of the matter is, I would say the Liberals have been trying really hard to support the oil and gas industry. I don't think that they're not trying. In fact, I criticize them for the extent to which they do that, because I think that the opportunity cost of that $20 billion investment, when we're told, oh, we can't have a Western power grid that would help share hydroelectric energy from British Columbia and Manitoba across the provinces. We can't do that. We don't have the money to build it. And then they turn around and build a $20 billion pipeline. We can't afford to be sinking that much money in new oil and gas infrastructure when we could be spending that money on different types of infrastructure that will also create really good quality jobs here in Canada. So the point is to create those jobs and to do it in a way that's going to be sustainable over time. And I would say the Liberals have placed their bet in the oil and gas industry. We think that's the wrong place to place that bet for the next generation of Canadian workers.
Question commentaire, questions and comments. L'honorable député de Lac-Saint-Jean.
The honourable member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciated my colleague's speech. I agree with him. The Liberals have invested more money in the oil and gas industry than the Conservatives did before them. It's more than we've ever seen before, I think, in Canadian history. There has never been so much in the way of subsidies to the industry. My question, unfortunately, is the following, and I'm not sure my colleague will be happy with it, but at this point, we're fighting climate change, and we see that this government is investing record amounts in oil and gas subsidies. How can his party support them when it comes to voting on such a budget? We recognize that Canadians voted in the last election. We recognize what they voted for. We're here to make progress on the issues we can. I don't think that an election tomorrow will settle the fact that Liberals and Conservatives are subsidizing the oil and gas sector. We want to change that. We are working with people in Canada and Quebec who want to change that. But we're not there yet. We're at a place where there will be a federal dental care program. We do think that's good. So we will take the successes that we can, and we will continue to fight where we must.
I'll probably pay for this comment, but saving the best for last. The honourable questions and comments. The honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would be inclined to ask a quick question in regards to what the member thinks about the NDP Liberal BC agreement on LNG, or I could possibly ask him what he believes Rachel Notley has to say about the purchase of the pipeline. But rather, I want to pick up on what his speech was about in regards to how government can actually spend where there's a very high return, and if I can get his thoughts in regards to the National Child Care Program and the net benefits of that, which was clearly demonstrated in the province of Quebec. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Elmwood-Transcona.
Well, thank you. I am very familiar with the arguments in favor of a national child care program. I recall making them as a candidate in 2015 against Liberals who said that it was a bad idea and it wasn't the federal government's business investing in childcare. I'm very glad to see the government come around on that, and I'm glad to see some of the positive effects that were anticipated by New Democrats and others who knew better. And so welcome to the party. I hope you'll join us on some other things while we're at it.
Conformément à l'article 38.
It is my duty pursuant to Standing Order 38 to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows.
On carbon pricing, the honourable member for Bruce Grey Owen Sound on immigration, refugees and citizenship, and the honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan on foreign affairs. Reprise du débat, continuing debate to the honourable member for Niagara Falls.
Thank you, Speaker. When our Conservative leader first spoke before the fall economic statement was introduced last November, he made two very clear and simple demands on behalf of our Conservative Party. First, we wanted this Liberal government to stop the taxes. This included cancelling all planned tax hikes and the tripling of the carbon tax. Fast forward a few months to February, and it's clear that this Liberal government is on track to do the exact opposite. Taxes went up on Canadians this past January, and this April, it's only going to get worse. Late last year, the Canadian Taxpayers Federation sounded the alarms about 5 incoming Liberal tax hikes in 2023. These hikes include increases that Canadians will see at the gas pumps, an alcohol escalator tax, increases to the Canada Pension Plan, hikes to employment insurance contributions, and increases to payroll taxes for anyone making $40,000 or more this year. This April 1st, gasoline is set to go up by 14 cents per liter, and alcohol taxes are automatically set to rise by 6.3%. This is no cruel April Fool's joke. This is the damage done by bad Liberal fiscal policy. Locally, across Niagara, these taxes, particularly the alcohol escalator tax, will punish many wineries, craft breweries, and distilleries, as well as anyone who enjoys consuming these wonderful Canadian-made products while visiting Niagara, which is the #1 leisure tourism destination in all of Canada. The second demand of our Conservative leader was for this Liberal government to stop the spending. Any new spending by Liberal ministers in this government must be matched by an equivalent savings. Cut wasteful spending and stop the inflationary deficits that drive up the cost of everything for Canadians. Again, fast forward to this month, and the Liberals are also failing to make good on this demand. In fact, as time goes on, more and more wasteful and reckless Liberal spending is being uncovered. In the fall, there was the $6,000 luxurious hotel room that our Prime Minister spent for a one-night stay in Europe. Then there was the $54 million wasted on the disastrous ArriveCan app. And recently, the Auditor General blasted the CRA for its lack of rigor in trying to identify and recoup a minimum $27.4 billion in suspected overpayments of emergency aid benefits, including $15.5 billion for the Canadian Emergency Wage Subsidy. In response to the comment from the Auditor General, the government's own CRA commissioner had the gall to inform Canadians that it wouldn't be worth the effort to review and try to recover every dollar of the $15.5 billion in CEWS overpayments. That insufficient response from the CRA commissioner did not get by our parliamentary budget officer, who recently said it was a bit disconcerting when you hear that and the government is faced with a deficit. For these reasons and more, Conservatives are asking the House today to call on the Liberal government to cap spending, cut waste, fire high-priced consultants, and eliminate inflationary deficit and taxes that have caused a cost of living crisis for Canadians. Simply put, after 8 years of this Liberal government, Canadians pay more today for their goods and services, and they are getting less. Groceries, gas, home heating, and more is getting more and more expensive by the day because of the reckless Liberal spending habits. After 8 years of this Liberal Prime Minister, the cost of groceries is up almost 11%. After 8 years of this Liberal Prime Minister, half of Canadians are cutting back on groceries. After 8 years of this Liberal Prime Minister, 20% of Canadians are skipping meals. In Niagara, a recent report found that almost 39,000 people are being assisted by local food banks across the region. Those serving on the front lines are witnessing people struggling who have never struggled before. Under these deteriorating conditions, Canadians work harder to try and get ahead, but they take home less money because of a higher cost for the things they need to buy and the higher taxes they will have to pay. Just yesterday, in fact, we had new data provided by the Financial Consumer Agency of Canada, which reported nearly 4 in 10 Canadians were now borrowing money to pay for groceries, shelter, and other daily expenses. According to the report, and I quote, many Canadians are facing the biggest financial challenges of their lives. It added, more are borrowing money to cover their day-to-day expenses, including by using high-cost loans. No wonder Canadians feel like everything is broken and they have lost control. Many are falling behind, even as they try hard to get ahead. It comes as no surprise that the same reckless Liberal spending habits, which have played a big role in driving up inflation, have also caused our national debt to soar. Debt interest payments have become so big under these Liberals that it costs are soon projected to be larger than what the federal government spends on the budget for the Department of National Defense. Remember that the next time we have to scramble our outdated and under-equipped CF-18s and watch the Americans shoot down airborne threats over our territory. It's getting so bad that some former Liberals are finally starting to acknowledge it. One is former random Liberal Finance Minister Bill Morneau, and he has said that the government probably spent too much during COVID. Meanwhile, former Liberal Deputy Prime Minister and Finance Minister John Manley said that this Liberal Prime Minister's fiscal policy is making it harder to contain inflation. Speaker, there are direct consequences to this Liberal government recklessly spending the cupboards bare. Will the government be able to live up to the expectations they set for their new federal tourism growth strategy? The tourism minister has spent the last several months asking the industry to think big on ideas to expedite economic recovery from the devastating impact of COVID-19. Yet fear is now beginning to grow in the tourism community that this Liberal government is once again failing to understand that they are still in recovery mode. It appears that once again the Liberal government is setting itself up to overpromise and underdeliver. And that is a great shame for tourism communities across the country, such as mine in Niagara, which welcomes visitors from throughout the world. As well, what is to happen to the wine sector support program, which is put in place because of the Liberal government's ineptitude on trade policy? The 2-year, $166 million program has ended, yet the industry has asked for it to be extended, and there has been no updates about its renewal. Last year's budget showed the government would raise $390 million over 5 years in new revenue by now applying the excise tax to 100% Canadian-made wines. Where are those funds going? For months, Conservatives have been warning this government about their out-of-control spending, and it would lead to an increase in interest rates. The government responded by telling Canadians not to worry, to go ahead and take out big loans since interest rates would remain low for a long time and there would not be any negative consequences. Well, after 8 years of this Liberal Prime Minister, the 45% of variable rate mortgage holders now say they will have to sell or vacate their homes in less than 9 months due to the current interest rate levels. After 8 years of this Liberal government, everything feels broken, Speaker, and Canadians are having a harder and harder time not only getting by, but simply hoping to try and get ahead. After 8 years of this Liberal recklessness, Canadians have to work harder, work longer, and even work multiple jobs just to take home less earnings and to get by. Enough is enough, Speaker. While Liberals are expecting Canadians to pay for their reckless spending habits, Canadians can count on Conservatives to provide them with the sound financial planning and path ahead when they elect us into government after the next federal election. Canadians must realize that as the Liberals make more and more promises for a better tomorrow to distract us from the issues of today, none of the problems that they have created, which Canadians now face, are getting fixed. Canadians need real solutions to these real problems that they are facing right now, and only a Conservative government can deliver on this for Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Mr. Speaker, you know, the leader of the Conservative Party says that if you're going to spend the money, you have to find the money in order to do so. Now, we just made a major announcement for the future national health care system, $190 billion over 10 years. There's hundreds of millions that's flowing this year. Their leader, the Conservative leader, has now endorsed it. He has said that they will not cut back on that commitment. My question to the member is, can the member now share that plan? Where, when they talk about money in, or money can only be spent if you got the money coming in terms of programs, what programs is the Conservatives going to be cutting as a result of the commitment that the Conservative Party leader has made?
Honourable member for Niagara Falls.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and to my honourable member, and I thank him. Just to my remarks earlier when I talked about the Auditor General, who found that $4.6 billion were made to ineligible individuals, and we estimated that at least $27.4 billion of payments to individuals and employees should be investigated further. Among the individuals who received money that shouldn't have, $1.6 billion went to people who quit their jobs. $6.6 million went to people who were in jail the whole time. $3.3 million went to people who didn't live in Canada. And $1.2 million went to dead people. Why don't we start there, Mr. Speaker?
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Nunavut.
I'd like to thank the member for his intervention. I've been in this debate all day, and I've heard similar responses to this question that I've asked, which is the disparity between major for-profit corporations raking in billions of profits. Meanwhile, we have people like those described in his constituency, people struggling to pay for groceries. How does this member explain the disparity between those major corporations profiting in the billions and people struggling to pay for groceries?
The honourable member for Niagara Falls.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the honourable member for her question. Well, first of all, as Conservatives, we all believe that every company, every organization, every individual should pay their fair share of taxes. Let us begin with that. But again, some of the decisions made by this government benefited those that didn't need the support. What we need to do, and to my colleague's other earlier question about, eliminating those type of programs and funding for those organizations that don't need it. Why don't we start looking there so that we can reduce those costs and provide the assistance to those that need it most? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Question et commentaire. Questions and comments. The honourable member for Kamloops, Thompson Caribou.
Always a pleasure to rise on behalf of the people from Kamloops, Thompson Caribou, Mr. Speaker. And before I get into my question, I also want to recognize the life of a titan of Kamloops politics. That was Pat Wallace. She was a pioneer, spending many, many years, decades in Kamloops, on Kamloops City Council, and paving the way for so many others. She recently passed away, and may eternal light shine upon her, and I wish her and her loved ones all the best in this difficult time. Mr. Speaker, I want to ask my honourable colleague a question. It builds on the question that I asked to my NDP colleague, and it's about this notion of where we should be putting our business dollars and what we should be supporting. There's been obviously a push that we move away from energy on the global end, but would he agree with me that while we do move away from all sorts of energy, that we should be really emphasizing Canadian energy over other types of energy that come from jurisdictions that really don't support the things like we do, like freedom, like workers' rights, and things like that?
The honourable member for Niagara Falls.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my honourable colleague. I agree with him on 100% that we should be supporting those energy sources that are sourced here in Canada and done by Canadian workers. Just building on what he said about this notion of moving to a cleaner and cleaner economy. The independent electricity system operator in Ontario estimated it's going to cost $400 billion to get it to a carbon neutral 2050 in Ontario. And how are we going to be doing that? We're going to be needing nuclear. We're going to be continuing to need natural gas. And of course, that clean hydroelectric power that comes from Niagara Falls, 2,200 megawatts, done by the people of Niagara. Thank you.
Reprise du débat.
Resuming debate.
The honourable member for Edmonton Millwoods.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this Prime Minister has been in power, has been in that chair for 8 years. And for millions of Canadians, things have never been worse than they are right now. For 8 long years, Canadians, coast to coast to coast, have been left behind by this Liberal government. After 8 years of this Liberal Prime Minister, inflation is at a 40-year high. After 8 years, the cost of groceries has skyrocketed. After 8 years of this Liberal Prime Minister, half of Canadians are actually cutting back on the groceries that they buy. After 8 years of this Prime Minister, 20% of Canadians are skipping meals. It's unbelievable that that would be happening in a country like Canada. After 8 years of this Liberal Prime Minister, the average rent for a 2-bedroom apartment across Canada's 10 biggest cities is over $2,000, compared to only $1,100 per month in 2015. After 8 years of this Liberal Prime Minister, 45% of variable rate mortgage holders say that they will have to sell or vacate their homes in less than 9 months due to the current interest rate levels. After 8 years of this Prime Minister, average monthly mortgage costs have more than doubled, and now Canadians are paying over $3,000 a month. After 8 long years of this Prime Minister, everyone seems to be aware of the damage this Liberal government has done, except for the Liberals themselves. The Governor of the Bank of Canada has said that inflation in Canada increasingly reflects what's happening in Canada. The former Bank of Canada Governor, Mark Carney, said that now inflation is principally a domestic story. And according to bank CEOs, tens of thousands of Canadians could default on mortgages due to these rising rates. Former Liberal Finance Minister Bill Morneau has said that the government probably spent too much during COVID. Former Liberal Deputy Prime Minister and Finance Minister John Manley said that the Liberal minister's fiscal policy is making it harder to contain inflation. It is clear that this is a homemade problem. Everyone seems to get it, Mr. Speaker. Canadians themselves get it. The experts get it. Even those random Liberals get it, except for the Prime Minister and his team today himself. They don't seem to get it. Our Conservative motion today calls on the House that the government to cap spending, cut waste, fire higher-priced consultants, and eliminate inflationary deficits and taxes that have caused this cost of living crisis for Canadians. Inflation is at the highest it's been in 40 years, Mr. Speaker. Interest rates are the highest in a generation, and home prices and rents are the highest they have ever been. After 8 years of this Liberal government, Canadians are struggling to keep up with the rate at which this government prints and spends money. They have sent more and more dollars chasing fewer and fewer goods. They have created a dire situation, and it's one in which that they will not be able to spend their way out of. Over half of Canadians are uncertain if they will be able to afford to retire. A recent study by the Bank of Montreal found that Canadians will need $1.7 million to retire, which is up 20% from 2020. So now you have to be a millionaire in Canada to retire? The Liberals' wealthy friends, who are very fond of and handing out lucrative contracts to, using our Canadian taxpayer dollars, might have no problem with this. But for everyday hardworking Canadians, this is simply not realistic. Each day, I receive letters from hardworking Canadians in my riding who feel that many aspects of life in Canada are broken. More and more Canadians visit the food banks just to get by. Half of Canadians are cutting back on their groceries, and 1 out of 5, like I said, are skipping meals. A recent poll showed that 60% of Canadians think that the country is broken, and 73% of them feel this way in my home province of Alberta. This is heartbreaking, Mr. Speaker. We must turn things around instead of making things worse for Canadians. And we could start by getting rid of the carbon tax. I've been hearing from Canadians right across the country who are spending hundreds of dollars a month and large portions of their income just to keep up with this punitive Liberal carbon tax. Recently heard from a senior who's struggling to afford to heat her home. She now has to pay an additional $73 a month just for the carbon tax on her bill. This is an elderly person on a fixed income that this government has left behind. She is now considering selling her home because she cannot afford to heat it. This is tragic and unacceptable, Mr. Speaker. Canadians should not be punished for heating their homes or to drive to work. They're already struggling enough as it is. But the Liberal insiders, they've actually never had it so good. The thousands of dollars a day consultants at McKinley are very happy with the Liberals. In fact, the consulting contracts have gone up 100% in the 8 years since this Prime Minister has been in power. The lobbyists, whose contracts have also increased by 100%, are also very pleased. Mr. Speaker, it is Canadians who pay for these outrageously expensive contracts with their hard-earned tax dollars that this government continues to leave behind. We call on the government to cap spending, cut waste, fire high-priced consultants, and eliminate inflationary deficits and taxes that have caused this cost of living crisis. But unfortunately, this Prime Minister refuses to take any responsibility for the hurt that he has caused so many Canadians. As Canadians struggle to afford home heating and groceries, this Prime Minister treated himself to a $6,000 a night hotel room. He then had the officials try to cover it up by redacting relevant information and internal correspondence related to this scandal. This government is out of touch, and Canadians cannot afford to pay for this Prime Minister's luxuries. After 8 long years of wasteful spending, this Prime Minister is still finding new, creative ways to spend Canadian tax dollars. His latest inflation plan is to hire more pollsters to poll Canadians for buzzwords on the budget. Mr. Speaker, this madness needs to end. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. L'honneur de député.
The Honourable Member for Lac Saint Louis.
Speaker, I'm trying to understand. Maybe the member could help me by telling me how putting food on the table during a crisis, how helping Alberta get oil to Tidewater, how lowering child care costs, and how providing dental care to children is contributing to inflation.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton-Millwood.
Mr. Speaker, the fact of the matter is that inflation has continued to grow under this government. The Bank of Canada governor has said that their inflationary policies has contributed to what's happening in Canada. The inflation continuously goes up. And almost every day, Mr. Speaker, we stand up in this House and have asked this government to help Canadians keep the heat on and take the tax off. We've asked them to take carbon tax off. Instead, what are they planning on doing? They're going to triple the carbon tax and add more burden onto Canadians. That will cause more inflation. So it actually is their policies, their actions that are hurting Canadians and making things much worse for them.
Question et commentaire. L'honorable.
The Honourable Member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Happy St. Valentine's Day again. Mr. Speaker, we know that the Liberal government has taken very few budgetary legislative measures to try to counter inflation. We all agree on that. The Bank of Canada, unfortunately or fortunately, had to use monetary tools. That is, increasing interest rates to try to calm that increase. So I would ask my colleague, does he agree that at the end of the day, the increase of mortgage rates was a good thing to do?
I'm a member for Edmonton-Millwoods.
Mr. Speaker, my honourable colleague makes a very good point, that it was actually because of the actions of this Liberal government, their inflationary policies, the fact that they spent so much money that they really didn't have, that caused the inflation that we have. And so the Bank of Canada had no choice. They were forced to increase the rates that we see today. And the result of that is that Canadians are paying for it. The mortgage payments have doubled for many Canadians, Mr. Speaker. This is forcing Canadians to have to consider selling their house. Many Canadians are now saying that they will have to sell their house within the next 9 months because how high these rates have gone. And they are that high today. These rates are at record levels today because of the 40-year high inflation that this Liberal government has caused. Their inflationary policies have put Canadians in the position that they're in today.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The Honourable Member for Edmonton-Strathcona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to thank my colleague from Edmonton-Millwoods for his intervention today. My question for the member, though, is the motion today talks a lot about expenses and what the government is spending money on. And I know him and I disagree quite a bit on what the government should be spending money on. But there is another side of that, and that other side is revenue. And I'm wondering, the Liberal government has spent lots of money in Alberta to clean up the oil and gas wells. We've asked for strings to be attached. Those weren't put in place. Now the Premier Smith is using Alberta dollars, $20 billion of Alberta dollars, to actually give a a gift to her friends within the oil and gas industry. I'm wondering whether or not he agrees with her decision and whether or not he thinks that we should put more strings from the federal government on the provincial government to make sure that the oil and gas well money is actually used to clean up the oil and gas wells.
The honourable member for Edmonton Millwoods.
Mr. Speaker, the answer to more revenue, and especially in the energy sector, isn't always more money. The government does not necessarily need to be spending more money in the energy sector. What the government needs to do is to have good, proper regulation, but have an environment where the industry can produce and do what they do best, which is to create energy. It's environmentally friendly energy, much more so than many other countries. It's ethically good energy, much better than many other countries. So I think I would suggest to this government that what they should really be doing is to create an environment where our energy sector can grow, that we can hire more Canadians, more Albertans to do the job that they do best. And I think that is the best way not only to support Alberta jobs, but to help support Canadians right across the country. Sometimes the best thing that can do is for the government just to back off and allow business to do what they do best.
Comments, and I know the honourable member's got up a couple of times, so the honourable member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, like my colleagues, one of the issues I have with this motion is that it really doesn't place any emphasis at all on the role that corporate profits have in driving up the price of living in this country, and I think it's quite clear that's the case. Another issue that I have is with conservative orthodox economic thinking that deficits invariably cause inflation. If that were the case, then we would have had rampant inflation in this place when the conservative government of Stephen Harper ran 7 consecutive deficits from 2008 to 2015, which didn't happen. But my question is this. I've heard conservatives say it's inflationary to spend money on dental care, yet the leader of the Conservative Party has come out saying that he would adopt the recently announced health care accord for the next 10 years, which injects an additional $46 billion into the economy. Can my honourable colleague explain how that is not inflationary if other government spending is?
The honourable member for Edmonton Millwoods.
Mr. Speaker, as a government, it is important to support Canadians, and we will be there for Canadians and to ensure that our healthcare is funded properly and to ensure that Canadians have that support. But what we will also do is to save money in other places. Wasteful spending. That is what we're asking for this government to do. We didn't come out and say cut all spending. What we said was to cut wasteful spending, Mr. Speaker. The infrastructure bank, that is something that we didn't need to do. Contracts to Liberal insiders. Cut them. Fire those consultants. Mr. Speaker, their gun buyback problem, not needed, Mr. Speaker. They're going after law-abiding Canadian citizens when they actually could be spending that money at the border where the real problems are. The Rivecan app. So there's so many examples, Mr. Speaker, of work where they could be cutting funding, Mr. Speaker. I know I'm running out of time, but that's what we would do. Thank you.
Reprise du débat, l'honorable député de
The honourable member for Mirabel. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to take a few seconds to advise you that this is the first Valentine's Day that the NDP and the Liberals are spending together since they created their alliance, so I hope they'll have a nice evening. You know, Mr. Speaker, the Bloc is a sovereignist party. We would like Quebec to be its own country. We would like Quebec to make its own decisions and its own choices. There are many reasons for this, historical and institutional reasons, but there are also reasons related to efficiency. In Quebec, we're against redundancy. We think that doing the same thing twice in Quebec and in Ottawa is a bad thing. It's a poor thing. It's a poor use of resources. I see my Conservative colleagues nodding their head because today we have a redundancy of emotions. Of motions. It's the 5th or 6th motion. This is redundancy and lost energy, and we're doing it here in the House of Commons. And we're doing this every time it's a Conservative opposition day. Let's talk about economies of scale. The way to do this is to make the same thing over and over and to become more and more efficient at it. So it's taking us less and less effort to give them the same answers. They're getting paid a lot of money to do Control-C, Control-V, copy-pasting their same arguments. We discussed this last week. So I would throw their motion in the garbage, but, at this point, the garbage would be full, so we will talk about it for a little while. The thought behind the motion is not entirely false. Yes, it's true there is inflation. Yes, households are struggling. Yes, it's difficult and people have trouble making ends meet, and this is something we need to think about. Inflation is at its highest since 1982. It was above 10% in 1982. It's a little bit higher than 6% today. So I think they're being a little hyperbolic with their motion, but you understand. What the Conservatives are forgetting to say is that if you take out energy and food, the inflation used by the Bank of Canada is at 5.5%. When you look at the cost of energy of fossil fuels, there's a 28% increase in prices. And once again, the Conservatives think that by focusing on the carbon tax that doesn't even apply in Quebec, they will solve the problems that affect us all. But we actually need to implement measures to start a green transition so that the next time there's a crisis, we won't find ourselves with a 22nd, 23rd, and 24th identical motion. So you understand why we're uncomfortable, Mr. Speaker. Now, if the Conservatives can continue to table the same motion, it's because the Liberals haven't done much to help households during the crisis. That is a fact. There have been some measures. They've increased the Canada Child Benefit, and that's great. But those measures were designed prior to the crisis. There's very little that has been done. Doubling GST refunds is something that they did, but we've been asking for it for months. We also asked for checks to come more frequently, and that wasn't done. But because of this reason, because the Liberals are a little too lax, because they're always just making big speeches instead of helping people, we get stuck with these populist arguments from the Conservatives. And they're starting to sound more credible to a group of part of the population that is not always well informed. But the government is the Conservatives are talking about the government's efficiency in delivering services. We mentioned McKinsey, and I'll get back to that later, Mr. Speaker. But let's talk about redundancies in Ottawa. Can you explain to me, Mr. Speaker, or ask the government to explain to me why it costs 2.5 times more to process an EI request in Ottawa than one for social assistance in Quebec? Why is it 4 times more expensive to process a passport request in the federal bureaucracy than it is to provide a driver's license in Quebec? I understand that a driver's license isn't the same thing as isn't a passport, but 4 times, these aren't unreasonable comparisons, Mr. Speaker. We do have a major problem. We were talking about redundancy here. We could even talk about doubling costs or tripling costs within the government. There are some things that have been done in Quebec that are done again in Ottawa. We could decentralize things. We could talk about doing one tax return. That's one thing. But yesterday, at the operational committee, the ombudsman came to speak to us, and he told us this. He told us that ministers could very easily subcontract work that public servants are available to do, and they could subcontract that off to McKinsey. So I told him, when you're going to do your audit, what are you going to do? Are you going to check to see if work that public servants could be doing would be subcontracted? And he said no. He said, my job is to make sure that when taxpayers get caught and that they pay twice, that they did it properly. So what he told me is that we were going to get you through the rules, and this is how it works. So I would like to invite people to go watch the ombudsman speech yesterday. There are ways to make the state function more efficiently. Are these solutions in the Conservative motion? I read it once, twice, 3 times, 4 times. It was pretty boring, but I did do it, Mr. Speaker, and nothing was in there. So we'll vote against it. I'll tell you another thing that's been bothering me, something that I find uncomfortable. For Conservatives, and for Liberals as well, inflation all inflations are not the same. You know, the PBO that is quoted every 15 minutes mentioned and demonstrated that the debt to GDP ratio was going down in the next few years, and that it could reach 10% of the GDP, or even 10-0 in a few decades. So the federal government's finances are actually healthy, but then the PBO demonstrates that provinces' finances that are in charge of health are on the wrong track. Even before the inflation crisis, their costs were going up by 5.5 to 6% per year. And that is before the cost of nursing and auxiliary staff increased. Everything that we use in healthcare is costing more. And now we have this new agreement, an agreement that was imposed upon us. You know, I don't understand. I don't know of many marriages that happen without consent, but we do have this agreement. And this agreement is so cheap. It's so cheap that the Conservatives would support it. So now inflation affects sick people. People have to sleep in hallways in hospitals. People are not being able to be diagnosed for cancer and not get treated. There are delays of 1 month, 2 months, 3 months. This touches families that are going to lose their loved ones. The last thing these people are thinking about is inflation, because Conservatives just care about austerity. Let's talk about the green transition or EI. They're not proposing anything. They're not helping anyone who's stuck. They're talking even about cutting pensions for retirees. So they're going to make future retirees even more poor. And then when they're going to need help from Ottawa, they said, no, we cut into this and we can't help you. So we're having 2 layers of trouble with the Conservatives instead of just one. There are possible solutions. The Bloc has suggested some. We have been suggesting them for a year and a half. We proposed GST checks. When it comes to files like McKinsey, to make sure that we don't double, triple pay, to make sure that taxpayers have what they paid for, we're always here. When it's time to defend the competence of our public servants, the Bloc is here. And, you know, these people on opposition day, when the Bloc has ones, they tell us that we bring up useless topics, Mr. Speaker, but what we want to talk about isn't interesting for other people. But I would tell you this, Mr. Speaker, I will tell you why we can talk about other things, and it's because we don't table the same motion 7 times. Mr. Speaker, we understand the first time around. When you understand the first time around, you have time to think about other things. You know, they want to take power. The people that are sitting here want to become ministers, and they are not able to walk and chew gum at the same time. What are we going to do? We're going to have 2,000 seats here so that they could each have 22 parliamentary secretaries at the same time so that they can think of 2 things at the same time? No. I would invite them on the next opposition day to think about what they're going to propose and make sure that they don't have the door slammed in their face for the 8th or 9th time and then keep crying and saying that it's everyone else's fault. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So that leaves us 3 minutes for question and comments.
Mr. Speaker, just very quickly, you know, we've had Bloc, Conservative, and next week we get an NDP. If I was in opposition, the kind of motion I'd like to see is one on health care. I think everyone and Canadians have a big interest in health care because it is more than just a cost factor in terms of how much money is going to Ottawa or how much money is raised at the provincial level. It's about managing change. And I'm wondering if the member could provide his thoughts on the issue of health care management of change and the importance of transparency and accountability.
The Honourable Member for Mirabel. I feel like I'm in a Kafka novel. There's someone here that is important to the Liberal Party, and he says that if he had the opportunity to be in the opposition, he would tell us what motions he would table when he doesn't want to hear from the provinces. He doesn't want to meet the premiers from the provinces and hasn't done so for 28 months. And then he has the audacity to call something an agreement, something that will give all provinces $4.4 billion over 10 years in an inflationary situation. He doesn't care about this. In 2017, they started a consultation on children's health and on labeling for provinces products that are toxic to children, and then they never actually presented a bill about it. So they let it die on the order paper. They let their own bills die. So when they're in the opposition, Mr. Speaker, it will be our pleasure to talk about the motions that they'll be tabling. Questions and comments?
Member Peace River Westlock.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And the member talked at length that we've had a similar theme for our opposition day motions over and over again. And I think after listening to his entire speech, I think we're going to have to continue to do motions in the same thing, because he mentioned nothing about the fact that after 8 years, we've seen that this country has fallen apart. We've been mentioning that over and over again, and he didn't mention it once in his speech. And the other thing he never talked about in his speech either was the tripling of the carbon tax, the triple that we're going to see from the carbon tax. So I think we will have to continue to push this message out so that even the Bloc will get on board with some of these things. I'm just wondering if he's heard those things said by the Conservatives before, and if he will say that we have said them long enough. Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Chair.
In 30 seconds, the honourable member for Mirabel. Mr. Speaker, my colleague continues to do the same thing, expecting to have different results because he didn't listen to what I said. When I say we need solutions to improve Canadians' income, when we say that during a crisis we have to provide temporary help to help them get through a crisis, Mr. Speaker, when we say...
We're in the Appel Règlement online. I think we have an online point of order.
I do have my translation set to English, but no translation was coming through.
Okay, so translation's in the chamber, but not online. Donc, je vais parler...
So I will speak French, and I hope that the interpretation is working, and maybe you'll see it in the Zoom system.
All right, so let me just... je vais continuer.
I will continue to speak in French because we'll use all the time we need to fix it. So I'm speaking French. I'm going to speak again, once, twice. I see that the member for Victoria still hears no English. She doesn't hear the interpretation. And here we go. We are lacking interpretation. Well, I'm going to try one more time. And I will ask that the honourable member for Mirabel starts again. Well, I'll start again, Mr. Speaker, because it was an answer for my colleague, and I think it's very important that they hear the answer. So if the Conservatives continue doing the same thing, hoping for different results, we still don't have interpretation. I'm trying my best
to go. So, well, it's apparently working in the chamber and not working on Zoom. So, working on Zoom means you're in the chamber. So, let's just take a minute and a half here just to figure out what's going on. So, let's just take a break for a second. All right, so let's give it a try first. Donc, je vais essayer en parlant en français pour...
I'm going to try speaking French to see if interpretation is occurring. I see the member for Caribou Prince George saying yes. All right. 30 seconds to the honourable member for Mirabel to complete his answers. Well, Mr. Speaker, my colleague seems to think he can do the same thing over and over and get different results. But we are pointing out that we need to offer sustainable help to those who are getting through the crisis and the energy transition. So I will wish him good luck with the 8th, 9th, and 10th motions. We'll be happy to debate them.
I would have said 5:15, but now it's 5:22. It's my duty to interrupt the proceedings and put forth with every question necessary to dispose of the business of supply. The question is as follows. Mr. Hilland, seconded by Mr. Chambers, moves that given that... May I dispense? Thank you. If a member of a recognized party present in the House wishes that the motion be carried or carried on division or wishes to request a recorded division, I'd invite them to rise and indicate it to the chair. The honourable member for Bruce Grey, Owen Sound.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. I request a recorded division.
There we go. Therefore, pursuant to order made on Thursday, June 23rd, 2022, the division stands deferred until Wednesday, February 15th, 2023, at the expiry of the time provided for oral questions. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I would suggest if you were to canvass the House, you'd find unanimous consent at this time to call it 5:30 so we can begin private members' hour.
Agreed? It is agreed. It being the House will now proceed, it being 5:30, the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper.
Private members' business resuming consideration at second reading of Bill S-222, an act to amend the Department of Public Works and Government Services Act, use of wood, in the name of Mr. Cummings.
And I believe the next up, the very patient honourable member from Caribou, Prince George.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's my honor to rise today to speak on Bill S-222, an act to amend the Department of Public Works and Government Services Act, use of wood. And I thank and recognize the member from South Okanagan, West Kootenay, for sponsorship of this bill and his continued effort in championing this important industry in our province and indeed our country. This legislation would require that the Minister of Public Works, when considering maintenance and repair of public works or federal property, to consider any potential reduction in greenhouse gas emissions and any other environmental benefits, and may allow the use of wood or any other thing, including material, product, or sustainable resource that achieves such benefits. Ultimately, this bill aims to encourage the use of more sustainable building materials, including Canada's numerous forestry products. Mr. Speaker, as you will see from my speech today, that I'm a little bullish on our provincial forestry industry. My home province of British Columbia is Canada's largest producer of softwood lumber. BC's largest export is forest products. And since 2010, over 50 communities across our province have adopted wood-first policies. Quesnel, under the leadership of my friend, former Mayor Mary Schustrom, was the first community in our province to adopt a wood-first policy. Indeed, my communities of Prince George, Williams Lake, Quesnel, and Vanderhoof all have incredible world-class award-winning facilities such as the Prince George Airport, the Prince George Art Gallery, and at one time had the tallest wood building in North America, standing at 8 stories, the Wood Innovation and Design Center, which I'm proud to say our former Conservative government supported. And I would be remiss if I didn't mention my hometown, Williams Lake's incredible tourism information center, built by my good friends at Pioneer Log Homes. Colleagues in this House will know them at the world-famous Timber Kings. Mr. Speaker, forestry has been a cornerstone industry in our province for over 100 years and contributes approximately $13 billion to BC's economy. BC's renewable forest products are in demand globally and are providing carbon-friendly building solutions in the US, Japan, China, South Korea, India, and Southeast Asia. Mr. Speaker, wood is a renewable resource, which means that it can be replenished and grown over time. This is in contrast to other building materials like steel or concrete, which are labor-intensive and whose production create higher emissions. By building with wood, we can reduce our dependence on non-renewable resources and in turn reduce our carbon footprint. Carbon remains stored in wood products for a lifetime of the product. Isn't this an example, a prime example of a climate action plan rather than a carbon tax plan? By building with wood, Mr. Speaker, we can reduce our dependence on non-renewable resources and in turn, as I mentioned, reduce our carbon footprint. Fortunately, Canada is home to 9% of the world's forests, which have the ability to act as enormous carbon sinks by absorbing and storing carbon. Each year, our forestry companies invest millions of dollars in new technology. In fact, between 2010 and 2019, BC's forestry companies invested over $14 billion in their operations and in developing new sustainable technology. They are leading the way in sustainable forest products or forest practices. Annually, Canada harvests less than 0.5% of its forest land, allowing for the forest coverage to remain constant for the last century. And in BC, for every tree we harvest, we plant 3 to 6 trees. Since 2020, over 300 million trees have been planted. Mr. Speaker, Canada has some of the strictest forest management regulations in the world, requiring successful regeneration after public forests are harvested. Not only is wood a renewable resource, but it's also one of the few materials that is truly biodegradable. When a wood-framed home reaches the end of its useful life, it can easily be recycled or repurposed. In contrast, many other materials used in construction, such as plastics and vinyl, can take hundreds, if not thousands of years to decompose, filling up landfills, polluting our environment. Wood, lumber, and other forest products are not only sustainable construction options that cut our ecological footprint, but they're all vital economic contributors to my riding of Cariboo Prince George. The Cariboo region was at one time British Columbia's largest producer in the province. However, I'm not sure we can say that anymore. In 2019, the Cariboo was home to 21 lumber mills, 7 pulp and paper mills, 6 OSB plywood, veneer, and panel plants, 5 chip mills, 3 pole and utility producers, 3 pellet producers, and 2 shade.
Unfortunately, I just need to stop the honourable member for a minute. There seems to be a problem with the headset where it's either not plugged in properly or the wrong headset is selected on the computer. So can the honourable member maybe unhook his headset and plug it back in?
It's one of those days.
Okay, and maybe the honourable member could try again. We'll do a test.
There you go. There's the color.
Can the honourable member try again?
Yeah, does this work? Madam Speaker? Testing, 1, 2, 3.
I don't know. I'm still getting the same type of sound from this end. If the honourable member can try, and we're going to check it out.
I'll try another headset. Testing, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3.
That sounds better to me. I'll let the honourable member say a few more words to make sure that the translation can go ahead.
Testing, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3.
Que ça fonctionne, oui. Okay, we'll try that. The honourable member for Cariboo Prince George can continue.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Cariboo region was at one time British Columbia's largest lumber producing region. However, I'm not sure we can say that anymore. The forestry industry is a vital sector not only to Cariboo Prince George, but to the Canadian economy, supporting thousands of jobs in countless communities across our country and creating many positive spin-off effects in related industries and services. At one time, over 200,000 jobs in my province were directly and indirectly forestry related. My wife and I are both products of the forestry and farming industry. As a young man in the Cariboo-Chilcotin, I actually drove a skidder and loader and tied chokers. And I also ran chainsaws as a buckerman. I know firsthand how important this industry is to our region and to our country. However, Canada's forest industry has been hindered by unfair trade policies and tariffs imposed on Canadian producers by the US government, which has negatively impacted both Canadian and American businesses and consumers. Our industry has been negatively hit by wildfires. Infestations by pine and fir beetle have absolutely devastated our forests. Reductions in annual allowable cuts were necessary. Ongoing rail transportation challenges and our own government's, both provincial and federal government's policies, have led to BC and Canada being increasingly uncompetitive and costly. In recent years, British Columbia has been hit hard by mill closures. The shutdowns have caused significant economic disruption and job losses in small communities throughout our province. These closures are punching a hole in the fabric of rural BC. Just recently, Canfor Lumber Plant in Houston closed, eliminating 300 jobs. Canfor Lumber Plant in Chetwynd closed, eliminated 160 jobs. Production curtailments are all too numerous to count. Most recently, it was announced that the Canfor pulp mill in my community of Prince George will be permanently closing, eliminating 300 jobs, which will have a profound impact on families and local economy. With approximately 300 people losing their jobs, families will have to struggle to make ends meet. This closure will also have a ripple effect on the wider community, with local businesses and service providers also feeling the pinch. I can't even begin to tell you what a heartbreaking loss this is for our community. 300 good-paying jobs lost, 300 jobs that employed husbands and wives, multiple generations, young people just starting out their careers. Beyond the economic impact, let's remember that these are leaders in our community who volunteer coaching sports, leading groups such as Scouts, Cadets, and Brownies, or who show up to volunteer for events like the Canadian Cancer Society's 24-hour relay, which just last week announced that after 30 years is not returning to Prince George. This is just another devastating mill closure in my community in an industry that has faced a never-ending series of setbacks. In addition to permanent closures, there are some mills that close temporarily, like the Caribou Pulp and Paper Mill in Quesnel. The closures and curtailments have further compounded the economic challenges facing the region and left many families and businesses struggling to cope. Beyond the ongoing tariff pressures, the U.S. is doing everything they can do to support their lumber producers. In the U.S., decarbonization tax credits and subsidies available through the U.S. Inflation Reduction Act and their Buy American federal procurement policy ensure Canadian softwood lumber is being left behind. And how are we helping our lumber producers compete with our American neighbors? By tripling the carbon tax? I don't think so. Madam Speaker, we as a country need to do more to support our Canadian lumber industry. It's important to note that Canadian softwood lumber is not just a cost-effective option, but it's also a high-quality product. The softwood lumber industry builds and supports our communities, and it can build our federal buildings. In conclusion, Madam Speaker, I'm so happy to support my colleague from British Columbia's legislation. The benefits of using Canadian softwood lumber are definitely clear.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And I think it is worthy of noting in terms of, yes, province of British Columbia plays.
I just recognize the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, but I hear a whole pile of other noise or voices. So, oh, sorry, there's no questions and comments. That's the issue. Apologies on there. I see that we are on private members' bill. So the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary almost got a question on there. My mistake. That's what happens when you come in the middle of the shift. Reprise de débat, l'honorable député de Rivière.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. Well, Madam Speaker, it's nice to see you make a mistake maybe once a year. It shows that you're not perfect. Well, today is Valentine's Day. And I would just like to say that my adored daughter, Sarah, and my son-in-law, Simon, have had a little boy, and now my daughter is pregnant, and they've just learned the gender of their second child. It will be a daughter, and we're very happy. They're an amazing couple. Now, today, as I say, is Valentine's Day. Since I won't be spending the evening in better company, I will instead address a declaration of love to our forests. it's really a kind of remarkable wealth that Quebecers and Canadians can take joy in. Bill S-222 is entitled An Act to Amend the Department of Public Works and Government Services Act, Use of Wood. The sponsor of the bill is Senator Diane F. Griffin from PEI. And the bill was read for the first time in the Senate on November 24th, 2021, and now it's at second reading in the House of Commons. It would amend by adding the following after subsection 1 of Section 7 of the Department of Public Works and Government Services Act. And I quote, in developing requirements with respect to the construction, maintenance, and repair of public works, federal real property, and federal immovables, the minister shall consider any potential reduction in greenhouse gas emissions and any other environmental benefits, and may allow the use of wood or any other thing, including a material, product, or sustainable resource that achieves such benefits. So overall, S-222 would encourage the federal government to support the forestry sector in order to reduce its carbon footprint. Now, the Bloc Québécois, which is an indefatigable promoter and defender of the Quebec forestry sector, will of course vote in favor of this bill. And in fact, we had already proposed similar legislation in the past, although our proposed bills had more teeth. We saw that in 2010 with Bill C-429, which was sponsored by the former member for Manicouagan, Gérard Asselin. And we saw that again in 2014 with Bill C-574, presented by the member for Jonquière-Alma, Claude Patry. Each time, Conservatives and NDP members ensured that the bills did not pass. Now, Madam Speaker, if Quebec were a country, it's a nation right now, but if it were a country, our 900,000 square kilometers of forest would leave us in 6th place worldwide in terms of the area covered with woods. 6th. Economically, Quebec's forests represent 57,000 direct jobs, $12 billion in exports, 12 billion, Madam Speaker, and $6 billion of the Quebec GDP. We should not underestimate that incredible wealth. We need to modernize the forestry sector now that the pulp and paper sector is declining. The federal government has a very broad opportunity here to participate in making the sector more dynamic, to make the sectors of secondary and tertiary processing more dynamic in communities that have been weakened. And I'm talking here about carpentry and wood construction. And in fact, world leaders in wood building, design, and construction are here. Not here, but right next to here in Quebec. For example, Chantier Chibougamau and its division Nordic Structures.
Although these companies carry out projects in Quebec and Canada, their order book is largely filled in the United States. Canada needs to stop dragging its feet and start encouraging the solid wood building industry in non-residential construction here. On another note, I would like to remind you that the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, the IPCC, has recommended increasing the use of wood in non-residential construction in order to reduce greenhouse gas emissions and thus, of course, fight climate change. Wood products can easily replace synthetic materials from the petrochemical industry that, of course, once again, have a huge carbon footprint. Indeed, the processing of wood consumes less energy, and that avoids the emission of 1 ton of CO2 per cubic meter of wood. Once processed, wood remains a living material. On average, each cubic meter of wood captures an additional ton of carbon dioxide. For example, a building constructed from 80 cubic meters of wood can store 80 tons of CO2 during its lifetime, equivalent to the emissions released by the use of a car for a decade. Imagine having an entire building stock. Everything that could be done. The forestry sector is probably the best positioned economic sector to reduce greenhouse gas emissions and to capture carbon already in the atmosphere. Between 2017 and 2020, $23 billion of public money was given to subsidize the oil and gas sector. For the same period, so $23 billion from 2017 to 2020. For the same period, the entire forestry sector in Canada received $952 million. I would also like to note that the Liberals, at their last convention, rejected a resolution calling for an end to public support for fossil fuels. Not great. Fortunately, the Bloc Québécois will continue to fight for a dynamic forestry sector that's innovative, diversified, and that creates wealth. In this regard, I would like to congratulate my friend and colleague from Jonquière, Lac-Saint-Jean, for the exemplary work on this issue. Since 2019, you're welcome, since 2019, they have multiplied initiatives to bring together stakeholders and to propose concrete solutions. In 2021, the Bloc Québécois developed a 4-pronged roadmap to maximize the potential of forests. 1. Implement a public procurement policy that promotes the use of wood products, including, notably, establishing the carbon footprint as a criterion for awarding contracts. 2. The Bloc Québécois, again, for these 4 axes, to increase budgets for basic research and value chain development for secondary and tertiary processing of forest resources. 3. Protect Quebec lumber export markets to our main trading partner, the United States. 4. Identify ways to increase productivity related to the annual growth. That is why my colleagues and I will vote in favor of Bill S-222. Madam Speaker, on this February 14th, my wish is that the government will give some love to the forestry sector, that it will help our regions keep their jobs and fight against climate change, and stop ignoring them and be part of the solution. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Happy Valentine's Day.
Resuming debate, the other member for Nunavut.
I rise for the last time today on National Have a Heart Day. Before I begin, I wish safe travels to all of the delegates that attended the Northern Lights and Trade Show here in Ottawa last week. The trade show is an important event that promotes the great work that Nunavut are doing to support Canada's economy. It is a great event to showcase the beauty and talent that artisans from the NWT, Nunavut, Nunavik, and Nunatsiavut have. I extend my congratulations to all of the participants and winners of the Arctic Winter Games that attended in Woodland, Alberta. I heard great stories of triumph, heartache, and celebration. I thank the volunteers who devote their time to the success of youth to achieve their best in such events. I thank my NDP colleague, member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay, for sponsoring S22 in this place. Bill S-222 is a step in the right direction to help eliminate greenhouse gas emissions. The government has a responsibility to do their part. We must all do our part to reduce emissions. We must all do our part to protect the environment. This bill, while it is a short bill, has important implications. There must be a fine balance between keeping forests and reducing reliance on harmful materials. Over the last 20 years, I have driven back and forth between Ottawa and New Brunswick to visit family. I have noticed major changes over those 20 years. Roads have improved, communities have grown, and forests of trees have been decimated. Although I know that I can't live in remote wooded areas for long periods of time, I know how important trees are. I know that we must find solutions to replacing harmful products like plastics and other materials known to accelerate climate change. As Canadian businesses and organizations are shifting to more sustainable practices, this bill helps to ensure that the federal government will work towards those concerns. We are often asked to stretch our limits, knowledge, and learn about important issues that constituents are concerned about. In this speech, I stretch my limits in attempting to understand how mainstream society consumes resources. The aim of this bill is to allow the federal government to use wood for improvements to infrastructure. By using wood in the repair and building of federal infrastructure projects, Canadian businesses can be better supported. In 2013, production in the forest sector contributed to $19.8 billion, or 1.25% to Canada's real domestic product. With the decline of forestry industry in recent years, there is an opportunity to revitalize this sector while protecting the environment. In my writing, although we are not manufacturing wood, families rely on wood for homes, heating, and other projects. We rely very much on the import of wood from our neighbors to the south. I use this seat to make sure concerns are brought forward and my constituents' questions are answered and their needs met. As a critic to Indigenous and Northern affairs, my job is to amplify the voices and concerns that Indigenous peoples have. I meet with Indigenous communities, chiefs, elders, and advocates who are asking for the government to listen and take meaningful action to repair the damage they have done. This is important work, but this government must also stretch themselves. They need to be putting in the hard work to make sure Canadians are heard and acted upon. In Budget 2017, the government provided Natural Resources Canada with $39.8 million over 4 years, starting in 2018-2019, to support projects and activities that increase the use of wood as a greener substitute material in infrastructure projects. We are calling on the government to make good on their promises and be true to their word. This is important, especially in the context of the federal government's relationship with Indigenous peoples of Canada. This government has promised to protect Indigenous peoples' lands, consult with Indigenous communities, and work towards reconciliation. Too often, this does not occur. The government must take the issues that are being raised by Canadians more seriously. This government has promised greener solutions to address climate change. All too often, I have watched this government break promises it made to Indigenous peoples and to Canadians. All too often, this government has taken minimal or incremental steps that improve the lives of Indigenous peoples. This Liberal government has said there is no relationship more important than that with Indigenous peoples. Protecting and upholding Indigenous peoples' rights is a responsibility of this government. This bill is silent on this important matter. How will Indigenous peoples' rights be respected? How will this amendment increase tenure for First Nations communities? How will First Nations management be guaranteed? It is my hope that amendments will be made to acknowledge that Canada is founded on Indigenous peoples' lands, and provisions must be accounted for that. As Canada continues to work towards a better future, Indigenous peoples must be heard and their land rights must be upheld. Indigenous governance and management must be included. The United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples must be included. No development of any kind should exclude the free, prior, and informed consent of Indigenous peoples.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker, and it's a pleasure to rise and speak to Bill S-222 this afternoon. And I think that it would come to surprise a good number of people in terms of to the degree in which wood is actually being utilized as a building component, especially for people.
Conversations happening and individuals making comments as well. I would just ask members who are having conversations maybe to take them outside. And if anybody's looking to make comments, unfortunately there is no questions and comments. I think we just ruled on that not too long ago, so during this period of the private members bill. And so I would ask people to listen intently instead. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Madam Speaker, I know I appreciate it. I know the member from Abbotsford, who's been looking forward to my speech on this issue today, really does appreciate it because he wants to digest, no doubt, every word that I'm sharing with him. Because after all, Abbotsford, and if you take a look around the environment of Abbotsford, I suspect you will find that the wood industry, timber industry, is of critical importance. And I know the member from Abbotsford knows full well to the province of British Columbia and the significance of the wood industry. In fact, Madam Speaker, even as a former Minister, Stephen Harper, I'm sure he can relate to the many different types of trade issues related to our softwood industry, Madam Speaker. I wanted to be able to, well, that's a debatable issue whether or not he was a good Prime Minister, but that's for another day, Madam Speaker.
I would ask the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to get to his speech, and I would ask other members to please keep their thoughts to themselves at this point in time. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, Madam Speaker, my apologies to the member from Abbotsford for getting a little off topic there too. Madam Speaker, my first experience in dealing with wood in a substantial way, which goes beyond, let's just say, the general framing of a house in the city of Winnipeg, is when I had actually bought a home on Burroughs Avenue. And when I went into the home and we had to replace some drywall, and instead of seeing a concrete foundation, it was actually a wood foundation. And I can tell you, Madam Speaker, that it was a bit of an eye-opener for me because I'm somewhat familiar with the construction industry. I have family members that have been doing it for many, many years. And a couple of thoughts that came across my mind right away. You touch a wood foundation versus a concrete foundation, and you will find that I believe there is a far better insulation value to it. And if you're from cities like Winnipeg, Edmonton, the Calgarys, the Reginas, out in the prairie, insulation value is really quite important. If you were to do a Google search, in which I have, Madam Speaker, you will find, to the surprise, I think, of many, to the degree in which now skyscrapers are actually being made. Someone made reference to a building of 8 floors of a wooden structure. In Wisconsin, there's a 25-story timber building, Madam Speaker. In fact, in Canada, if you take a look at British Columbia by UBC, and I believe it is called the Brock Commons, it's an 18-story complex, Madam Speaker. And more, we are seeing wood being used in these taller buildings, Madam Speaker. I think it speaks volumes in terms of what I believe is a vastly underestimated potential that is there for Canada's wood industry. Like others, I've had the chance to travel abroad, and often in the countries that I've visited, you don't see wood being utilized as you would here in North America. And to me, again, I believe that it speaks volumes of the potential markets that are out there if one could really get out there and communicate the advantages of wood over other products, Madam Speaker. You see, we have talked a great deal about the transition to a greener economy. And when you think of that greener economy, a big part of it is within the construction industry in itself. And as we see our wood industry grow, at least in part, Madam Speaker, recognizing the potential of that growth and talking about it, I think will add even that much more value to it. This is not the first time that we've actually had this type of legislation come to the floor of the House of Commons. Some have already made reference to, I believe it was C-354. C-354, which went through a while ago, Madam Speaker, actually passed the House of Commons. And it was I believe the election in 2019 that ultimately killed the bill because it didn't quite get through the Senate. But I think it bodes well in terms of here we are today talking about S-222, and within that legislation, I believe, given the very nature, the fact that it's originating from the Senate, and we've seen the wide level of support from a previous House where members on all sides saw the value in supporting it, I suspect that S-222 will in fact be able to pass the House, Madam Speaker, or ultimately receive royal assent. And that is a very strong positive. Because, as I say, there's nothing new from a government's perspective in dealing with the environment and having a greener transition. Because I think it fits what it is that we as a government have been talking about, Madam Speaker. We have seen a number of legislative and budgetary measures to support a greener economy. You know, with wood as a product, in thinking of those magnificent timbers, beams to the 1x3s for sidings, to the 2x4s, or nowadays it's actually 2x6s that are being used in many of the construction codes for exterior walls, for example, Madam Speaker. We have seen, I believe, far more opportunities in recent years as building codes continue to evolve and give more strength. I believe that you will see that the demand for the usage of wood will continue to increase, Madam Speaker. And at the end of the day, we do want to see a reduction in greenhouse emissions. And this bill supports that in principle, Madam Speaker, because of the product itself. A product that is renewable. Someone made reference for the province of BC where one tree comes down, 3 are planted in its place. We have a commitment to plant 2 billion trees coming from our government, Madam Speaker. Now, many of those trees are going to be planted within our cities to provide beautiful, plush, green canvases over our municipalities, cities, and communities, Madam Speaker. But a good number of trees that we see that are actually planted today are there so that we can ensure that we can continue to harvest. We've heard a great deal about the province of British Columbia, and we don't want to give the impression that that's the only place where there's an industry of that nature, Madam Speaker. Because one could easily talk about hardwoods and others that actually go from Ontario to Quebec and a couple of the Atlantic provinces, Madam Speaker, where there is very much a healthy industry. And that's not to say that my own home province of Manitoba, again, that has great potential in the development in that industry, Madam Speaker. So I think that in looking at this bill, we see sustainable forest management that is there. We see a government that's committed to greening federal buildings, whether it's retrofitting, building new, or just repairs, Madam Speaker. And what this legislation does is it allows the minister to recommend wood usage, not necessarily compel, but to recommend. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And as always, it's an honor to be able to rise to debate the important legislation in this House. But, Madam Speaker, I hope you'll give me just a very little bit of latitude to start my intervention with an acknowledgement. And that acknowledgement is that it's Valentine's Day. So to Danielle, I'm not sure if you're watching, but I love you. A very, very happy Valentine's Day. And although we can't be in person, I so much appreciate your partnership and all the work that you do and that we're able to do as a family. So I love you, sweetheart. And with that, Madam Speaker, I'll get back to the subject at hand. Madam Speaker, wood bills is certainly an interesting conversation, and one might ask how this prairie member of Parliament, of which when one, speaking of my wife actually, one of the things that she commented when she first came to visit me on my family farm shortly after we got together was that there was a lack of trees, especially compared to northern Saskatchewan, where she heralds from. There were very, very few trees in the area. But, Madam Speaker, it's certainly an interesting subject of conversation when you look at the architecture and the advancement that has taken place in the space as to what wood builds can mean for both architecture, for city planning, and also benefit for the environment. And certainly when we look at what Bill S222 accomplishes, or is intended to accomplish, it helps level the playing field in terms of procurement, where traditionally wood construction would not have been a feasible part of the typical procurement process. Yet here in S222, it I think acknowledges an evolution that's taken place in building codes, in the type of engineered construction that, in fact, most folks, if you were to ask an architect or even a home builder, they wouldn't even call it wood builds. It would be engineered builds, because it's a significant amount of work goes into creating the products, wood-based in most cases, Madam Speaker, that go into these new buildings. So what S222 endeavors to accomplish is to simply level the playing field. And certainly as a Conservative, we look forward to those, when one goes through the procurement process, you will pick the best, most cost-effective and environmentally friendly procurement option. And in this case, when it comes to the construction of public buildings, you want to ensure that the procurement process is followed, that it's giving the best value to taxpayers. But to include wood in that is something that I would suggest is a positive step in the right direction, which could very well provide that significant value to taxpayers. Let me provide a couple examples, Madam Speaker. many people will look at the architecture that one associates with the Lower Mainland in BC. And I happened to go to university in Langley, BC, at Trinity Western University. And it's interesting because as I followed back some of the developments that took place to the point where the city of Vancouver is actually allowing up to 40-story construction projects using engineered wood building. And the advancements from previously it was limited to 20 stories, which was a significant advancement compared to what was allowed before. But you've seen the technology allowing for this, and especially in a place like Vancouver where you have to take into account seismic activities and high moisture levels and the various associated challenges that are involved with building in the Lower Mainland and essentially what is a rainforest. Madam Speaker, you're seeing that there is tremendous opportunity that exists, and not only can it be good for the environment, but it can also be very, very cost effective. And, Madam Speaker, something else, one of the potential benefits of wood construction is that it can be fast. So I'd like to highlight my alma mater, actually. There was a new dormitory that was required, and it was built via wood frame construction in 9 months for, to house a number of hundred students. This new building, modern facility to house students was built in 9 months using wood frame construction, something that simply would not be possible using more traditional methods. So, Madam Speaker, I think that it speaks to some of the incredible technologies that are being advanced in the space, allowing for this conversation to even take place. Because if you were to ask probably most engineers, they would share how it wouldn't have been that many years ago that this would not have been possible in an engineering sense. The risk would have been too great to have a building that was built out of wood that went beyond what traditionally would have been a 5 or 6 or maybe 10-story building, but because of the advancements in technology to the point where we've seen approval for an up to 40-story building. So it goes, Madam Speaker, I think a natural evolution of the technology, of the engineering capacity to see that we would allow public procurement and the construction of publicly owned buildings by the federal government to include wood construction as an option. Now, Madam Speaker, for you and I'm sure many others in this place, when it comes to the idea of using natural products, I would simply conclude my remarks by mentioning one of the bits of history associated with natural products being used for construction. And that is the idea of sod houses. Now, many in this place will know my affinity for the history of the area that I represent. The history of the lands where my family has farmed for 5 generations, where we see what I think is probably the most beautiful part of the country. Beautiful prairie scapes, coulees, where there's wide open skies and just incredible geography, geology, and history associated with that, from indigenous history to some of the early pioneers that came and set up in what was a very inhospitable place. But, Madam Speaker, I would simply draw your attention to one of the earliest examples of using natural products to build houses, and that is sod houses. So for those who may not be aware, when early settlers came, when the West was opening up to pioneers, many though who came from various parts of the world came to a place where there were no trees. So what were these, in many cases, poor farmers, workers, laborers that in many cases had escaped some very, very difficult circumstances, Madam Speaker? They were left with very limited supplies to build a home. So there are some examples of this. In fact, not far from where I farm, there's still, you can see the pothole in the ground where there was a sod home. that you can just see a little bit of what's left there. But it speaks to some of the incredible history of the prairies and how sometimes when it comes to our history, those who pioneered the way to the story that makes up what is our country's history, from those who in many cases learned from the indigenous folks who preceded them, the incredible stories, the architecture, and what eventually was sod houses built, more than a century ago, to us now discussing in Canada's Parliament the use of natural products, engineered wood products for public construction. So thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I appreciate the opportunity to engage in debate on this bill. And although I don't have the opportunity for many questions, I encourage members to look into the history associated with sod houses and the neat little anecdotes that speaks to in terms of a neat part of what we are as Canadians. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Reprise de débat. L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to start my speech by wishing my wife a happy Valentine's Day. Unfortunately, we're debating important bills here. We never waste our time. We're always doing constructive things. We always have results in this House, and I have to be here and not with my wife. So it's a hot hour now. It is my time to speak. What a great pleasure. For those of you who know, I used to be in the theater field. There was an unwritten rule, not in Broadway, but in Montreal, in theaters, there aren't always many people in the audience, and you always need to have more people in the audience than on stage. And if there are fewer people in the audience than on stage, we cancel. And I have to tell you that sometimes we've canceled, and there were only 2 people on stage, so that gives you an idea of the crowds. So, anyways, I'm happy to speak to this issue. Last week, I spoke about the Conservative motion that we saw again today. It's interesting. You hear the Conservatives do something and then they repeat it the next week, and they were talking about the carbon tax. I had the chance to say that it was a bad idea to scrap the carbon tax and that Quebec has a solution, and wood is one of those solutions. It's a very important asset. It's a part of our culture in Quebec. It's omnipresent in our economy, in our leisure, in our concern for the environment, our culture, even our language. Madam Speaker, in Quebec, we talk about forests as capital. We build infrastructure to take advantage of the benefits of this forest. We work hard for it. Unlike my colleague who said that there are no trees in his riding, in Quebec, we do have trees. That's not an issue. It's even at the heart of our conversations. We say that we eat with wood. We eat Yule logs at Christmas. I don't know how to translate this very Québécois expression. I don't know how the interpreters are going to do with this, but we say on swing la baquette dans le fond de la boîte à bois. We just throw it in the bottom of the wood box. And at home, we take a walk in the woods. And when our children look at us, I don't know if this is translatable, but we say that the fruit never falls far from the tree. To say that your children look at you, I think it's beautiful. Even our ancestors, the coureurs des bois, these original Quebecers, they discovered the Midwest as we know today. That was Quebecers that found them. So those were coureurs des bois, wood runners. So let's get back to S222. The Bloc has been committed to promoting the forest sector and development of forest products. We have been proposing the federal government to use its procurement policy to support the wood sector, the forestry sector. It's an important part of the Quebec economy. We've been asking that the forestry industry receive its fair share of federal investments and not just that these funds be spent in the oil and gas sector. Last week we heard that there were billions of dollars that were spent on the oil and gas sector. That makes no sense. we've been hearing that we have to stop investing now, and now they are investing more than the Conservatives ever did back in the day. It makes no sense. We also believe that federal support should include a public procurement policy that promotes the use of wood products, so we could support that industry and not just support the auto industry in Ontario and the oil and gas sector in Alberta. The use of wood in construction is growing, and its contribution to the fight of climate change is recognized. Choosing wood as a building material means using local, sustainable, renewable resources that have our life cycle analysis demonstrates its advantages to environmental performance. You know, this is something we've already done in Quebec. We have a national wood production strategy and a policy for integrating wood in construction. It is now up to the Government of Canada to do its part. In September 2020, the Bloc presented its Green Recovery Plan. We talked about wood a lot in that plan. In April 2021, the Bloc organized a forum in Trois-Rivières on the topic of forests and climate change. Very important. The Bloc then unveiled a vast study on the economic and environmental maximization of the forestry sector. That's also very important. We then made 8 proposals to the federal government. We're not always just criticizing. We have constructive feedback. The Bloc then presented a roadmap. I'm sorry, I must interrupt you. I must leave some time for responses. Inaudible to the interpreter.
For South Okanagan, West Kootenay has 5 minutes for right of reply.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. And of course, it being Valentine's Day, I do want to send my love to my wife, Margaret, at home in Penticton. She texted me last week to remind me that it was our wedding anniversary, so I have some ground to make up when I get home there next week. But so I rise and reply to the debate on Bill S-222, a bill that comes to us from the Senate, but originated as my private member's bill C-354 in the 42nd Parliament. And before that, as has been mentioned, there was a version that was a Bloc Québécois bill, earlier than that. And I'd like to thank Senator Diane Griffin for introducing this bill in the other place, and to Senator Jim Quinn for carrying the torch after Senator Griffin retired last year. So this bill has been on a long journey to get here, and it's gratifying to see the strong support it is getting from all sides of the House. And I wanted to say I especially enjoyed the enthusiastic support that I was getting from the member from Longueuil-Saint-Hubert when he was unfortunately interrupted, but I was enjoying that discourse as well. So, I think this is truly a piece of legislation whose time and place has come. And this is a bill that simply asks the Minister of Public Works to consider the environmental benefits of building materials when creating federal infrastructure. The built environment represents up to 40% of our greenhouse gas emissions. And one key component of those emissions and the opportunity to reduce them lies in the choice of building materials. Wood, and especially the new technologies of creating mass timber or engineered wood, are an excellent example. Wood contains huge amounts of sequestered carbon, and if it's harvested properly and sustainably and used to create long-lasting building products, can be a very valuable tool in our fight against climate change. And I'd like to acknowledge my colleague from Nunavut, who mentioned also that this also has to be developed and harvested with considering the Indigenous rights of peoples across the country. So, Madam Speaker, I was inspired to bring this bill forward in 2016 by a company in my riding, Structurlam. Structurlam has been the leading manufacturer of mass timber in North America for many years. In Quebec, we have Chantier Chibougamau that has been leading that industry in eastern North America for the most part. And I see the member from Abbotsford there. I have to mention Structure Craft, another company in Abbotsford that is producing similar materials. And just recently, we've added another major supplier of mass timber with the Kolesnikov family building a very large modern facility in South Slocan in my riding. So these facilities are creating glulam timbers and cross-laminated timber panels that in turn are producing large, beautiful, and safe buildings that are not only functional, but are also sequestering large amounts of carbon. They're also providing relief for the Canadian forestry industry, which has been struggling through firestorms, beetle epidemics, illegal tariffs, and a shrinking available harvest. With mass timber, we'll have more jobs and added value for each tree we cut, and we need to support this sector in Canada. But this bill doesn't exclude other building materials. The cement industry is developing new technologies that sequester carbon. The steel industry is developing new technologies that make steel production greener. When the minister looks at the life cycle analyses for each of these products, and those analyses are already being developed by the federal government, this bill will make sure that government procurement creates a significant environmental benefit. And government procurement can also ensure Canada remains a leader in the mass timber sector. It will allow new facilities to grow and prosper, creating jobs and providing a new domestic market for lumber in a time when our major trading partner to the south is doubling down on protectionism. Government procurement guided by this small bill could spur innovation in the cement and steel sectors. So to conclude, Madam Speaker, I would simply thank everyone who spoke to this bill. It would be a simple but significant, important step in our fight against climate change, and will also have beautiful buildings that will last generations. Thank you.
Comme il est 18h30, à la période.
It being 6:30.
As follows, Mr. Canning, seconded by Mr. Bachrach, moved that Bill S. 222, an act to amend the Department of Public Works and Government Services Act, use of wood, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Natural Resources. Si un député d'un parti reconnu présent en Chambre des...
If a member of a recognized party present in the House wishes that the motion be carried or carried on division or wishes to request a recorded division, I would invite them to rise and indicate it to the chair.
The honourable member for South Okanagan West Kootenay.
Yes, I would ask for a recorded division. Thank you.
Pursuant to order made on Thursday, June 23, 2022, the division stands deferred until Wednesday, February 15, 2023, at the expiry of the time provided for oral questions. Alors, dans ce moment-ci,
Order. Pursuant to Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time.
Question is that this House do now adjourn. I do want to remind members there's still a bit of work being done, and so I would ask members who are exiting to do it quietly. The honourable member for Calgary Centre.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate being here today. On November 25th, I asked a question of this House, the government in this House, about the repeal of the carbon tax. And it was based on what was happening around the world as the world's economies became more stressed due to the economic insecurity brought about by higher energy prices around the world. And I got a response from the Associate Minister of Finance. I don't know why he has that title, but he's a member for Edmonton Centre, and his song and dance in this House of Commons was a little bit of an embarrassment, and I've been told that many times by Canadians that have watched the actual exchange. And I'll apologize to them that that's what question period has become at this point in time, where people actually don't get answers to real questions that are asked. But let's be serious. I'm going to ask the Parliamentary Secretary that's going to respond to my question tonight. The world is facing a CO2 energy problem here based on CO2, and they're all withdrawing their CO2 taxes and actually giving money to their citizens and their industries to deal with the energy insecurity that's happening around the world because they're short of energy. And this started for a number of reasons. But the costs have gone up. Total subsidization in Europe at this point in time over the last year has amounted to over 800 billion euros. That's not what they've collected from carbon taxes. That's what they're subsidizing citizens for their energy expense at this point in time because the energy costs have gone so high. So withdrawing taxes and actually subsidizing their citizens. Canada's on a different course where we're actually going to increase energy taxes on Canadians. This is exemplified probably the most by Germany, who had a policy called Energiewende, and that is a dramatic failure. It was a dramatic failure because the whole thing about renewable energy, at times it was only producing about 2% of the electricity required in Germany. The rest was coming from fossil fuels, primarily coal, a tiny bit of nuclear, but a lot of gas, and that was doubling down on their gas. 80% of it was going to come from the Nord Stream pipelines from Russia. Of course, when the war happened, that supply disappeared. So, cap in hand, Germany comes to Canada this past summer and asks Canada to fill their needs. Well, what does our Prime Minister say? He goes, there is no business case for natural gas delivery from Canada. Well, immediately contradicted by every business leader in Canada. The end result, of course, is Germany goes and buys their long-term natural gas from Qatar, who is one of the world leaders in this, one of the countries that has actually outpaced Canada in developing this greener energy source to coal. I will note that many countries are going back to coal now, which is much more punishing to the environment than natural gas. Japan arrived here just last month and said, can you please get us some more natural gas because we need it in our energy mix. We're trying to decarbonize with more natural gas. Same answer from this country's Prime Minister. We can't help you. Well, that is an embarrassment. Our allies are asking for our help to deal with their energy insecurity. We, Canadians, are ignoring them because this government will not accept the reality. It interrupts this government's domestic agenda to shed energy-intensive jobs, not just oil and gas, fertilizer, agriculture, steel, cement, mining and materials, and manufacturing. These are all being done offshore now. We're pushing them offshore because of bad economic policies in this country. We're failing Canadians. The end result is clear. We're going to fail them further. Will somebody on the government side of the House, I don't know who that is at this point in time, stand up and address what the real answer is, and please be transparent with Canadians about the cost you're thrusting upon them as they lose their jobs. Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Deputy Prime Minister and to the Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'd like to take a brief moment to wish my wife, Ravi, and my two daughters, Nova and Solar, a very happy Valentine's Day. As a Valentine's Day gift to my friend from Calgary Centre, I've prepared a record of speeches I've given on the subject of global inflation and carbon pricing in the last 5 months. Starting in 2022, we have September 20th, September 27th, October 25th, October 26th, November 14th, November 29th, and December 5th. You can also reference January 31st, which was just over 2 weeks ago. If he is interested in reviewing those 16 speeches, I would be happy to answer any further questions that he might have. I also think it's important for my friend's constituents to know that even though his Conservative Party refused to pass a resolution acknowledging that climate change is real, that he, in fact, did campaign for a price on pollution just in the last election. Unlike our government's plan, which is revenue neutral, fights climate change, makes life more affordable for 8 out of 10 Canadian families, his plan actually cost more, did less, and actually forced all Canadians to adopt a government-controlled bank account where his Conservative Party would dictate what you could or could not spend your money on. Now, I know that all sounds outrageous, but it's also very real, and I encourage all residents of Calgary Centre to look it up. Inflation is also real, and it's important that we take action to reduce it. And my friend probably wants you to think that the main cause is our revenue-neutral price on pollution. But that doesn't really pass the smell test. You see, in British Columbia, we've had a price on pollution since 2008. It's been provincially administered. So where was the record inflation in 2009, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, etc.? In fact, if you look at BC generally, we were not only the first province to implement a price on pollution, we actually had the fastest growing economy in the country at the same time. And part of that story is, in fact, that clean tech companies disproportionately located in British Columbia. This has created thousands of good, high-paying, sustainable jobs and generates billions of dollars in annual revenue. And I think those same sustainable jobs can grow just as quickly in Alberta as well. In 2019, more than 3 years ago, the price on pollution added 9 cents to a liter of gas in British Columbia. Today, it's 11 cents. That's an increase of 2 cents per liter over the last 3 years. Of course, gas prices have surged more than $1 per liter at the same time. My friend wants you to believe that that increase is tied to pricing pollution, but he ignores 98% of the real problem. He ignores the effect of the pandemic, and he ignores the effect of Putin's illegal war in Ukraine. Now, I understand the desire of Conservatives to ignore what is happening in the world with global inflation, but the truth is that Canada's inflation rate is 6.3%, which is lower than the US, Europe, and the OECD. It is still too high, of course, and that is why we are putting in place programs that help make life more affordable for Canadians. Our affordability program has already provided support to seniors, students, to families who need it the most, and sadly, Conservatives are trying to take those supports away. In fact, they're putting pressure on the government to take pension money away from seniors, to take child care away from parents, to take the CBC away from Canadians, and to take dental care away from poor children under the age of 12. The problem with ignoring the facts or making improper assumptions is that it usually forces you to make bad policy decisions. I suspect that is what is happening within the caucus of the official opposition, and the reason why contemporary Conservative policy is so reckless. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Calgary Centre.
Well, I thank my colleague for the narrative there, although I don't think it was all a response at all to my question. In fact, the narrative about the Parliamentary Budget Office and how much the Canadians are actually paying, I think you should actually read that report, because it actually shows that in my province alone, the net fiscal and economic effects are about over $2,000 average per family. But I'll encourage him to read that and actually read it in the floor of the House of Commons here, but I know he won't do that. I all know the narrative here. The narrative, of course, is we're doing better. We're charging Canadians more. They're paying more for everything, but don't worry about it. It's not our fault. It's somewhere else in the world. Well, we are contributing to that problem. We are moving jobs offshore consistently in this country. The reality that this government seems to try to skid over here is that carbon taxes, if they're applied on their own, are designed to be inflationary. They make everything cost more. That is their effect. If you'd like to address how this is the reality versus what his intended outcome is, I'd be happy to hear it. But right now, the end is meeting exactly what he's supposed to be doing. Thank you.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Canadians can count on our government to continue supporting those who need it the most while carefully managing our finances and protecting our environment. We have a responsible fiscal plan, the lowest net debt and deficit in the G7, and a AAA credit rating. And we have created more than 800,000 jobs since the pandemic. As we prepare for the federal budget, Canadians can rest assured that we will continue to position Canada for success while ensuring that our most vulnerable get the support they need, while keeping our finances on a sustainable, long-term fiscal track. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Bruce Grey Owen Sound.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. I'm here tonight to readdress a question I asked last week here in the House with respect to Afghans and Afghan interpreters, those Afghans that helped Canada during our mission there, and what the current Liberal government's doing to help them out. In particular, I was asking on behalf of Abdul, who was actually here, about what they're doing to help his family, who were approved 8 months ago or so to come to Canada, yet nothing has happened. And now his brother is feared missing and presumed dead. And my question to the government then was, how many more Afghans, like Abdul's brother, need to die before this government is going to take urgent action? And I want to emphasize why this is so important, Madam Speaker. I've spent over a year of my life in Afghanistan. I've seen firsthand the horrific actions of the Taliban, and I apologize in advance to anybody listening about some of the graphic details I'm going to share. A father and son beheaded and hung because they helped the local Afghan police during my time there in 2007. Young girls with acid thrown in their face because they dare go to school. We've seen now, since the Taliban have retaken the country, they're not allowing women and girls to go to university, and then just in the last couple months, school at all. They're taking away those rights. They're persecuting religious minorities, ethnic minorities, women, 2S LGBTQ plus groups. And in particular, they're targeting women members of parliament from the former Afghanistan government, former Afghan judges, and those Afghans that chose to help us help them during our decade plus in that country. And why is this so important, Madam Speaker? It's because if we are unwilling as a nation to help these Afghans or any country where we travel to that we depend upon to achieve our missions, whether it be military, whether it be diplomatic, whether it be Canadian NGOs working in those nations, and then we leave them behind when things go sideways, that speaks to who we are as a nation and what we think of those people that we're supposedly trying to help. Look, Madam Speaker, I'll predict what I'm going to hear from the parliamentary secretary here shortly. She's going to talk about that they've moved 27 or accepted 27,000 Afghans here to Canada. My question back is, out of those 27,000, how many of them were already outside of Afghanistan, already in relatively safety? I'm not saying that we shouldn't be helping them out, that those that were able to flee the country, but my primary concern is about those Afghans still in Afghanistan. We're going to hear about the challenges, logistical, security challenges. I'll continue to call BS on that, Madam Speaker, because I talk on a daily basis, weekly basis, with former colleagues, NGOs that are moving Afghans and Ukrainians out of these respective countries, out of war zones, and they can get it done very, very quickly. So, Madam Speaker, I'll close with two simple questions. How many more Afghans need to die before this government takes action? And secondly, when can this Parliament expect an update from the government on the 37 recommendations and the progress the Liberal government has made that came out of the Special Committee on Afghanistan? Thanks, Madam Speaker.
L'honorable secrétaire.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Immigration, Citizenship and Refugees and Citizenship. I'm sorry. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Thank the honourable member for his passions, also for his service, and certainly from a very engaged and I understand very personal, in regards of his commitment to the vulnerable Afghan. Madam Speaker, we typically don't always align in our ideology, but I think it's important for Canadians everywhere to see that when it comes to the unwavering supports for Afghanistan, we're on the same side. Madam Speaker, Canada's commitment to Afghanistan represents one of the most difficult and the largest resettlement initiative in Canadian history. We are steadfast in our promise to support those who serve alongside Canada during the military operation in Afghanistan, as well as those who were working with our diplomatic missions. And I'm proud that Canada has one of the largest Afghan resettlement programs in the world and was among the first country in the world to launch a special humanitarian resettlement program for vulnerable Afghans, including women leaders, human rights defenders, persecuted and religious minorities, 2S LGBTQI+ individuals, and journalists. I can confidently tell this House that we are exploring all avenues to support safe passage and are maximizing every opportunity to help Afghans leave Afghanistan and travel onwards to Canada. A key challenge is that many Afghans who are still in need of protection remain in Afghanistan, and movement out of the country by air or land continues to be very difficult and dangerous. As all here we well know, the government of Canada has no military or diplomatic presence in Afghanistan. Afghans seeking to leave Afghanistan face multiple challenges, including the Taliban exit requirements, notably a passport. They must also navigate third country entry and exit requirement, Madam Speaker. We are doing everything we can to help vulnerable Afghans get to safety as quickly as possible. HoC has added more employees and resources in our mission abroad, including in Islamabad. HoC also has mobilized its global network and applications continue to be processed day and night on a priority basis through our integrated network of visa officers across the globe. And further, RCC has adopted facilitative approach to expedite certain processes given the unique circumstances in Afghanistan. We are working, Madam Speaker, with a wide range of partners, including regional and like-minded governments, NGO, and referral organization to secure safe passage for Afghan eligible to one of Canada's immigration program. With the help of these trusted partners, we are enabling the movement of Afghan in neighboring country where we have bolstered biometrics collection, medical, and security screening capacity. I just want to point, Madam Speaker, as I end, we have had 22 flights from Pakistan and 16 from Pakistan so far here in Canada. And as the member did allude, even with all these difficulties, more than 28,000 Afghan can now call Canada home. We're proud of what we've accomplished, but we also know that there's more to do. Merci, Madame la Présidente.
The Honourable Member for Bruce Grey, Owen Sound.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. The Parliamentary Secretary really didn't address my questions. My questions were, when can we expect these Afghans still stuck in Afghanistan to get here? Lots of excuses, lots of sort of reasons why and expressing the challenges. Again, I talked to the people on the ground directly involved with moving these Afghans. It's the bureaucracy. It's the lack of paperwork. We can move people within days if we just get the bureaucracy and the paperwork resolved. Secondly, I'll go back to the other question I asked, Madam Speaker. I'm looking for an update on when this House of Commons can expect a progress report on the 37 recommendations made by the Special Committee on Afghanistan to the government. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I want to say thank you to the honourable member and certainly say thank you for his service to Canada. I represent the community of Orléans where we have a lot of military active and veterans, and it's always, for me, extraordinary to be part. I say this, Madam Speaker, on a few occasions, if it was a matter of will, there would be 40,000 Afghan here in Canada. The current situation in Afghanistan is complex and the challenges are extraordinary. We are navigating a constantly evolving situation with the government, and we have no military or diplomatic presence on the ground. We continue to explore all avenues to support the safe movement of Canada's bound Afghan out of Afghanistan to a third country and to maximize every opportunity to help them travel. I want to be clear, this effort is ongoing, Madam Speaker, and we're using all options at our disposal.
The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Madam Speaker, 4.5 years ago, approaching 5 years ago, I put forward a motion in this House calling on the Government of Canada to list the IRGC, the Iranian government's weapon of terror against its own people and people throughout the world, to list the IRGC as a terrorist organization within the criminal code. Now, that motion passed this House. All Conservatives and every present member of the Liberal caucus, including the Prime Minister, voted in favor of that motion. The government voted 4.5, approaching 5 years ago, to list the IRGC as a terrorist organization. At the time, in 2018, the case was already clear that this organization existed for the purpose of terrorizing its own population and those throughout the region and around the world, and of asserting its control over those people by any possible means. The case was already clear in 2018. Since 2018, we've had the shooting down of Flight PS752, the killing of dozens of Canadians and many more people with connections to Canada. We've had the emergence of the Women Life Freedom Movement, the arbitrary execution of protesters by the Iranian regime. And for most of that period, this government didn't even impose sanctions against this regime, merely trumpeting the continuation of restrictions that were put in place by Conservatives. Now, since the issue of the violence being inflicted by the Iranian regime has gotten more public attention, since the opposition has been pushing the government aggressively under the leadership of the member for Carleton in the last 6 months, the government has imposed some additional sanctions. Too little, too late, though, Madam Speaker. And this government persists in refusing to list the IRGC as a terrorist organization. It's particularly ironic because the Deputy Prime Minister has called them a terrorist organization. You have a member of the government saying, we recognize that the IRGC is a terrorist organization, but then refusing to list them as a terrorist organization in the criminal code. It doesn't make any sense. She said in that press conference, we recognize that the IRGC is a terrorist organization, so we're going to list them in the Immigration Act, not in the criminal code. And I keep asking this question. I've been asking this question persistently for the last 5 years. If the government voted for this, if the government is now saying this is a terrorist organization, why can't they use the criminal code to list them as a terrorist organization? Now, why is this important? Because listing the IRGC as a terrorist organization would decisively shut down the operations of this organization in Canada. The government has responded and will no doubt respond again. We've listed specific individuals within these organizations. But when you list specific individuals within the organization, then other people who are part of that same organization or new people who end up taking on the same positions that others previously hold are still able to operate. You still have the IRGC active here in Canada, intimidating and threatening Canadians. You know, I spoke to someone who a member of their family was killed when flight PS752 was shot down by the IRGC. And this individual has faced threats here on Canadian soil from the IRGC. We have evidence of violence being planned against Canadians by the IRGC, and yet this government refuses to list them. Why, after voting for this, after 5 years, has the government still refused to list the IRGC as a terrorist organization?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Safety.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Our government is committed to holding Iran accountable for their shameless disregard for human rights and the regime's support for terrorism. I'd like to emphasize the robust measures that Canada has in place against Iran and the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps. These measures were undertaken in response to recent incidents, as well as Iran's long-term systemic human rights violations and ongoing behavior that destabilizes regional security. Canada has designated the Islamic Republic of Iran under the Immigration and Refugee Protection Act, or IRPA, for the regime's engagement in terrorism and continuous and gross human rights violations. As a result, tens of thousands of prominent Iranian government officials, including IRGC senior officials, are now permanently inadmissible to Canada. In addition to being banned from entering Canada, current and former senior officials who are presently in the country may be investigated and deported. Furthermore, Canada has imposed vigorous sanctions against the Iranian regime and its leadership under the Special Economic Measures Act, which explicitly targets the IRGC and several sub-organizations. These measures ensure that all of the designated individuals' assets in Canada are effectively frozen. Once Bill S-8, an act to amend the Immigration and Refugee Protection Act, becomes law, it will also align IRPA with the CIMA to ensure that all foreign nationals subject to sanctions will also be inadmissible to Canada. Yesterday, the House unanimously voted to send S-8 to committee, and I trust that the Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs and International Development will review this bill expeditiously. Additionally, Canada lists Iran as a state supporter of terrorism under the State Immunity Act. The listing, together with the Justice for Victims of Terrorism Act, allows victims to bring civil actions against Iran for losses or damages related to terrorism. The Criminal Code also sets out a terrorist listing regime to help prevent the use of Canada's financial system to further terrorist activity and to assist in the investigation and prosecution of terrorist offences. Several of Iran's key proxy actors are captured by this scheme. For example, Canada has listed the IRGC Quds Force as a terrorist entity since 2012, a group recognized as responsible for terrorist operations in providing arms, funding, and training to other terrorist groups. The Government of Canada has also listed terrorist entities that have benefited from the Quds Force patronage, including Hezbollah, Hamas, and the Palestinian Islamic Jihad, the Taliban, and 3 Iran-backed regional militias that were added to the Criminal Code in 2019. We are committed to holding the Iranian regime accountable for their crimes, human rights violations, and threats against regional peace and security. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Madam Speaker, there are no surprises in that non-answer, unfortunately. The Parliamentary Secretary, ironically, cites a number of instances of groups that were listed by the previous Conservative government, and then expects to be congratulated, I suppose, for the fact that the government has allowed these terrorist organizations listed by Conservatives to remain on the list, but has not listed additional organizations. Now, a while back, the House passed a motion on the listing of the Proud Boys as a terrorist organization, and the government got that done within 2 months. And yet it's been 5 years, and the Parliamentary Secretary won't list the IRGC as a terrorist organization. Now, she cites various individuals. Again, as I already pointed out, that when you sanction individuals and not the organization, you allow the organization to continue to operate here in Canada. The Parliamentary Secretary won't answer the basic question. Why is this government intent on allowing the IRGC to continue their operations in Canada?
Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I just want to correct something that the honourable member said, is that the government didn't list the Proud Boys. It's the security agencies that actually list the Proud Boys as a terrorist entity. Listings under the Criminal Code provide the legal institutional framework to implement measures to freeze and forfeit terrorist property and to help investigate and potentially prosecute someone for certain offences. Listing is just one instrument in Canada's international and domestic counter-terrorism strategy toolbox for ensuring the safety of Canadians. Canadians can have confidence in the continuing efforts of the government to further constrain the actions of Iran that threaten public safety and violate basic human rights. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
La motion.
The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 2 p.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.